T-REV, so we'll call him that as well, and he joins us now.
Voiceless people get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps.
I appreciate that. Shout out to you, CK. I appreciate that. Always treats for Sosa. Treats for Sosa, she says. Delana in the building. I see everybody. We do have a special guest tonight. I'm about to bring him up in a second. Azarbella, what's going on? Shout out to you. Who else? Alicia in the building. Alicia, what's going on? Shout out to you. All right, I got to bring that up because we're going to be playing that also. Emerald City Express, what's going on? I appreciate you coming by tonight. Well, special guest. Let's bring him up right now. There's Jeff H in the building.
Hey,
the video expert himself, Jeff H. I had to bring him up. I mean, a lot of you have known him just from being on the channel, but I mean, he has a background in the field of video, and that's why it was good to bring him on to the team. Jeff, let him know about yourself.
How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Everybody is so everybody been so great. You know, it's great to make a friend, and it's great to make what I'm up to almost like 1,600 friends. And I appreciate that, T-REV. I could have done this without you. I was at 142 subscribers at one point, and then less than 2 days, 1,200. You know,
but it also plays your talent plays in hand with that also, though. You know,
it might have had something to do with it a little bit.
If it was BS, I'm telling you, man, if it was BS, you'd just be sitting there, but you're growing because of the work that you do, and you're appreciated for it. I mean, just the amount of comments that I read about the video work that you have done, especially with so far with this footage that came out, this Linda Lane footage. A lot of people, they're looking at this footage, but they really don't know what's behind it and what you're doing and what kind of effects you're adding, but you're really bringing it to life for people to see.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to do the minimal to it, because, you know, you do too much and then people start to, you know, think that you're doing something nefarious to it. So, I mean, I just, with the Linda Lane stuff, the audio for what you got 4 hours worth of audio. And, you know, basically all I did was just try to get rid of those rumbling, bassy frequencies so that you could hear like the frequencies that are more like, you know, in the range of voices, and, you know, so you can make out things. And to be honest with you, I really was not that interested in the audio at all, though. Everybody seemed to be crazy about the audio.
I mean, when it comes to that audio, did you hear anything in the audio that you thought to be like a scream or anything like that?
I mean, I did hear some stuff that, you know, sounded interesting, but I mean, that microphone on that camera is over 100 yards from the sound source that we're very interested in. And it's a sound source. Not only is it 107 yards, but it's also inside a house behind walls. So with my experience with microphones, it's like I'm not holding out any hope to really hear anything from that house, to be honest with you. I mean, we heard the car horn from the band field, but I'm sorry, car horn is designed to be heard from a long distance. You know, it's coming at you from a long distance. You want to hear, it makes sense. A voice, now granted, the voices that we imagine we might hear are going to be awful and would be, I would imagine, loud. Although I'm just assuming, you know, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you know, if in the act of doing what this, you know, this person did, if they were able to quickly stifle any sounds. I don't know. Yeah. So to be honest with you, though, when I look at that footage, I don't really look at it so much for the audio at all. I mean, think about it. This is the way I look at it. The camera that picked up Maddie and Kaylee and Jack walking on the sidewalk, and, you know, what did you say to Adam? I told Adam everything. That camera mic and camera is like, I measured it. It's like 16, 17 yards from them. And it's, you know, and they're getting closer to it. So it's the audio is better as they get 17 yards. And that was the audio we got. Now, of course, I had to filter out like the truck. It's like that diesel pickup truck that goes by, but that's 16 yards. And then now we're talking 107 yards. I think I measured 107 from the camera at Linda Lane to say the sliding glass door on the kitchen. 107 yards is what I came up with. I'm sorry. Maybe if the window was open, maybe a little, but
right. When that footage came out, I actually remember you emailing me a bunch of different versions that you were coming with, and you were like, "It says that." Do you remember that specifically? That's right around the time you sent me a map, and I was like, "Man, this dude's smart." You pulled up, you sent me a map, and you're like, "Look, man, I got all this stuff locked in. You got all these different locations dialed in on maps or Google Earth, maybe."
Oh, right. That was the first. I still got that. It's that's right. I forget that I have it because I haven't gone back to it in a while. Every now and then I go back to it, but it's a Google Earth project. So it's got like all the places marked. Like I marked where the white car is seen in the back of the newscast.
Yeah.
That's marked on the map. I could show it to you.
Yeah, you did it.
I think I can.
Man, all that stuff was killer because we were sitting here for 11-hour days, 8-hour days, and you sent me a bunch of stuff. And when you were calling, you'd be like, pull this up, and I pull it up. And I remember my old computer freezing because there was so much different locations. I was like, man, I got to get a new computer.
Yeah, it's right. I remember the beginning because, that's how the whole thing started, and that's how the whole thing continues, is that I was watching live streams and watching your live stream, and people were talking about stuff. And they're like, well, where is it? Or where's the location of it? And I'm like, we got visuals, we can do visuals. And the next thing I know, I was trying to, show these visuals in as many places that I could. I thought they were, helpful. All
Dude,
right.
The one you did, and somebody in the comments earlier tried to say that, he took this from someone else and this, that. No, you didn't. There's a difference. Like the one that I showed in my video that I made earlier that you made with the model, a launcher driving down
the little tiny car going around.
Yes, that footage right there just helps an image in your head because it's really the route that vehicle's going.
Right. That helped me to visualize because it wasn't that long ago where I didn't realize that Linda Lane, as you come up Linda Lane to the parking area there where the camera is, that's a dead end. You can't go around the long buildings from there. You can only go back out Linda Lane, go to Taylor. But I didn't realize that until I started, checking this out. And then I always wanted to kind of get an idea. I saw Gray Hughes do his little car driving around and you kind of get a sense of like, okay, what's happening with all the time. Now, granted, I just started mine and I did the 405 pass and the 407 pass, but ideally over time, I imagine if we're going to get more footage, we can just add to it. Keep doing that kind of thing. Let me see.
What's going on, Boigny? Welcome, Boigny, Giovanna. I see you. There's a lot of familiar faces. Midwest girl, Mar R. What's going on? Nikita says hello, everyone. Trina Young, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Make sure you guys hit the like button as you're coming in. We're going to go over some footage and talk about different points. Now, there's a video that he hasn't dropped yet, and it's called The 5 Passes, which I'm sure you probably are all familiar with it. I do have it pulled up right here. So,
yeah, you want to show that first?
Yeah, we could go over that. Now, let me move this damn overlay out the way, too.
Yeah, because the Google Earth project I haven't really updated it in quite a while. But if you haven't used Google Earth projects, it's pretty powerful because you can put markers on the map. You can also, in those markers, store web links, still pictures. So I had like the gas station photo. I had then marked, the gas station was marked, and it's pretty cool. I just haven't used it in a while.
You did a really good, like I said, you did a really good job with that.
Thank you.
I was actually pretty impressed with the job you did when you sent that. I think that's when I first met you. You called in and you were like, pull this up. And I pulled it up, and I had no idea that you could add all those markers like you did at the time. So I was kind of blown away with it. I was like, how the hell did he do that? And you told me. I was like, damn, that's kind of simple, but I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's more that you can do that I've just scratched the surface with that, that program.
Now
But
you want to let everybody know what's going on in this particular
Yeah,
footage.
So this one, I had done one video where it showed the 3 passes at I can't remember the times, 3:19, 3, it was just the 3. And I thought we should see all 5, because there's 5 times that that I believe anyway, it's the same car. And so I just synced them up. And then also put a little timer. I was just curious which pass was he driving the fastest. And it seems to be the last pass. You can see he's kind of cruising really fast on that last one, which was at 407.
So you kind of measured out the speed in each one.
Yeah, basically at the beginning of the video, I put a little red arrow in there, and it shows what I used to synchronize all 5 of them. So basically, the moment that the headlight comes around the building corner of the building, you see the light on the frame. So one frame it's not there, and the next frame there's a light. And I just synced it up, all 5 of them to that exact same spot. So then that way it's like the start of the race. It's like that's where it starts. And then I use the white pole kind of as a reference to see at what point did it pass. So that 6.45 seconds is like the moment the headlight appears, and then the moment it passes the white pole. That's what all the stopwatches are.
I agree. We need to start making death penalties worse depending on the crime details. Like Rick Allen should be flayed. Leanne says, "What's going on? Shout out to you. I appreciate you coming by, Leanne." 4:45 a.m. Damn. It's late. We got Bryan Kohberger, and now they arrested the Long Island serial killer. It's sad all these young people being murdered.
I agree with that.
Come as a dinner. Have some ice cream. You have some ice cream and watch this. Time is perfect. It's insane. Trev and chat. Welcome. I appreciate you coming by. Gene Santana. I hope everyone is doing well tonight. Jim says, hold up, I'm just going to go by Jim right here. She says, the videos give a great bird's eye view that puts in the area in such a better perspective, really helps with mapping it out, locations. No doubt. That's a fact. Welcome, Sarah. I appreciate you coming by. Thank you, Susie. I appreciate you. Everybody's saying thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man. I have trouble getting out the front door because my head is so big because all your comments are so kind, and my wife is getting tired of hearing about them. Look, here's another one. Look what they said. Look what this one said. Everybody. I mean, it's I really appreciate everybody's comments. I'm doing, I do what I'm doing because I would have done it anyway. I'm very interested and very passionate about this kind of thing, and I'm a visual person, and when you take a look at things visually, especially when you hear people talking about like they see something, they're looking at something, and they're like looking at the moon, and they're saying, I think that's a pizza. You're like, no, okay, let's talk about it. That's maybe not a great analogy, but but 2 people, 3 people can look at the same thing and come up with different conclusions, and it's like, okay, if you can look at it very scientifically and very carefully, then I think you can kind of get a little closer to the truth.
Now, when messing around with this footage, because I did something when I think it was the 3 a.m. footage that came out, it specifically shows them driving around. I zoomed in, and the vehicle looks white to me. Now, when messing with that footage, doing what you've done with it, and spending as much time as you have with that footage, does that vehicle look white to you that drives around the Queen Road apartments?
I mean, I think so. I mean, it's definitely, I think all you can determine is that it's, all you're seeing is like, I guess, a grayscale. You're seeing all the different shades from black to white. And it's definitely not a dark colored car. And you get a little bit of a glimpse. Remember that there was that footage from 12:27 to like, it's just a couple minutes where the people got out of the car and the one guy is kind of walking first and the other 3 are following behind. Mm-hmm. When that car that dropped them off does a U-turn and to head out of there, the headlights spill into the foreground of the image.
Right.
And that gives the camera is like, hey, I got enough light. This is like daylight. I'm going to show you in color. So I have no way to prove it. I think that's what's going on there. But is that when that camera's got enough light, it actually displays in color. But
Now,
once it's dark at night, then everything is really just kind of the black and white you're seeing.
yeah, so I mean, it's definitely a light color that you could see at night. Because if it was dark, it would be dark, in my opinion.
But I mean, the thing, but the thing that's really key is that I think law enforcement has the other cameras. Like the moment the car goes out of our sight, it comes into sight on another camera. Seconds later. I mean, so it's not like law enforcement's going to sit there and say, I think this could be a different car, but then somebody surely will come in and say, no, George, that is the same car that we just saw 3 seconds ago. It's got to be, the puzzle pieces, like I've always said, we got so few puzzle pieces. We're trying to see a picture. The police have a lot of puzzle pieces. They fit like a glove, and they're just getting everything ready for.
Can you see the comment on the screen?
What's that? Why so many different timestamps from this footage? Yeah, that's so. Upper left is 3:30 a.m. Then it's 3:39, 3:57, 406. Sorry, not 406. 406 in the bottom left, and then 408. So it's basically all 5 of them are from the same video clip. It's just I just took the pieces where the car is visible, where it comes into scene. And what I did is I lined them up at the beginning of where we first see the headlight of each pass.
Well, hold up. All right, so the top 3 are obviously from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Yeah, they are what they say they are. There's, as you're looking at them,
in the bottom are obviously from the 4 to 5.
Right. I made the bottom left bigger just because that's the one where he didn't go around the building. He did the whole U-turn thing, and he sat there for like 10 seconds. So I mean, I find it very interesting. You can analyze like the speed. He was obviously going faster on the very final pass, which to me, if I'm guessing what that means, if all these passes are like someone trying to get up the nerve to do what they've come there to do, on that last pass, they've going pretty quick. I think they've decided what they're going to do, and it's game on. And they're heading in the direction on that last pass to the back of the house. As far as I'm just guessing. I mean, we don't have visual of that, but he's headed in that direction to the back of the house, and that's at what, like
you said what? The last one is at 407 going on to 409 or 408.
Yeah, so basically that white car, or the some people maybe debate it's white, but
gray, white. We know it's a lighter car. Gray,
lighter
white.
color car. It basically comes in front of that camera 5 times, and there they are. They're all presented, so you can see. You can use this video to see just the the similarities. Like the second and third pass are almost identical. I mean, it's off by like maybe just a tiny little bit. Second one, he hits that pole. Actually, I was trying to decide whether it could very well be almost, you could say they're identical.
Now we do know one thing today. I watched the video footage a couple of days ago. JLR obviously went to the location, walked up on the cameras with his phone, so we know that there's cameras in that location. So, I mean, I feel like 100% this is definitely video footage from there. Now, is it doctored at all in any way? And did somebody put it out to mislead, or is this legit? I think it's legit, but
I don't see or hear anything that makes me feel like, oh, this has been doctored. It'd be hard to tell because it could be done. You could mix sounds into it. But like I said, the sound doesn't matter to me so much because I really don't think you're going to hear anything of value from from the house, you know, where this.
Well, did you watch my video earlier? Because I was able to verify the audio from the Banfield body cam matched to this. You can hear that same sound in both footages.
Right.
At the same time, same timestamp, you can hear both sounds. And I've uploaded the video. It's on my channel now as a content video, but I did upload it to Twitter like a week ago, where I was able to match those sounds, and you can hear it. It's like a I don't know. I can't really repeat it because it's a distinct sound, but you can definitely hear it on this one.
Yeah. No, I did hear that. You said like if you put headphones on, you can really hear it, right? You said
yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's where I was like, okay, I hear it.
Yeah. So I think that's of value in that you can synchronize the clock on this video to the Banfield clock.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I can tell, it's less than 1 second off. It's like 24 frames is what I counted, I think. Pretty sure that's what it was. Maybe it was 23. But it's just, I mean, that tells me that this is legitimate. Again, still could it be faked? But I really don't think, I don't get the sense in hearing people talk about that have talked with the person that may have released the footage. I don't get a sense that these are people that have the ability to fake it. And who's going to take the time to like fake 4 hours worth of stuff? And
my question is the footage paid for, and was it paid for to be and uploaded? That's what I mean, I'm just thinking in my head, like, because if it is part of the case, then that means it would be gagged, right? Or under, it definitely wouldn't be out. So did they decide they weren't using this footage and the owner just uploaded it and said, screw it, they're not using it, so I'm gonna upload this?
You know, here's what my theory is that that maybe, because you hear a lot of people on other channels talking about how they don't feel like they've arrested the right guy.
Mm-hmm.
And if that was the case, then yeah, there'd be reason to be a little nervous, because that means the right guy, the guy who did this, is still out there somewhere. And I can't help but wonder if maybe the people that had this footage had, and some of this is coming from stuff I've heard on some YouTube channels today, people talking about it, but that maybe they fear that the person is still out there running about free, and the evidence that points to them is in the audio of this footage. And I'm sure they probably were like, well, what do I do? Just sit here and hold this footage and wait till trial? Or do I say, I mean, I've listened to it myself and I'm hearing stuff and I think this is important. And then before you know it, you're showing it to friends. Do you hear this? You know, they're probably having trouble sleeping at night and they're like, so I think that's what the kind of thing is like, I think they're listening to this footage, they're hearing this audio, and they're getting worried, and they got nervous, and then it just ends up spilling out. But
a question for you, and for working with video for so many years in the field that you've worked in, and some people may not know that you've done, and I let people know that you've done commercials, you've done work, you've been in the video field for how many years?
Yeah, well, I mean, I started in video in high school. I took a TV production class in my senior year of high school. It's a 3-period class with my best friend, and learned about shooting video, editing video. I got a job at the school before the school year ended.
Mm-hmm.
But when everybody else went on home, I was there. I was working with the video engineer, learned how to back in those days, you had to color correct footage with something called a time-based corrector, and I learned how to use those and use scopes. You had color bars on the beginning of every video clip that you had, so you could set the brightness levels, the darkness levels, the color, the hue, and all of that kind of stuff. Now it's a little more automatic. You don't have to do that so much, but yeah, but working with an engineer, learning how to solder audio connectors and things like that got a little boring, because I'd sit there, I'd walk past the guys that were sitting at and girls that were sitting at the desk creating videos with sound and pictures, and it's like, that's what I want to be doing. I don't want to be You know, they call me and they say, "Hey Jeff, I'm not getting any audio," and it's like, "I come and fix it." Oh, here you had this button in the wrong place.
So the big question is, Jeff, how easy could somebody fake these timestamps on this and the date, etc.? Is it, how easy would that be?
Yeah, I've been asked that by a couple of different people. That's you know, if this was me and I was to try and do something like this, I mean, the first thing that you got to do is somehow figure out what that font is for the clock.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know what font that is. You know, it could probably be, well, and most times when I'm finding fonts, like say I've got a company I'm doing a video for and they've got a logo, but they don't really have, it's just a low resolution picture. You can kind of, you can go to, there's websites called like whatthefont.com. I like that name, What the Font. And
What the font?
yeah. And so I'll go to that. Actually, I think Photoshop.
Thank you, Vicky. I appreciate
Photoshop has it built into itself now that it can help you find what font things are. But I mean, to be honest, I've never even tried to see what that font might be. But most times, what it'll do is it'll tell you a font that is close to that font. It doesn't tell you the exact font.
Yeah, but they would have to. That means that they would have to remove the. And hold up, it's a rain. I don't know if this is actually. No, I'm confusing myself because I was about to say it's rain cam, but it didn't look like rain cam to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of camera that was. It was you know, it was definitely, it looked like it was hardwired, mounted, kind of
not rain cam,
permanent. You know, they didn't. It's not like a temporary thing or just stick it up there for the moment. They wired it. It looks like it's there for the duration. You know, it's not like a temporary camera.
Appreciate you, Woody. Always awesome content. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support to the channel. Thank you to Vicky. I appreciate you for gifting those memberships. How kind. Let's see. Made total sense. Free Bryan. He was framed. Free Bryan. He was framed. It's the talk of the town. This comment right here. Free Bryan. He was framed. I mean, show me. It's crazy because, Jeff, I feel like this. I feel like there's more people that advocate for Bryan than they do the victims. And at this point, we know that they have enough evidence to take Bryan Kohberger to trial. So the fact that, you know, it's like there's people that are going on with like an ongoing investigation themselves, and they're putting out different things. They're paying $200 an hour to interview Enan Harsh and this, that, and the third. Somebody tried to tell me, oh, that was just JLR that said that. No, it wasn't, because I talked to one other content creator that showed me a DM between him and Enan told him the same exact thing, $200 an hour.
Wow.
And to promote his merch or some type of thing like that. I told the creator I wouldn't put him on blast, but he showed me it. He does charge $200 an hour, which is crazy. So people are actually paying that.
Wow. I mean, I guess people got to pay their bills. I ain't get nothing for this, right? This is
right.
This is, you know, I do this kind of thing because, you know, I think it's important. I think, you know, I try to imagine if this was, you know, my son and he was at college, and, you know, you're talking to him one day and the next day he's gone. And, man, I can't even imagine what the families are going through. I mean, it makes me want to stop this live stream right now and go call my son. I mean, they can't do that. I could pick up the phone and call him, text him. And it wasn't that long ago he's in college. So, you know, yeah, it's easy to forget, I think, as time goes by. We're so focused on this stuff, and if everybody's like me, I think about it every day. You wake up and you're thinking about it, and you're just the gears are turning. That's why I think I love your channel the most, T-REV, because your channel is open to all opinions from wherever they come from. You could come in with an opinion that it was a circular UFO.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As long as you're respectful, you could be talking about, you know, a spirit told you it was Bryan, or a spirit told you it was Brent, and this, that, and the third. And I may be like, I respectfully disagree, but if you're talking to me on a respectful level, I don't care what your opinion is.
Exactly. And
as long as we can have a respectful conversation, and at the end of the day, not argue, bicker, none of that, I'm cool with it.
Right. I just think there's great value in that. That is like, that's principles that the country was founded on, freedom of speech. And, it ought to be freedom of speech and just be nice to each other, and like, and also, what's very helpful I found is that if you just use 3 little words before anything you say, just say, in my opinion, and then say what you're going to say, because it's just your opinion. So what is somebody going to eviscerate you because of your opinion? That's just your opinion. This is the conclusion you've come to based on the evidence that you've been shown and that you've thought about for a long time. And you don't mean any rudeness by bringing it to the table. And if anything, if you're like me, I like to hear an opposing opinion to challenge and test what I believe and run it through and say, okay, either mine adds up or doesn't. And I got to rethink my thing. And thank you for sharing your opinion because you made me think.
Right.
That's a beautiful thing.
I mean, we would have to put it this way, right? So say they did find some evidence in Pennsylvania, right, against Kohberger. So that means if he was framed in Idaho and they found evidence in Pennsylvania, and I don't know if they have or what they found in Pennsylvania, we just see the paper sheet that has knife, this, a Glock or whatever, his gun, this, that, and the third. So say they found evidence in Pennsylvania, then you got to add Pennsylvania in part of setting him up. So then you got a state that's all the way across the country. So you got to say the FBI, Pennsylvania, and I've talked about this plenty of times, but for the people who say that Bryan Kohberger was framed, you're talking about 4 different agencies working against him. Local Pennsylvania, local Idaho, local Washington, and then FBI. So you're talking 4 different agencies that possibly have to be on the same page. Because what if they found some stuff at his Washington apartment? That's there you go. There's stuff in Washington also. So there's 3 agencies there alone from Pennsylvania, Idaho, and Washington. So to add in the FBI to think that they would all come together and combine and just put Bryan Christopher Kohberger behind bars is crazy to me.
Right. Yeah, there's no honor in arresting the wrong guy and sending the wrong guy to prison or worse. There's no honor in that. And I don't think, I worked just recently actually with some people that are with not FBI, but not too far from it. And you see that these guys, they take pride in their work. Their job, the guys that I was working with, their job is to keep people safe during upcoming large events and things like that. They want to get it right. You only get one chance to keep a crowd of people safe. I don't know. I just don't see law enforcement on a grand scale like you're talking about with Pennsylvania and Washington and Idaho throwing their careers away. It's like, this isn't the movie Jaws. Remember in Jaws, the mayor were like, we need the beach open. The crowds have got to come this weekend. This is our biggest moneymaker. We got to tell the people that you caught the shark, right? You did catch the shark. That's what I want them. That's what I want to tell the public. It's not like that. And I think people draw similarities to something like that. And I'm sorry, I just don't.
You see this comment?
I don't distrust law enforcement enough.
There is a such thing as crooked cops. I know that to be a fact. I've seen stories of it, right? But let's just be honest. You got to call it how you see it. There's DNA at the scene on a knife sheath. I know somebody borrowed his knife, this, that, and the third, and they must have borrowed his vehicle and all different types of stuff. But we won't hop into that. But there has been crooked stuff that's happened in our nation. I know that for a fact. I've seen the stories. For instance, I think it was either Chicago or New York, it was these detectives or officers were working together and they were working with gangs. And you have that type of stuff that goes on. Mm-hmm. But man, it blows my mind that people would think that all these different agencies would come together and just do this. You know what I mean? Like they think that these agencies would come together and it would first have to start with somebody crossing over the border or maybe a transaction with this knife to somebody in Idaho, and they commit this and basically have the same model vehicle and all these different type of things have to fall in line.
Right.
Hold on. This says right here, Flowers for Free says, in my opinion, Bryan was a PhD student who was framed by a schizophrenic that studied Bryan and was told to do so through the voices he heard. Bryan asked about who else was arrested because he knows who set him up.
Now, why wouldn't Bryan say who that is? I mean, that would be what would the reason be to keep quiet on it? Actually, too, you know that when Bryan said who else was arrested, think about it. You know that if prior to doing this, he thought about everything he was going to do, the order he was going to do it, and where he was going to park the car. He thought about every detail. Are you telling me after the fact that he didn't think for a moment, if I get arrested, what's the first thing I'm going to say? If I get arrested, he was thinking about that every day. Every time he got pulled over in Indiana, he was like ready to, the moment they're putting the cuffs on him, I know what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, was anybody else arrested? Because I know it's going to cast doubt. It's going to make them think that there's others involved. And then maybe they can, for whatever reason. I also heard too, I don't know that it's true. I did a little search. I couldn't seem to find it where, isn't this something BTK also said almost these very same words when he was arrested? So part of me was like, okay, if he has thought about what he would say the moment he was arrested, is it an homage to BTK? It's like, I don't know. I really don't know. But I do think that if he knows that it's somebody else, there's no reason to not give them up. I mean, look what he's facing. Unless it's his dad.
I mean, I feel like mistakes were made. I do feel like mistakes were made on law enforcement side. And this is where I think it came into play. I mean, the biggest mistake that they made, in my wholehearted opinion, is the fact that they told their community that they were safe. And he was still free. He was still on the loose. They told the community, you're safe. There's no ongoing threat. So my question to that would be, you would have to have some type of idea about who it is, or were y'all honed in on a suspect at that time that you thought you had this on lockdown and you didn't have to worry about nothing because you were already surveilling this person? I mean, that plays through my head too, Jeff, because you got to think these officers walked up, or not these officers, their group walked up on right there in front of us on a presser and said, there's no ongoing threat at that time. And there was, really, if you think about it.
Now, I can't remember. Were they at that time saying it looks like it was a crime of passion? I think that might have been around the same time. So, I mean, my theory, I wonder sometimes if they did know or have kind of a sense or an idea who it might be. And that if they were, I'd hate to think that it was just a gamble. I think they're very knowledgeable about making a guess like this. Well, to be, I'm only speculating. Right. Why they would make that comment. But could they have made that comment knowing, like, we think we know who it is, and when we make a comment to the public, and he's going to hear it, that you all are safe, and it looks like a crime of passion, and then what is BK going to do when he's watching the news and sees that? He's like, they think it's the Jacks.
That's a good point, Jeff.
They think it's the ex-boyfriend, and oh man, I'm so. The same thing as my theory too, with like they said it was a 2011 to 2013. I think they honestly did say they looked at the video and thought, I think that's what it is. And their expert that knows cars. Like my expert is my stepson. I asked him. I send him a picture. He's like, oh, it looks like a BMW X6. Thank you. I think that's what it is. And then I start doing the research. Like, damn, he's right again. So I think. Man, I just lost my train of thought.
It's all good. Did Bryan even say that? Bryan. See, that's the thing. We only heard that from Bryan Enton. If you're talking about if anybody else been arrested, now Bryan Enton put that out. Where he got that from, I can't tell you. So I just don't. Is Bryan Enton put out bullshit, or does he report properly? What is your opinion on that? I'll be looking for the comments, but. I think that Bryan Enton's reporting is usually up to par, and that's who I mess with most on News Nation. No offense to anybody there, but Bryan Enton, I think, does thorough reporting, and he put that out. So where did he hear that from? He obviously heard it from somebody.
I would imagine too, if he had any doubts from the person who told him that, he would also have something in there that shows that he doubts, what was said. So
Oh, I see a question for us. It's Mimi says, and thank you for the question. She says, why would somebody set Bryan Kohberger up? What reason would somebody have to set him up? And that's a very good point. What do you think, Jeff? I mean, because
I mean, we don't have a lot to go on to know what kind of guy Bryan is. You could get Willie up here, maybe. But,
yeah, man, he's always more than welcome. I just don't get why he changed his name, but hey, But people showed me clips where I was like, well, that's not what he said when he called in here, but that could just be something small that I'm confused about, and maybe his mind was roaming. I have no idea. I just know that he called in, and it was like I went to a few parties with him. And I knew his mom was a substitute teacher here, and I seen him a few times here or in the gym lock. I forget exactly word for word, but it was a little bit different from what he said on here, which was, I was like, well,
and that was a while ago. So
but it was like he didn't know if he played video games. Like, to me, you're not my friend if you don't know shit about me.
Right.
You get
I did hear him. It might have even just been yesterday or today. I think I heard him say, he knows people that knows Bryan well. Now, those are the people that he should be getting in contact with and seeing if they want to come up and share their experiences of Bryan. Those would be very, interesting stories, to hear. I guess maybe they don't want to.
That's a good question, though, Mimi. Like she said, why would somebody set him up? And that's like I said, a good question for the simple fact that the guy had just moved there not too long ago, was there, this, that, and the third. The only reason, who would have that reason to set him up? Maybe angry classmates that he was grading bad. If you wanted to take it that route, and that's if you're taking it that route. Was he really out there hanging out with people? We don't know the full story. We just know what's put out. I've seen classmates speak on him. He was, harsh on us on grading, but then did you see the couple?
Yeah.
Spoke afterwards, though, or like after the murders, he was a different person.
Different guy. Yeah.
See, that's what got me. I was like, he was a different pro. What do you mean by that? And then he got to breaking down. Well, he was more, like, yeah, 100, 110 here. I don't know. That just shows like maybe you got some confidence, or you cocky now because you did something. Like, what was the difference? And I'm sure they may be even at court or at trial. I meant on the stand to testify to that, to say how he was different after these murders. Maybe that does take place at this trial.
It's a very interesting observation. I don't mean to be crude, but it's like, if you got a friend and, he's been trying to get with this girl, and then he goes out on a date and he has a great date. The next day, he's a different person, right? He's experienced something. So not that this is, similar in any way, but what I'm saying is like, it almost does. It's just interesting to ponder on. It's like, okay, why is he so different all of a sudden? And exactly. It just so happened to coincides with this. I wonder if could it be like there's a part that it's like either he's into it, it's a thrill, or there's a part of him that feels extremely guilty for what happened. And now he's trying to make up for the awful thing he realizes he's done. So he's going to be extra nice to anybody that he encounters and trying to erase it from his mind of what actually happened. I mean, you can't erase something like that, I don't think. I mean,
so Delana says, so true, Jeff. Anyone arrested, just the strategy, in my opinion. No one is involved. He is indicted for 4 counts of murder. He was a lone wolf boogeyman in the middle of the night. Yeah. Law enforcement knew it was targeted, says you smell jealous. Let's get what we got. There wasn't.
Yeah, when they said targeted, what do you think about that, T? Because I think when I see targeted, I see the house is targeted because it's got a perfect back window into you can park back there. Actually, I give Rory credit from he's the other boots on the ground over there. He had a good point where he said, you can park your car right behind the house and just view the window in your rearview mirror. It's not like you're out there where everybody can see what you're doing and you're looking right into the house. You can sit in your car and just have the only thing that's moving, your eyeballs looking up at the rearview mirror, and you're checking out what's going in that window in the back there. And I've often thought that's all this was. That's how he chose his target. He just happened to find that spot saw what happened, and the moment he saw that, that person, that image is in his mind, and he's ruminated over it every day, every night, and can't get it out of his mind, and he's chosen his target.
Another thing, if you remember, you were searching for a long time, and a lot of people in the Rev Gang family right now, especially from Discord, are searching for this too. Remember, right around when he got arrested, Danny Van Sickle called in and said, "Hey, you remember that call from the Poconos? Me and you had this
a
long time ago when you were searching for it."
Yeah, what's her name?
Kayla Troutman.
Yes.
Now, people are saying that I had got this phone call that she was in the Poconos and there's a white Elantra with Washington plates, and she called in, and people are going through that right now, but haven't been able to find it. I think they're up to like December 19th. I've already
scoured. I couldn't find it, but I did have recollection of, well, I can't remember if I heard you guys talking about it or if I actually heard it, but yeah, the notion was that she's calling in like, do you guys think I should report this? I'm over here in the Poconos and it's a white Elantra. And I remember, my understanding is you told her, yes, definitely report that.
I remember something like that coming through, and I told somebody to report it, but maybe people's minds are going to somewhere else, because I remember telling somebody to report it, but I don't remember exactly what it was. You know what I'm saying? I don't remember exactly what it was because I was on for 370.
I was going to say, you don't make it easy for people when you got 4 million hours of stuff.
Dude, just from November 23rd and up, or maybe even the 20th, I was on for 371 hours.
Wow. You
figure 8 hours a day. I was up at 6 a.m. Before I would even hit go live, there was 500 people waiting for me to hit the button to go live. And lines were busy all day long. You guys kept me so damn busy. I was popping emails up. Everybody, open this email, pop this here. I sent you this. I mean, we were looking through everything. And that's the reason why that Netflix documentary wants me on, is because of the way that was going on. I didn't even know those producers were sitting in the live watching.
Right.
Because that's what she told me. She's like, we were actually watching.
You offered a service to the community where it's like, because everybody's thinking about this and they're talking about this amongst themselves, and then occasionally they'll watch somebody on YouTube talk at them, and then you have a platform where they can just come on and share what they're, I mean, you probably helped a lot of people sleep at night because they were able to just unpack everything they're thinking, things that they're worried about,
wake up in the morning and get right back to the updates live. We were right. That's how it was. It was, man. And I think a lot of people are stuck in that speculation phase too. And I am too. I speculate about certain things, but I've came up to gather in my own mind. I just came down to the conclusion that, man, there's a lot of stuff aiming at this guy. Circumstantial. Yeah, it's circumstantial right now. I mean, we don't know what else they have, but I feel like it's strong. His DNA's there, so he's got to explain something. If it wasn't him, he knows something, in my opinion.
Right.
I'm at the point where we got a player here. If not the only player, that's how I'm looking at this. If you know what I mean, people claim there's multiple people. Well, guess what? If there is, we got one of them.
Yeah.
That's how I'm looking at this. We got 4 victims, man, that are gone. That'll never be able to talk to their family ever again.
Right.
So it's like, to see so many people advocating for Bryan Kohberger, these groups on Facebook that are taking pictures and having their picture put next to them, like, I'm in love. I've seen some weird shit. And it's like, man, why aren't these people advocating for the victims? What's going on with that?
I mean, I think if he is innocent, it will probably be clear in the trial, and we'll understand that he's innocent if so. But I don't think that's how it's going to go. I mean, I think thing is too, if he is innocent and he's wrongly accused, I mean, I think he's probably going to continue his criminology education. He's going to be a very well-paid professor, teaching about, these types of things. And he's going to be known as the guy who was, almost, unalived himself by the judicial system for this case. But to be honest with you, I just wonder if if he's the type of guy that could imagine himself in front of that class in the future, say he wasn't caught. He's in front of that class. It's like, okay, class, open up your textbooks to this chapter. We're going to cover this unsolved Idaho 4 crime again. And they're like, again, Mr. Kohberger? Yes, again, we're going to cover it again. Because I like, just discussing it with you guys.
I kind of want to discuss this real quick before you finish that up, because Robert Bell says News Nation puts out false reports. We all know that by the IDs. Now, she had an explanation for that. You remember?
Yeah, Jennifer's. Yeah.
She said, she straight up put it on. She said straight, just like this. A source reached out to somebody on Chris Cuomo's team and told them that the IDs not belong to the victims, but somebody at the residence, or
it's a connection to that house.
Exactly. So that's what they were saying on there. Now, do I know that to be true? No, because it was a source unnamed. So as long as it's unnamed, to me, it's a 50-50 toss-up. It either is or it's not. And you got to split it down the middle like that. That's how you got to look at it. It either is or it's not. Either their source is straight up bullshit or they're the real deal. That's how
it could be an ID of somebody that used to live there. Or isn't there a roommate that is on the lease or something at the time but didn't live there? There's like
that night or something. I forget, but yeah, there's something like that. And maybe the chat even knows, because some people know that. Yeah, I see you, Miss Brazy. Welcome.
I think too, it's like I think the thing that's unfortunate is that if you come to the table with hating law enforcement from what's the expression, from Jump Street, then your reaction to the stuff that you're hearing in this case is going to be tainted by that.
Welcome, French.
It's almost like if you don't, like, say I don't trust people that wear a hat, then any subject matter that we're talking about regarding hats, I'm already tainted, and I'm gonna think negatively of the hat people.
Right.
I think the thing is, and that's unfortunate, because they're already, the law enforcement is already thrown under the bus before you even hear what they have to say. And what you can end up, what we hear and what we see them present, I don't think you need to think that it's like they're jerks, they're idiots, or they're being nefarious. It's just that you just don't understand what it is that, there's certain things they can present, certain things they can't yet.
Right.
I think they deserve a little bit of, it's like, look at the Lori Vallow case. I mean, we applaud the police in the work that they did there. They found these missing kids in the backyard based off of pings from Alex Cox's phone.
That's a sad.
And it's extremely sad. It's like, but don't forget that you can applaud law enforcement and their efforts, because they're using amazing technology. If anyone can say to me with my computer skills or what I'm doing here is like, oh, that's nice work. Forget that. Look at what the FBI can do. We were looking at Jack D and Jack S for the longest time.
90%, 7,000 votes.
What's that?
90%, 7,000 votes on Jack D when I was running lives.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
90% out of 7,000 votes. And to think about that right now blows my mind. And thank you, Fringe Reporter. I appreciate it.
Here's the way I like to think of it, is that when we were thinking it was Jack D or Jack S, and we were like certain, that's when FBI said, hold my beer. And they showed us how it's done. And they showed us how to solve a crime.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, had it not been for the knife sheath, he probably would have gotten away with this. We probably wouldn't have anybody, arrested. I mean, I personally think they have the right person. But like I said, my mind is open, and I'll hear.
Let's talk about
any opinion.
Let's talk about the new documents that came out, and it's coming up very soon. August 2nd, we got an evidentiary hearing. I'll be live here, and we'll be covering it, the live updates together. But on the 2nd of August, we have an evidentiary hearing. I want to know what they're going to discuss in that evidentiary hearing. Is it going to be trying to get that Sheath thrown out, or are they not using it? Because people have been putting it out there that they're not using it, but I've yet to see on paper through any of these documents that they're not using this sheet.
Yeah, you know, I mean, what do you think if they were able to throw the sheath out, which you know they want to, the defense? I mean, what then?
If they do get it thrown out,
yeah,
that's a good point, and it's a good conversation that we need to have. If they do get the sheath thrown out, now you're left with phone pings. You're left with phone pings. You're left with anything else that they don't have in front of us, which could be other DNA at the house, which we don't know of. All we know is that on that snap, they found Bryan Kohberger's DNA. But the real big mystery is what's under those sealed documents. Is there other DNA? You would have his vehicle on camera, allegedly, which they would have to prove without a shot of a doubt. 100%. No, you know what I'm saying? You can't leave no doubt out there. You would have to be able to prove this was Bryan Kohberger coming to this residence. Take that DNA off the table. If they get it knocked off, they're going to have to prove their case, Jeff.
Right.
Big time. And it not just by a little. They're going to have to do it with no doubt. They're going to have things that put him there. They're going to have some good video footage. Those phone pings of where he's at during those times are going to have to be very accurate, which, I mean, look what they're using against the Long Island serial killer. They got him with phone pings also. Right. I mean, there's no telling what he was searching on his computers. There's no telling about any of that, who he was, one of the victims he was following. We don't really know that. We just know the rumors. They have it all on paper. They got their Snapchats. They got the Metas, which runs Facebook, Instagram, etc. You get what I'm saying? So when it comes down to it, they're going to have to prove their case. Even just with that little bit of touch DNA, they're still going to have to prove their case, even if it stays in. Yeah. In my opinion. And I think that they can. I really think that they can.
And I think too, don't you think that if law enforcement says they have one footprint, don't you think that can also mean they have two, that they have three, that they have four? Doesn't mean, that's the thing I hate hearing people talk about. It's like, this doesn't make any sense. They've only got one footprint. It's like, no, they only told you they have one footprint. It seems to me that could mean they have more.
Thank you.
I mean, they're going for the death penalty. Clearly they believe in the case that they have. And I mean, I know I would imagine maybe it is the best advice if you've been arrested for something like this to just kind of be quiet. But man, if this was me and I'm just going to school, I'm a criminology PhD student, I'm driving a little white Elantra, and you're accusing me of what? It's like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be yelling and screaming. It's like, get my professor on the phone and like to ask her. She knows BTK. She interviewed BTK personally. She will tell you, I am not that kind of person. This is not me. I didn't do this. But I don't know. It seems a little bizarre that the choice is to be quiet.
Thank you, Mr.
Maybe that's good legal advice. To sit, from what I understand, to sit and watch a lot of video and footage about what people are saying about him from prison. I don't know. I see it. A lot of people too, I've heard, will say, well, why would he throw all his career away? Why would he throw all this education away? I mean, for me, it's not that hard to imagine. You are you're studying this subject matter, and it kind of, the realization comes to you that it's amazing technology. Crimes are being solved with DNA and just amazing technology. My God! But do you? I love that.
Yeah. Oh my God! You gotta throw that.
My wife was asking me, "What the heck is that all about? What is that?" I said, "Oh, it's a meeting."
You gotta always put it. Stop the cap. Nah, but that is true, happy dude.
But you're in class. You're learning all this stuff. And you're starting to realize that the names of all the detectives that solve these crimes are unknown to everyone, but the names of the killers, his professor wrote a book about one, interviewed him personally, directly. I mean, is there a possibility you just start to be like, wow, I think I identify more with the criminal element than the law enforcement element here. I mean, come on, we see our even amongst our dueling YouTubers that don't like law enforcement. You know, what's to say he didn't get to a point where I don't like law enforcement either. I like the criminal guy. I want to be the criminal.
Okay, so you don't like law enforcement, right? At least, all right, I've had my run-ins with the law as a kid and once or twice as an adult. For me to say I completely don't like the law enforcement would be a lie, because in reality, if we don't like law enforcement, take law enforcement away right now. Take law enforcement away, and you don't have nobody out here enforcing nothing. You
Right.
take law enforcement away, I mean, you're gonna have people up in your crib shooting you, robbing you.
That's kind of like in Seattle not that long ago, right? They had that whole block of
Shit'll be like
basically law enforcement just stepped away and said, have at it for a while and see how it goes.
See, that's another thing. Sealed documents, Meta sealed documents. Is that Facebook? Is he Papa Rodgers? I mean, yeah, other people may have brought it. People always keep saying it's like the rebuttal to him being Papa Rodgers. Well, other people said the Sheath. It's like, okay. But this certain dude made himself weird on the internet. It was this one certain guy. Nobody pointed out, Bubba, Johnny, Jenny, and Craig. They pointed out Papa Rodgers and said, dude, this dude is weird.
Right.
This guy is a weirdo.
Yeah, that was strange. I mean, that guy could be, you ever meet those guys that are just confident about everything? They will probably even fake a lot of their answers, but they always just want to be like, oh man, that guy sounds so smart. He just knows it all. And, him mentioning the knife sheath could have been just a very good guess. Or, it's not like he's going with no information at all. It's like if they know the type of wounds and what knife, the thought is they don't have the knife. Well, I mean, it doesn't take that much to think, okay, it must be the knife sheath they must have found. It's possible, but it is a little mysterious. And the fact that he went offline after Bryan was arrested, it's interesting. But I mean, look at all the stuff that you watch the videos of Bryan interact with the law when he's pulled over. We've got just a little bit of what type of person he is to go by. I mean, can you see him like sitting at his computer and like being Papa Roger? I mean, it's quite possible.
Yeah, toying with law enforcement or just toying with people online in general. Yeah,
well, look at the stuff that's going on with the footage, right? The Linda Lane footage. There's somebody that has leaked that out, and it's similar, right? They're just kind of watching from a distance. Or that guy Dave that called into your show, and we thought it might be, surely he sat there from a distance and just watched it all happen, right?
On that note, the reason why I firmly believe that was him that called in is because of his really good friend, that Arntz chick. She 100% said that was him. And you're talking about somebody that was good friends with him. So when she said that, I was kind of blown away, because I didn't even think this. I already had moved on from that phone call. Some people thought it was weird. It only had like 6,000 views, that whole live, right? And the day that he gets arrested, Danny Van Sickle calls up and goes, Rev, you remember that call you got 2 weeks ago? Play it. And I played it. Next thing you know, I'm sitting there, dude. 5-10 minutes later, I turn on friggin' Twitter and it has 500,000 views. Somebody done posted it up, said, T-REV 757 talked to the killer. And I'm like, damn. Like, 500,000 views in like 10 minutes on this one Twitter post that this guy took and posted it up. Then next thing you know, TikTok, it was posted everywhere. So I had to speak on it. I had every news station in the country reaching out to me. Every news station, New York Times, local news stations from each state, emails blown up, Twitter blown up. Every producer from their friggin' channel was hitting me up like, yo, we got to get you on. We got to talk about this phone call, blah, 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 blah. And the only show I ended up picking to go on, I think, was just the News Nation one. And I talked to a couple producers on the phone, like, about the story, but News Nation wanted me on and Inside Edition really wanted me on. but I just ended up choosing to do the News Nation one.
Right.
But
right.
yeah, man, it was crazy. And Marie says, T-REV question, at what point do you think he realized he lost the sheath, and can you imagine his panic? I think he knew like shortly after, because he did come back to the crime scene that morning. I think he realized pretty, within maybe an hour after, who knows, maybe even quicker than that. And he was just paranoid about going back there. Did somebody hear me? Is the cops called already? This, that, and the third. After you commit something like that, you're not just going to go back and try to sneak your way in to grab a sheath because you just committed 4 homicides.
Something I've thought too is that, like I said, I think he could, you can clearly see through Maddie's window in the back. Who's to say that he didn't come in and the whole intent was just to, that all he knew was what he saw in that window. He saw Maddie, probably saw Kaylee. He came up there that those two were the only intended people he intended to harm. And then he left and he's like, nice sheath. Oh, crap. And then he went back in, and that's when he ran into Xana. And then it was, then it became a quadruple murder, not just a double. But then at that point, it's time to get out of there. I don't know.
Miss Bracey's chili donning in my tinfoil hat. I'm dead.
I got to get one of those.
Mark says Occam's razor, the simplest explanation that will account for a circumstance or event is most likely the correct explanation. There's more evidence we don't know. Promise. For law enforcement in my fam, they watch you too. Say you're on point. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mark, and everybody who's just been in chat participating. I appreciate that. That's a good point, Woody. Woody brought up a good point right here. YMW Melly getting fried by his phone pings. Now, I was watching that trial when I woke up, I put that trial on and was watching it. I put it on in Discord for a little bit, and they're deliberating now, which I think I'm gonna cover what happens at the end of that. But he said something about like I did it or I did that. And there was some weird shit going on, and the defense made like a good argument against the detective in that case. So I'm interested to see how that turns out in the YMW Melly case. They got one footprint. See, and Jeff said it earlier, maybe they have another footprint. Maybe they have another, but then again, why only mention one footprint? Which is, it's a good point to bring up. It's a good point to bring up, Chris. So I appreciate you bringing that up. They only mentioned one. Why not just mention, hey, I have a set of footprints if you have them? Thoughts, Jeff?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I think the police have a lot of evidence. I mean, they obviously have more than just what they've shown, right? I think everybody could agree with that. If they have just 4 or 5 more items of evidence that we don't know about, it could be really good evidence, I mean, if they seem confident in that they have their guy. All we're doing is speculating until trial time. It's like the football game that's coming up this weekend. All we're doing is just discussing it. But what do we know? I mean, we're sitting here comparing stats of like the quarterbacks, and I think it's going to go this way. I think it's going to go this way. No, you're wrong.
The thing is, though, the thing is, the most important thing is justice for these victims. If it's not the right guy, we want this fucker out the way.
Right.
And if it is, we want him behind bars. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm trusting that the FBI and all these law enforcement agencies came together and did a thorough job. I'm trusting that. And I'm also trusting, if they didn't, I'm trusting that defense to pick them apart.
Right.
So I'm also trusting the defense to, make sure that they cover BK if he's not the right guy. Now, like I said, the evidence that they have put out, it points right at BK. There's nothing that shows me otherwise. But if it ends up not being him, we need to get it out the way quicker, correct?
Right.
Which is why I think the prosecution is pushing to get this. From what I was reading, they wanted October 2nd, but I think it's going to be far longer after that this trial is going to happen, Jeff. And Dawn says, I think he planted the sheath to look like law enforcement planted the sheath. maybe be too baffling to argue. Jury may not be able to wrap their mind around what's his defense. Law enforcement planted Sheath. What do you think about that?
I think I actually go along with what Papa Sal believes, that Maddie was the first person that he was attacking, that Kaylee came in. Who knows? Maybe the dog perceived what was going on in the next room before Kaylee did and started kind of jumping around, which is what Dylan heard, sounded like somebody playing with the dog. I know my dog hears like somebody coming up with Uber Eats delivery before I know they're coming. Well, that's not true because they tell me on the phone. So actually I got technology over the dog. But anyway, but so Maddie's being attacked. Kaylee comes in to try and tries to stop it, and kind of takes him by surprise. See, the thing is, he was able to do, I believe, what he did in short time because of the element of surprise. When you see somebody, I mean, who here is ready to have a knife just all of a sudden appear and come towards them like that? It's going to take anybody off guard, especially if you're drunk, especially if you're maybe already partially asleep. But I think Kaylee coming in, if that's what happened, came in, tried to stop it, and in the scuffle, dropped the sheath, and then the fact that it said it was partially under her, maybe he looked around for it. I don't know how light the room was. Maybe it was dark. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how bright it was in there. If it's dropped and he can't find it, and he knows he's just got to get out of there, and then he comes down the stairs and encounters, I believe encountered Xana, maybe on her way from the kitchen back to her room. She had just gotten DoorDash. If she's like my wife, yeah, you get DoorDash, but they're not giving you the pepper, the spices, all the stuff that you put on your stuff. You're going to get that from the kitchen, and then you're going to take it back to your room. And I think Xana was next. I think maybe Ethan was in bed, asleep already. Mm-hmm. So, or I also had a theory that maybe Ethan was in the bathroom. I know some people have, again, like my wife, food comes. What are you going to do? You go wash your hands. So I could see Xana saying, "Okay, we got the DoorDash. We're going to eat it in the room." But or maybe he says himself, "I'm going to go wash my hands." Is in the bathroom, comes out of the bathroom, finds Xana laying on the floor, doesn't know what the heck's going on, and doesn't maybe at that point too, I believe maybe doesn't see, Bryan. And when I say Bryan, I say allegedly, but we all know what we're saying here.
I mean, I got the disclaimer down below for you, but it don't hurt to add it to it.
So, but if he came out of the bathroom and found Xana laying on the floor, maybe face down, doesn't know, can't see if the stab wounds are in the front, maybe just doesn't know what's going on. He comes in and says, "I'm here to help you. It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna help you." That's kind of what one of the things Dylan heard, right? So
that's I don't know. I'm here to help you. What? Who's he here to help? The person with the wounds?
Right. Ethan is there to help Xana. Ethan comes out of the bathroom, sees Xana on the floor, but doesn't see Bryan because Bryan's just inside the doorway or, on the inside the room, and comes down to try and help her, and then ends up getting, I don't know, he could be stabbed in the back. It just have no time to react. Everybody's like, well, Ethan's so much bigger than Bryan. Well, yeah, but if you don't see the knife that's coming at you and you don't see the person and you don't expect it, you're just trying to figure out what's going on with Xana. She's on the floor all of a sudden. And maybe you see a little bit of blood or something at this point, But it does take. The thing is, it takes a little while, I imagine, for blood to come out. It's not like it's just going to be everywhere. And I think because it hasn't come out yet, and because things are happening quick, and if she is on the floor and falls on top of all her wounds, I don't know. When you start to think about how could he have not stepped in any, right? Well, maybe that's it.
Yeah, that's my birthday, Pamela. 9/11. Born in room 9/11, weighed 9 pounds 11 ounces on 9/11.
No way.
At 9/11 at night. Yeah, 9/11, no doubt. 9/11 at night. When my parents told me that, I wigged out, and that's why I said on my birthday, I think I'm gonna do a 9/11 stream where we go through a lot of different stuff, and because that's what I always think about on my birthday is 9/11.
Yeah. You know that airplane flew right over my son's school, preschool.
My dad was working at the
Pentagon.
Pentagon at that time. Yeah, my dad was actually working in there when the plane crashed.
Wow,
which is crazy too. But
I'm glad he was in the right part of the building.
That's a whole nother live.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I need to get my dad on for that one. Those meta documents were specifically for the victims. They never mentioned Bryan, unfortunately, leads me to believe it doesn't have anything to do with Papa Rodgers' account. Could be wrong though, says Horseface. We could all be wrong, Horseface. It's okay to put out what your thoughts are, and I appreciate you saying what you feel in chat. I appreciate that. And you could absolutely be 100% right. I could be wrong. You never know, man. But we're just trying to put this puzzle together. We want to know what happened to Kaylee, Ethan, Maddie, and Xana that night. We want to know. It rocked us. It rocked the nation, and we were all together for days. We were together for days on this, and it's gonna bother me until I see the outcome, and it's gonna bother me even after that. You know what I mean?
Gee, I'm curious. Is there any other videos that have, that I've done that I don't know if anybody's got questions about them, or if anybody's got any ideas or thoughts of what could be helpful.
Yeah, anything that you guys got, put it in chat. Is it possible to send you a text tonight, T-REV? I'm not able to email at the moment. Actually, you know what? That's a good idea. If you want to send text, you can. Send it to 219-885-9693. I got it pulled up right now, so I can actually see text messages too. If you're trying to get a certain comment through, or there's something that maybe I'm not seeing and I'm passing it, definitely text it to the phone number 219-885-9693. I'll definitely take a peek at them. That's actually a good idea. I like that.
There's Autumn's got a thought.
Let me catch up to that because I'm still back at 11:54 looking at comments.
Oh wow, yeah, she's 105.
Let's see, I'm catching up because there's a lot of comments, a lot of people that got them in.
I don't know how you keep up on comments and do all that at the same time, just like one-man band.
Emails, comments, and we don't know the exact words that were heard or how they were said. That's what I'm saying. A lot of that's going to play out in court. What was Bethany's statements? Because for some reason the defense said we need to meet with Bethany.
Yeah.
What was that reason? Why? Why did they need to meet with Bethany? What was the point behind that?
Yeah, that I don't know. I mean, part of me wonders if Bethany's got some good noise canceling headphones and sleeps hard, she may have absolutely nothing. But I mean, even if they knew she had absolutely nothing, would they say, well, if we start talking about her, call her into question, we can cause some doubt in all this. And I don't know. It sure seems though that, I can't wait. Eventually, I guess we're going to get the answer to why it took so long to call 911.
Well, also you got to think about it during the trial. We're going to hear the rain cam footage. We're going to hear that 111. Isn't it 1112?
1112, yeah. 11.
I think it's 1112. I think we're going to hear that rain cam footage. Let's see. Chris Phillips says Dylan is the wild card. Her testimony will be crazy. It's definitely going to be a key point of the trial, I think.
Yeah.
I definitely believe that too. I think that Bethany and Dylan, they're going to be key parts of the trial, and maybe some of the other people that they bring in, because you got to think there was people over that morning, and the big story going around is, a lot of the kids knew before anybody did. I see that all the time, and I want to know the real story behind that. Because, to every little rumor, there's some truth, and then you got some that are just flat out lies. But in reality, it was even talked about on the Dateline. And thank you, Chris.
Yeah, is it the kind of thing? It's like with all these people that were, did everyone think that somebody else was going to call 911 or already had, or is that could it be something as simple as that? It's like, oh, I thought you called them. No, I thought you called them. Oh shoot, nobody's called them. Well, somebody call them. I don't know though. I know something as serious as that. I think you just doesn't matter how many calls to 911. Everybody, if you've got a phone, call. But yeah, I don't know what I don't know what to make of that 8 hours and the notion of, were they actually calling other friends before thinking about calling, unless they didn't realize they had deceased, maybe, unless they thought, oh my gosh, they're passed out, nobody can wake them up, then maybe it's like, oh my gosh, what a party that was, or that kind of thing.
I'm with you on that, time traveler. I'm with you 100% on that. We got to know what happened during those 8 hours. Especially if Bethany knew something. Were they both in a shock phase? If Bethany knew something, now I'm speculating when I say that, but the defense definitely wanted to meet with her for a reason, and it's just not leaving my mind. I can't get that out of my mind. I want to know why they wanted to meet with her. Did she look out her window? Did she see something? Did she make a statement to investigators? What was said there for them to want to meet with her? One, and then two, you got Dylan, who locked her door, allegedly went to sleep, closed her door, whatever. She yells up, this, that, the third. She opened the door, see a man, clad all black. Did she see a knife in his hand? Because there's something missing there. You don't just close the door and go to sleep after you allegedly seen a dude with a mask on walk right by you. You don't close your door for some reason. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's just something off about that. And like I said, the most simplest story can explain that.
But if it's could it be explained away as that, Dylan looks at this guy, doesn't realize that he's done anything horrible like we know now, but thinks, is this like, could she have looked at him and thought, oh my gosh, is Kaylee got rid of Jack for this guy? What, man, she's going the wrong way, or have some kind of opinion like, what does this do that is in the house? Or if it's a party house, there's a lot of people in and out of that house, I imagine. We saw from the body cam footage, that house even would have no residents that live there in the house while it's filled with a party. So it's clearly all kinds of people are coming in and out of that house. So did Dylan look at this guy coming with the bushy eyebrows and thinking, was she thinking, well, good, at least it's this jerk that's he must be the one causing all the noise and commotion. He's leaving. Well, maybe he's just a troublemaker. Well, at least he's gone now. I'm going to sleep. Forget that.
A majority of the statement, or a majority of people, I didn't mean to say statement. A lot of majority of people think Dylan's lying. And I gotta say, it's overwhelming how many people say she's lying. I read it. I see it daily. I see the emails about it, but people send me long breakdowns, and I appreciate it for the simple fact that I get to see what people's thoughts and opinions are. So when they send in these emails and they write 4 paragraphs talking about how they think and what they think went wrong with Dylan or why they question it, I see it. And there's a lot of emails like that, Jeff. It blows my mind, but at the same time, it doesn't, because there is an 8-hour gap. And there is something there that wasn't explained. There was something told to investigators that we just don't know details on. And in the PCA, it left a spot for people to just be like, why did she leave? There's 8 hours. Oh my God. Maybe they could have put something there to shut that down. But then again, it comes down to the trial, because they don't have to put it all out. They just have to get enough for a judge to say, okay, arrest him. Yeah,
hey, too, is it in the PCA with all the details of what Dylan said? Is it in the order that it happened, that she witnessed it? Is it just, how much time was between, it sounds like somebody's playing with the dog, to I'm here to help you?
That's a good question.
Did it happen in that order? All this kind of stuff. I know the PCA's purpose is just to present that we've got enough probable cause evidence to make an arrest, and then follow the process from there. I don't know.
That's a good question. There's a document right here. Where's it at? Let me pull this bad boy up. It's on my phone. Highlighted right about. Dang, is it that far back? presumably the defendant was attempting to show how the IgG information is material to the preparation of this defense when he asserted that someone other than the defendant may have placed his DNA on the K-bar knife sheath. That's brought up a lot to me too. And that I want to say that comes from the trying to remember where this was highlighted from. It was in the reply in the supportive motion to protect or for protective order.
Thank you, Miss Brazzi.
But they were talking about the DNA, the STR analyst for it, the other DNA that was at the house that wasn't identified. Like, what were your thoughts on that document that came out specifically? And it made the internet go crazy.
Yeah, how many people was it that had unidentified?
I think it was 2.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I mean, I don't know the nature of that DNA, what kind it is, or what.
STR.
Is it the same as like touch DNA, or? I'm not sure. Well, the only thing I could. The thing that comes to mind is that they were just able to rule this out. It's like if you find DNA on a coffee cup in the kitchen sink, it's like, okay, well, which one should we give more importance to? The DNA we found on the knife sheath or the DNA on that coffee cup that's sitting in the kitchen sink? Mm-hmm. I mean, the DNA on the kitchen sink is probably nothing. Note it, jot it down, make a profile, based off of it, but it's I don't know. I would imagine
when it comes to short tandem repeat, that's what it's called. And it says, as the name replies, short tandem repeat STR analyst is a method of determining an individual's DNA profile by counting the number of times a small DNA sequence short tandem repeat unit is repeated at a specific chromosomal location, something like that, whatever that word is, but here, I'll show you exactly.
Chromosomal?
Yeah, it's something like that. Here, look. I'll pull it up on here so you can see what I'm talking about. This right here.
Oh, I can't read. What are you doing?
I mean, come on now. Look, let's see what I'm talking about. Boom.
Chromosomal location.
Now, that's the STR that they're talking about on this specific document. Maybe somebody in chat really knows that well. When it comes down to the certain profiles, because I was trying to get a good definition of what STR is. I mean, it's right here. What is chromosomal? What the hell is it? Is it touch? Is it the short meaning for touch DNA? Is it? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I just typed in chromosomal death, involving or relating to chromosomes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well.
I definitely want to know what the hell it is. They're involved. Maybe they were removing drugs before the cops got there.
You know what? The DNA on the knife sheath. Where do you picture that? Where do you picture that they found it? Like, describe to me where you think they found that DNA. Because I hear it from different people, and I think different people picture it differently as to exactly what spot. Where did they find it?
I think they found it right on the snap, right where they said they found it, right in that button.
On the outside, like when it's snapped.
Yeah, that's a good question.
See, I think when we get clarity on that, I think that will definitely help. Because if it's on the outside, it seems like it could be wiped off easily. But if it's on the inside of the snap, DNA is on the inside, and then you snap it closed. Now it's preserved in there. And my theory is that he say the night before he's practicing, he unsnaps the knife, he's doing his stuff. He's like, okay, I got to do it this way quick. And okay, I'm going to put it back in. I'm going to try it again. I'm going to unsnap it, do it again. And then he puts the knife back in, snaps it closed. Now he's been doing this all with bare hands, right? And then he's like getting ready to leave to go do the deed. He wipes down the sheath. He's wiping it down real good. I don't know what chemical he's using, but he's wiping it down. And he kind of forgets that the inside of the snap that's now snapped like a Tupperware bowl has the DNA from when he was practicing with it barehanded. And he forgot about that. And that's what I think. So I think my gut tells me that it's on the inside of that button, not on the actual outside of the button.
We got plenty of there's text messages coming through. I see. Hey, T-REV, it's Livy Live. I had my own experience tonight. Had to be vigilant and thankful for my cams and fast thinking and local police responded quick. Well, I'm glad that you're okay, Livy Live. Thank you for sharing that with me. And I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad everything was okay. Your cameras are working good. I also see somebody else said they sent me a pic. I see it. This is from the video when the car was turning in Linda video. Is that what it says? The light caught the driver for a second. It's hard to see, but I see him. I'll try to pull it up. Let me see.
I think if you go to that, that red video that I did, I kind of made it a little bit red to try and make it easier to see the outline of the car and everything. And I put the Elantra, overlaid it.
Somebody just sent this. They said about this picture, they said, this is from the video when the car was turning in lane vid. The light caught the driver for a second. It's hard to see, but I see him. I'd be lying if I said I seen something. I don't know. I don't see anything there, but
that's it. Yeah, that's a tough one because that's similar to like when people see Jesus in a bowl of spaghetti or something, or in a photo that's all out of focus. It's a tough one. Now, I would imagine that camera at 11:12, there's a possibility that's got a shot of his face. If he's doing a 3-point, turn right there, you probably got a side view of the side door. Then he goes forward, he goes back. Now he's facing the camera with his face, and then he drives past. Remember the Darrell Brooks footage? They had that, somebody caught that side view of him. I can't believe when he saw that picture of himself behind the wheel, that wasn't like game over. It's like, in fact, they still had a trial, Yeah. But T, maybe pull up that footage on my YouTube channel that's got I can tell you what it's called.
Damn, Jeff's blowing up tonight.
Well, you hear all those dings?
Yeah, Jeff's blowing up.
Sure, that's my wife. Like, when are you coming to bed?
Jeff's blowing up, man.
Oh man, she's watching.
Jeff's got the detectives on his team tonight. They're on his ass.
She said,
No,
my wife texted me. She said, chromosomal DNA is related to genetics.
Shout out to your wife, by the way. We appreciate you sharing Jeff with us as well as, my fiance. She's on my ass too, but she loves me.
She's been really great lately because I have been, putting a lot of time, devoted to this kind of thing. And, she's been great.
Shout out to Ghost Devil on this overlay that he made too. This overlay that you see right now, he created that. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
I don't think BK saw DM. I think she barely cracked the door. Who's this dude? I like him. This is Jeff H. He edited the 2 videos that I have up with Jennifer Coffindorfer. Not only did he do that, he has plenty of other footage and stuff that he's put together. Is the videos that you see me showing tonight, like this one right here with the Elantra driving around. He did that one. I think Jeff is great.
T, maybe if you go to my YouTube homepage and then just scroll down to there's a section. I've got these little playlist sections, and there's the one section called the White Elantra, and it's all the videos dealing with the White Elantra. But it's the second one is it's very red. I wonder if we can look and see the other person that was saying that they thought they could see.
Which one are you talking about specifically? Are you talking about the one where you have the 2015 Elantra that backs up?
No, it's called Sure Looks Like a 2015 Elantra to me.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Yeah.
Let me pull that bad boy up. This one right here specifically. That's seen on T-REV. I love that.
It's maybe
we need to put that on some damn t-shirts.
I think I know what they're talking about with regards to maybe being able to see inside the vehicle. You know what? I mean, what I see is not necessarily seeing a person inside the vehicle, but I'm seeing through the window to the light that's way in the distance for maybe one frame.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one thing that would be really nice is that, you know, they released the 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. Wait, what do we have? 1 a.m. to 2? Oh, I got it right here in front of me. Yeah, so you got 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., 2 a.m. to 3, 3 to 4, and 4 to 5, right? Four hour-long files, basically. Unfortunately, only the 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. is high-definition video, is HD. It's 1920 by 1080. The 2 a.m. to 3 a.m., 3 a.m. to 4 a.m., 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. are all just lower quality video. So, which is unfortunate because, like, as I'm zooming in here, if this was HD video, it would be a little bit sharper. We might be able to see more. So it's a little unfortunate. If there was a way to get, you know, the HD video, that would help.
Somebody text this comment. I think he definitely went upstairs. And this, by the way, 315. I see your text message that came through. It says specifically, I think he definitely went upstairs first. Based on the 412 TikTok activity for Xana, I believe he killed Ethan first because the coroner and family mentioned defensive wounds on Xana, but didn't mention on Ethan. And Xana was near the door on the floor. Sounds like she tried helping Ethan and fought hard with BK. Then he bounced. He didn't expect Ethan at all and wanted to get out of there. Good point, 315.
Yeah, it's hard. You know, yeah, anybody's guess is on what happened in that room and what order. I mean, the thing that I think you can suppose or surmise from is that I believe he definitely was leaving Xana's room, walked past that good vibes light that lit up his face so that Dylan could see his face while only having her door open a crack.
Yeah.
And you know, there's that step. There's that step that you step from Dylan's room. You have to kind of step up into the living room to go to Xana's room. Actually, I just saw earlier tonight. I saw a video of inspectors inside the house shot through the window, and you can see them step up on that step. So it's actually is a considerable.
What are you talking about? I'm in the house now.
Okay, yeah, go right in front of Dylan's room, and you'll see.
Okay, let's go upstairs. We're gonna go upstairs. We'll go down the hall, and we'll get right in here.
Now turn around to look into the living room from right outside of her door.
Okay, so turn around.
See that step right there? That lighter wooden color. See, that's
right here.
That's probably like I don't know, what's a
good catch. I never noticed that.
2-inch step. Well, here's my theory: is that he came down from upstairs, might have tripped on that step a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So then when he exited after leaving Xana's room, I imagine if I tripped on that, the next time I encounter it, I'm going to be looking down to make sure I don't trip again. So, which also would have lit his eyebrows. His head would have been down a little bit. He's lit by the good vibes light. She's got her door open a crack just like it shows there. She's got a good sight of his face, his eyebrows, and he's looking down, not seeing her. That's my theory anyway. But if you man, if I could find it, I was just looking at it tonight. I saw this old news clip from like a couple days afterwards. And these officers were, you could clearly see them walking up that step.
There's a lot of praise in chat, Jeff, for you know, the video editing and in the work that you do.
Well, I appreciate that.
That's why I said, man, I gotta have Jeff as you know, my friend, man. I'll learn a lot from this guy, especially with video editing, because I know how to do the basic shit. But when it comes down to
I told you I'll teach you everything I know. I mean, there's so many things that I know because of the graciousness and generosity of people that knew, and I think that's also a good reason to not be a jerk and an a-hole to people, because so much of what I know, you know, I mean, I try to be a nice guy all the time, and I try to get along with everybody. And what ends up happening, you meet a lot of people, and they end up showing you things. Nobody likes to teach somebody, you know, a jerk something, you know. So I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful to anybody that's ever shared with me how to do something, and I'd pay it forward, do the same for, you know, for others. Let me see if I get lucky with this clip, and this is the one. I don't.
No, I never noticed that. That was a good that you
But
pointed.
don't you think that's a possibility that step is something that could have tripped him up on the way? I mean, for all we know, Xana was running from him from the kitchen, and she knows about the steps, so she's not going to trip on it. And he tripped on it, and that. I mean, maybe I'm making it into a movie now, and
no, but it's realistic though. If you think about it, look at that step. If that, and it looks like the person who did this model or put this online did a great job. And yeah, you could definitely trip over that. You walk in there and it's dark in there and you don't see that step, you could trip. You could definitely 100% trip on that and bust your ass. I believe that wholeheartedly, just based off what I'm looking at. And I've seen steps like that in houses. Some have carpet on them, but this one specifically, it looks like, a laminate floor?
Oh, here you go, T. I found it. I found the video. What's the best way? Should I send? I could send you just the URL or share it with you.
Yeah, you could put it right in private chat or however you want to share it.
Okay.
However you want to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in private chat. Here you go. It's right at the very beginning. It's a News Nation video, and you can clearly see this investigator inside the house. It's shot from outside through the window. You can see how much he has to step up to go into the living room. I didn't know it was such a step until actually just today. I mean, that's been my theory about him tripping on that step for a while. But watch as he steps up. You can see he's going from the kitchen level, and he steps up into the living room.
It seems opinions are not wanted here.
What is that? All opinions are wanted here, Bogart. What? I'm open to opinions.
No idea. I may be missing out on something that they're talking about. Some say he couldn't have did it in that time frame, yet Ted Bundy did the same to those sorority girls in 15 minutes without a knife.
And Jodi Arias did it in like under 3 minutes.
Oh my God! Now, let's see what part you're talking about. Yeah,
right
see that step up, the cowboy.
Look how much he steps up.
Very good point. He's definitely stepping up.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't realize how much of a step up was until I saw this video today.
Wow, yeah.
We were looking for videos of just like some of the earliest news reports on this case. That was cool. You set it to loop? Was that what you did?
No, I'm actually just clicking on the timestamp
okay.
to see him go up, because that is that's a definitely, it's definitely like this.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, it looks like it's probably like maybe a 2x4, right? So it's a 2-inch step up, or
it's definitely it's up there.
Yeah.
It's definitely up there. I mean, you have to raise, so you could trip over that and fall if you don't see it. If you're rushing, say he did come and go straight upstairs, and then he came down and maybe had a run in with Xana and went to go chase her. He could have tripped and still ran, but
right.
I don't know. That's me speculating. But in general, though, it's wild. Lori says, I like his theories.
It's all I think about.
Jeff is Mr. Nice Guy.
It is really, I mean, I think about this a lot. I mean, I'm sure I have dreams of, about this.
I didn't think of it either. See, congratulations on your first podcast. I'm happy for you. Thank you. It's on, I mean, obviously what we do here is a podcast also, but it is on Spotify right now. So if you want to check out the first episode, I cut out some of the beginning. It is 2 hours long. It's pretty long, but it's raw call-ins, and we'll be doing the second one very soon. So if you want to be part of it, make sure you call in when I'm live.
T-REV, don't you think that also that step, just a factor like that, don't you think that is also like when you start talking about should the house be demolished?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that little piece of evidence right there, I think, for a jury, if they can go in there and see that step up, I mean, what's it going to really mean to them? I don't know. Maybe if it means the same thing that it means to me, I mean, I think that's kind of important. It seems like they ought to be able to, whatever boards or floorboards that they've removed or wall pieces. I mean, it doesn't seem like it should be that hard to put it together so that it's safe for people to walk through without making it well, in essence, in a way, contaminating the house with new stuff. You'd have to. It's almost like you'd have to anything new that you're going to put in there so that like a jury member doesn't stick their foot through the floor or something and hurt themselves.
Well,
just paint those new pieces of wood bright neon green and just tell them, look, everything that's neon green was not here during the time of the crime. Ignore that, but see everything else. Go downstairs and see if you can hear from Bethany's room. How much could you hear if a dog? We'll bring in a dog. I'll volunteer my dog to run around on the 3rd floor right above Dylan's room. See if you can. What can you hear? How much can you hear? Put on some noise canceling headphones. See if you can hear anything now. Do they have noise canceling headphones? If I got noise canceling headphones, I got 2 of them right here next to each other. If I got 2, the chances that they have 1, it seems like it's possible. So,
no doubt,
that wasn't planned.
And you can tell on the footage that you had me pull up, they not only walked up and went over that, they're going to Xana's room.
Right.
What's in Xana's room? What's towards Xana's room? Did they go to that bathroom on the left? Or did they go to Xana's room?
Right, and they seem to be moving at a pace where I don't think they're that concerned about stepping in anything at that point.
The reason why I say that is because there is a bathroom right here to the left.
Right.
Yep, bathroom.
Or left.
This one right here. So soon, right out front of her door, bathroom right here. On the right, if you're standing at the door, if you're walking towards, it's on the left. So did he go in there, did he do what he did down this hallway and in the bedroom and go into that bathroom on his way out?
Well, here's what I think, T.
Or did he come there first?
I think I still go back to my old theory that seems to just won't go away, is that Xana was found where the circle is, right? That's where she was found. Mm-hmm. I believe.
Yes.
If Ethan was in the bathroom, and Xana was being stabbed right there, you can see, if you can imagine Xana laying there, but imagine Bryan, or the killer, is just to the right. The door jamb itself blocks any view of him if he's standing to the right. If you came out of that bathroom door or say Bryan's on the other side of the door by the bed, and you can't see him. You come into that room and you see Xana on the floor and you're like, what the heck's wrong? You kneel down and you lean down to try and help. Your back is exposed to a killer that's standing right behind that door. And you probably get stabbed a couple times. You stand up and you're probably messed up pretty good from those first couple times. And then I don't know if you're pushed onto the bed, thrown onto the bed, fall onto the bed. Sorry to get so graphic, but if it's something to the spine, and there's no telling. There's no telling.
I'm sure you're not getting as graphic as they're going to get in that courtroom.
True.
Everybody needs to prepare for the stuff that you're going to hear during trial if you're watching it, which I'm pretty sure, I would say 80% or not, if not 100% of everybody in here right now is going to watch the trial.
I agree with what Charles is saying too, that, especially if he's cased this house, he probably knows very well just the routine of the house, when the lights go out. He probably is like, geez, Xana gets a DoorDash at 4 a.m. every Saturday. Was it Saturday night, right? It was Saturday. Might have picked up on that, might have been the reason he was around the area, figuring, okay, the DoorDash will distract the downstairs occupants, allowing me to slip up to go upstairs. Maybe I don't even have to deal with the downstairs occupants if they don't see me. I don't know.
I have a doctor that's going to come and join us too. He said he was a doctor. I said, look, I can't bring you up here in case you prove to me that you're a doctor. We're past that point now. How many people fooled us and said, I'm this person or that person? I said, if you're a doctor and you can show me that you're a doctor, I'll bring you up. I'd love to get your take on certain things.
No, that would be good, because I got this thing going on with my elbow. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, hey.
But yeah, you don't know what got to check credentials
I told him straight up, you prove
Especially
to
after-
your
yeah,
doctor, I'll bring you up.
You've been burned.
Yeah, nah, it's just something you got to thoroughly do, man. I said, show me your doctor, I'll bring you up.
Right.
But let's see, he did not kill E and X first. D saw him walk past and leave.
Right. No, I believe he killed. I believe it was Xana and
Ethan.
I'm sorry.
Or Maddie and Kaylee.
I believe the order was Maddie. I think Kaylee came in, tried to stop it. I think he came downstairs, and then it was.
Well, no, it says they were in the room sleeping together that night.
Well, that's where they found them, right?
Right. No, they were both on the bed, but it says that she slept in that room. I mean, but how do we know? But yeah, I get what you're saying.
I don't know that
they slept in the room together that night.
I don't know if they were necessarily sleeping there, but that's where they found them. You know, I could see if you watch the Grub Truck video, you can clearly see it. I think everybody would agree that Maddie was a little more drunk than Kaylee. Kaylee seemed to have her wits about her a little more. So I mean, I could easily see that Maddie is asleep, passed out on the bed. Kaylee is with the dog in the other room. So the killer's first victim was probably, not all that I don't want to say not all that difficult, but it was, there was how much fight do you put up when you're passed out and asleep?
Right.
If that's the case. And then then you turn around and I'm sure, Kaylee put up man, if she could have just taken him out. I wish the dog would have just bit his head off, or something, if we could just get a time machine, go back. And, I think that's when I watch stuff like this, I watch it. And I don't know if anybody else does this, but when you're watching the footage and you're looking at the clock and say you're looking at the 1 a.m. footage and you're thinking they're still alive, you're looking at the 2 a.m. footage, they're still alive, but they don't have much more time on this earth. I mean, it just, I don't know. I watch the stuff like that, and part of me feels like, well, I can rewind the video. Why can't I rewind reality? So that they're still here, and
right.
Change things. Put some nails out there in the parking lot so the launcher goes over it, and it's like, okay, not tonight. I got to fix a flat.
Who were those guys? Those guys, I'm pretty sure those dudes were either FBI. I think they were FBI. The guys that went in there, either FBI or I mean, it doesn't look like. Any of the lead investigators
that were seen through the window.
Yeah, those guys that went in, they look like people called them Texas Rangers. What the is the Texas Rangers?
Does it say in the audio? What's it for?
Good point, Jeff.
Oh, they said they don't know if they're local or not. What's a good point? I made a good point. I didn't mean to. I tried not to let that happen.
What'd Lumpy do? Goodbye, Lumpy. Lumpy Larry, need to get a life, bro. Yeah, bye, Lumpy. See you later. Anyways, all right, hold on. I think about it too. My hubby is surprised that I think about it so much. And I said this case is so convoluted. It's so interesting. We want justice. Who are those guys in the hats? Yeah, I think it's FBI, but could I be wrong? Yeah. Are these FBI guys? That's what I'm assuming.
I wonder if Jennifer would either know them personally or know what division they're from.
Oh, okay. Sadie Cat says, I had the same theory as Jeff. I think Kaylee was sleeping in her own bed, went to the bathroom, possibly heard Maddie fighting, said someone's here, then attacked and left on Maddie's bed.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I think. I don't know if everybody else is the same way, but I have this theory. I play it through like a movie, and I just play it again, and then I play it again. It's like, yeah, it seems like this is the way it goes. Now, if I had great hatred for law enforcement and I'd been wronged by law enforcement, I don't trust law enforcement, then I probably wouldn't be just playing this movie. I'd be like, oh, they got the wrong guy, and I'd be going off on all kinds of different tangents. But now, and I also don't want to be one that is just so convinced that it's him that I don't leave the possibility open that it's not. I do trying to keep my mind open to that, but
you got to keep your mind. If your mind's not open to that, then you got him convicted already.
But the scenarios and the evidence.
That's where people get shit twisted.
Yeah.
is I feel like the evidence right now is pointing towards Bryan Kohberger. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not roaming elsewhere right now. They have evidence towards a guy. Now, I just said it earlier. The defense has to prove that this guy is innocent. And if we get there and they prove that he's innocent with reasonable doubt, then okay, let's move on and find the right guy. But I feel like everything's adding up to him.
Yeah.
As of right now.
I mean, think about it. Think about it this way too. I think about that knife sheath. His DNA is on a knife sheath that's partially under a stab victim. But 2,500 miles away in Pennsylvania, he's managed to keep his DNA out of the trash, his own trash.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that is somebody to me that it seems is very focused on the location of every bit of DNA. I mean, how many are you? Do you worry about that? Do you put your trash in your neighbor's trash cans and sift through to make sure that the only DNA in the family trash is dad's and maybe mom's, maybe sister, but not my own? My own DNA is not going to be in the trash cans outside because I'm a criminology PhD student. And I know that law enforcement, if they're suspecting me, why would he be thinking they'd be suspecting him? Why would he be doing things like that? I mean, do you just do that out of paranoia? It's like, I don't want my DNA to be anywhere. I don't know. Actually, you know what? There was another thing. You remember everybody was talking about the black SUV in the parking lot of Linda Lane, mm-hmm. and they were saying you can see a guy running to the black SUV. Well, another thing I did with measurement and with using Adobe Premiere to measure time. Now I might have the numbers a little wrong, but I think I measured that it's from the first time you see that guy to up to the sound that you hear the door click. Right. He's opening the door was, I think it was 18 yards. The numbers 18 and 25 stand out. I can't remember if it's 18 yards and 25 seconds. Anyway, I figured out I estimated the distance that he traveled, I say walked, because I'll tell you why. The distance that he walked versus the time it took him to get to the door. I measured it that he was traveling 2.7 miles per hour. And then I looked it up. 6 miles per hour is running. 2.7 miles per hour is not running. So if you want to know my theory on the SUV guy, I say he's got to be at work at like, what time was that? 4:45, 5 o'clock. If he left time to go get breakfast. I just think he lives there and is just going to work. That's my theory anyway. That's a beautiful dog.
I don't believe Kaylee left Murphy alone, shut in her old room. I think BK put Murphy in that room, which was the sounds heard of someone playing with the dog, in my opinion.
Yeah, people that know them would know if Murphy was the type of dog that could be just like my dog. He goes into his crate at night, and that's his room. That's like his bedroom, and he's fine with that. He's by himself. But some dogs maybe needed her there, and so she was in the room.
Here's a good pick someone sent in. I think it was this Donna maybe? Let me see.
Oh, that's great.
Now, this was kind of discussing back on what we were talking about before. Let me zoom that. There we go. Can you see it from there? Or hold on, let me see if I can.
Yeah, I see it. Actually trying to look around to see if I've got anything that's got a snap too.
Now you can kind of see the snap there. Let's see. Let me move that up here. Save. Update layout. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Pamela. I appreciate you. Great show, T-REV and Jeff. Thanks.
Thank you, Pamela.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I appreciate you. Oh my God, I just watched the Texas Rangers again, moving on. But now this is a good picture, and this was sent in. I want to say that's from Donna on a text message. Top of snap, smooth, easy to wipe. Easy to wipe it. He scraped his finger on part with ridge he would forgot to clean. I mean, that's definitely good thinking there. Now they be live said again. Hey, Trev, don't need. Oh, okay. Never mind. She said, don't read this one out loud. Comment. I think he definitely went upstairs first, based on the 412 TikTok. This is a text message, by the way. Activity for Xana. I believe he killed Ethan first because the coroner. Okay, we read that one actually. This is a follow up. That's not DM's room. I think there's another step leading to the kitchen near DM's room. Can you go to the 3D model and walk from Xana's through the kitchen? I think there's a step near DM's room in the hall, which is what you brought the point, Jeff. This is a great discussion, brother. I'm 95% with you and Jeff, and very intelligent and common sense discussion. Thank you. We appreciate you. Shout out to everybody.
Oh my God.
I had to add that into
dead on.
I had to add that into, and I'll read text messages periodically for you guys also, because I know some comments, I got it shifting on me. You guys are moving fast right now, and it's already shifting on me. I don't think I saw those. I think the only time I saw one of those 3D home things, Erica Ramsey. Wonder if that pic's still out there, news article or something.
Well, what was the question they wanted to see about in the 3D house?
Yeah, the question about it was, let's get back to it. Can you go to the 3D model and walk? It was the same thing about what you brought up in here. So back down here, if you go down to the bottom of these steps again, it was about this step up that you were talking about.
Okay.
From right here. So if we look this way, you kind of can't tell. It kind of looks blended in from here, right?
You can zoom in a little to it, right? From there.
I think.
Yeah, I mean that's the best view of it to kind of try and get a sense of like how high it is. But I mean, so watching those guys actually walk up the real thing. I mean, that's a baseboard. I'm no carpenter, but the baseboard down there, is that like 2 inches? I think that's 2 inches.
Fuck, I'm late. Love, Jeff.
My wife is watching. What are you doing?
There was they love the work, man. Erica Ramsey says there was a bed cover. There was a bed covers pulled back in the TV with no connection or something. Murphy, I see people talking about. Thank you, Just Larry. I appreciate you. Shout out to you guys for showing love in the chat. I actually got the affidavit pulled up right here, and that's how they found out. What was it? The dog belonged to Goncalves and her ex-boyfriend Jack Decor. I found out from my interview with Jack Decor on November 13th, 2022, that he and Kaylee shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan, bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered the bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Now, when it comes to that statement, I remember Steve and the family sitting down talking about it, saying that they would, and correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but they would sleep in the same bed here and there, like girlfriends would. Like, not girlfriends as in like they were gay or anything, but as friends, friends sleep in the same bed. You know what I'm saying? Like, friends do sleep in the same bed. So that's, I don't know if they're speculating on that or knew that to be a fact. I don't think you would be able to actually know if that was a fact or not, in case it was written, hey, I'm in here sleeping with Maddie tonight. Come by, Jack, or whatever. Maybe there's something to confirm that. But for some reason, Steve had said that. I remember Steve saying something about that. And like I said, chat, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, and another thing that like Dylan or Bethany should be able to answer the question is like, would the dog stay at night in a room with the door closed?
Like Jeff froze on us. Let's see. He would know about familiar DNA and would know it's a waste of time and bag it up. Law enforcement has video of BK and possibly audio too. Now, the 112 brain cam, I don't know if that's video. All we know is on the affidavit, it says 417. That you hear whimpering, a thud. this, that, and the third. Now, is there video that shows anything? Is there video footage at that location that shows him turning down that road? I don't know that, because you have to have a subscription for Ring Cam to record all the time.
Well, we do know, we can see that there's a light bulb style camera at 1112, which I assume is the camera. You know, it seems to be pointing in the right direction. And as far as I can tell, they've got that's got, you know, a microphone.
Coming downstairs as well as past her room to get out via the kitchen. You have to pass these. Yeah, no. So if you think about it, say he did go in and go straight to Xana and Ethan, right? There's one walk by the room, especially if he came to the slider. You're walking by Dylan's room once. Now, if you go up to walk back and go upstairs, you're walking by twice. And on your third pass down, that's your third pass and out the back door. So even if he came and walked and went upstairs first and went to Kaylee or K and M, and however you want to put it, Kaylee and Madison, that's how I'm going to say it. Right. That's once, come down twice, and then he goes in and does what he does to Ethan and Xana. That's 3. So no matter what, he would have to pass Dylan's room 3 times. No matter what. I mean, there's no way, you know what I mean? You have to, what did he do? Go outside after that and climb up a ladder? That's unrealistic. He had to pass her room 3 times. And what was, you know, there is other stuff to her statement that we're not hearing. That's a fact.
Right.
I believe that. I believe that.
That term frozen shock phase is something that I find interesting, because I wonder if is that something that was a description of her by the officer, or is that something that she said, I was in frozen shock phase? I'm leaning towards it being more of something that the officer might say, because I don't know too many people that would say, you know, oh man, last night I was in frozen shock phase. It just, that doesn't seem like a description of oneself. Unless it's known that, and I just,
it's like a police term, man. That
seems like a police term. Yeah.
Right. Like she said that she was in fear, but they probably put it in, you know, a different term. She was in a frozen shock phase. They probably defined her statement and narrowed it down to something, because the PCA is so long, man. For a probable cause affidavit, I was like pretty surprised that it was 18, 19 pages long. Yeah. 18.
Or is it even possible it's something as stupid as like, you know, the officer described it as frozen shock phase, but what she was trying to relay was that, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe that I saw this guy coming from upstairs. And I know just earlier, I thought Kaylee was talking about getting back together with Jack. You know, a lot of people assume that's what what did you say to Adam was about, was like, oh, you were this talk about the idea of getting back together with Jack, you know, if it was something like that. Is it possible she's describing, like, I can't believe she was just talking about this, getting together with Jack, and here's this strange guy coming from upstairs? Or, well, no, she would have seen him coming from Xana's room, but I don't know. Again, that's the $1 million question. We don't want to know why did it take 8 hours? What happened, you know, during that time?
I'm not even going to read that comment. That's highly inappropriate. But anyways, I'll skip over that one. Let's see. But Kay, you said, so Moose Girl said, but Kay had moved out. She was visiting for the weekend, so her bed might not have been there. Was her bed there? I seen somebody in chat just before saying it was. After the,
I thought I heard that it was still there.
Was it her bed or was it furnished? That's, you get what I'm saying? Because sometimes
maybe it just stays with the house. Yeah,
exactly. Sometimes you got a furnished house. Trev and Jeff, I know Brian Enton did a short interview with Bryan Kohberger's lawyer and PA when he was still there. Now, they said that Bryan Kohberger also was in the interview room there for 15 minutes in Pennsylvania. That he was in the box for 15 minutes. And I also see people getting this wrong and saying that it was Idaho. But from what I've read, it said that he was in the interview room for 15 minutes in Pennsylvania. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But I've almost read that multiple times. She probably meant to say state of shock. What if it wasn't her statement and they just put it in like some terms, some type of terms that they use, a shock phase, to give us a definition for it rather than her exact statement on it?
Because it saying frozen shock phase makes it a little bit confusing, because it seems like that's something that is a result of fear. And if there's fear and you've seen a guy with bushy eyebrows, why didn't that fear lead to calling 911? That's
a good point. Yeah, Gail, she could have said I was in shock, and maybe they just added frozen shock phase to it, or because you got to think, man, that's 8 hours. You seen a guy in a mask. People are automatically going to jump to, well, the police weren't called until what, 11, 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. at 11 a.m., 12 p.m.
Now, I wonder if he said anything to her at all, or gave any indication where she thought it looks like he's leaving, but he's not leaving. He's coming back, or he, especially if he did go out and come back a second time looking for the Sheath. Maybe she witnessed his coming and going and thought, he could be coming back again. I'm just gonna hide in here until I hear, either the police or somebody comes to help, or
right.
I don't know. I have a feeling we'll know eventually, but we just don't know now. And who knows? Maybe it'll be something that none of us have even considered or thought of.
What does this have to do with the MM?
Maddie Mogan, is that
what you're saying? Yeah, I'm a little lost on that comment. Yes, there's a pic through a window, says Jin. So there's a pic through a window that shows Kaylee's bed was still there?
Where does her window face?
Her window would be right. Okay, for instance, Kaylee's room, where her window would be right out of this way. You would walk out, turn around, look up. There'd be a little porch up there.
Oh, it's like right above the kitchen.
Yeah. So I mean, you would have to
be.
That's right. You know what I mean? Like where is that picture at? Did I miss it? Send it to me. I'll definitely check it out. Stop. Her parents said it in the interview that she did not have a bed there. That's what Kine said. What interview was that? Send it to me. I'd like to go over it. There's so much information. So much information when it comes to this case. For instance, Jeff, I know you remember this certain interview, and this one always boggles me too. When they were sitting there and they were like, and a lot of people argue with what was said there, but it's when the family was sitting right there together. I think it was the brother? And Steve goes, well, this is what it would clear too fast. I forget exactly what was said, but something about clear too fast. Or she was something. Now I'm gonna have Now I'm gonna have to go find it because it's bothering me.
Yeah, because Steve had kind of revealed that it was a female, right? Because he said she.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to go look at it because it's bothering me right now that I don't know which one it is.
I do see a picture of the window of Kaylee's room, and you can clearly see something is in there, but it's maybe there must be a better picture where maybe it does show that is a bed.
I got it right here. This is what I was talking about, and this one right here bothers me when I think about this.
I don't know anything about those individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not. Maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
She had the strong alibi. That part.
Just
you can dismiss
an hour later, and we're like, what? And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really, yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really, yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast. Very.
What does it sound like he's saying? Because to me, it sounds like she had a strong alibi. I'm going to put captions on, see what it says.
That may not. Maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
You can dismiss
an hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about.
See, it says she had the strong alibi.
Yeah, she had the strong alibi. And
she had the strong alibi. Who was that? Who was that? Rev Game Music. Thank you. I appreciate you. Hala says yes, her bed was still there. I even think Steve Gonsalves said that.
I sent you a picture, T, in the private chat that I don't know. Maybe if you zoom in on it, you can tell if it's a bed or not. I'll look for another one.
Let me save it. Save image. Desktop. Okay, here we go. Why is it not coming up as a photo though? Save image as. Try that. There we go. I got it now. She had the strong alibi. Chat, what do you hear there? Because I know a lot of people said share the strong alibi, but she had the strong alibi. Or she had a strong alibi is what I hear. Share the strong alibi. She, right. That's what I'm hearing. But some say they hear share. In some pictures, you can clearly see a bed in Kaylee's room. Well, looks like a bed to me. And this picture that you sent, Jeff, clearly looks like a bed to me. Share the strong alibi. I think they said share the strong alibi. She has a strong alibi. That's what I hear. I hear she has a strong alibi. She had the strong alibi. Yep. That's exactly to the point what I hear. But some people do say they hear share the strong alibi. Dylan or Bethany, for sure.
So Steve basically saying that she was cleared quickly because she had a strong alibi.
She had the strong alibi, which in my mind immediately goes to what Denise just said, Dylan or Bethany. And I'm thinking Bethany. Because you already have Dylan who allegedly walked face-to-face with him. Could it be Dylan? Absolutely. But I think Bethany, because there really wasn't much heard from her in that. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of "There's someone here." That's why when I say this, there's more to Dylan's story than what's put in that PCA. And I think that's something that we really need to think about.
Right. I think, if I was in a room with my dog and my dog sensed that somebody was being attacked across the hall, I might be laying there and then the dog's freaking out. I'm like, what's going on? What? He'd be jumping around. He'd probably be barking. And it probably to anybody underneath would sound like I'm playing with the dog. That makes sense to me. That scenario makes complete sense.
We'll watch it. Yeah. This picture right here, what date was this? Looks like a bed to me, Jeff.
Well, the thing is that the families would know if there was a bed in there. It's the Gonsalves family would know if her bed was still there or not. That would be no mystery. I'm sure they probably would have even had conversations about like, okay, when you're leaving there, are you bringing that bed? I mean, that mattress kind of old. We'll just buy you a new one. Yeah, just leave it there. I'm sure they have knowledge of whether that bed is there or not. What do you think about that statement where Steve said he didn't have to go upstairs?
Yeah, that I always think about that. So it makes me think that for some reason somebody told him that they were killed after.
Or that is he thinking that somebody put in his mind that maybe it was like Xana or somebody else was the target.
Absolutely.
Or was it just a slip of the tongue and he meant to say it's like as if he was wanting to say I wish he hadn't gone upstairs. Why did he have to go upstairs? If he didn't go upstairs, she would still be here. That kind of a sentiment.
Just Larry, appreciate you, brother. Accomplices, what's going on? Shout out to what's going on. Welcome. Can you slow it down, T? I think it says share. Okay. Yeah, I think it says she had the strong alibi, but I can definitely slow it down. Let's look at that. Playback speed. Let's go with this.
Individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not.
Is it someone that she knew, or?
I have something to say about that.
There we go.
I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not. Maybe Chanel and yeah.
She had the strong
Just
alibi.
really fast.
Yeah, she had the strong alibi. That's what I hear.
Yeah, it does sound like the strong alibi.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
She had the strong alibi. She had the strong alibi. She had the strong alibi.
She had the strong alibi. It's like he got it out. When he was getting it out, he was thinking of his wording. I feel like, you know how when you're talking before you know what I mean? You got so much running through your mind. Sounds like he says she had the strong alibi.
And this was answering Brian Enton's question about whether he was wondering if there was anybody that they suspected or anybody, right? Wasn't that his question prior to that?
That's what he was saying. Yeah. I don't know. The question before that too. Let's get
run it back just a little bit. See if that's.
Let's hear it.
And I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement and how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew, or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not. Maybe Chanel and yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
So what was his question before that, though? Because he said, "Can you elaborate on that?" So obviously, he asked the question before that.
Yeah, it's a little before.
That you have a weird feeling about.
Okay, here it is, right here.
That you have a weird acting different.
Is my girl just so savagely?
Is anyone acting differently?
There you go.
Since the murders? I mean, is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew or that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would say not in the immediate circle by any means, but a few of the names that have been circulating around, I think it's hard not to kind of, dig into this. And I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement and how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know.
Well, I mean, his question was...
It's interesting that she said a sister or father's intuition, like almost the two of them have somebody in mind. And maybe Steve Gonsalves did have somebody in mind at the time that he's thinking of, but he knows he can't say that person's name. But is like, I know I can't say her name, but I am going to say she. I'm going to at least... So like if she's listening, she'll know we are considering her, even though the police have cleared her quickly. Maybe it could be something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a fact. Shout out to the mods. Miss Brazy, thank you. I appreciate you. Dude, I mean, and this always has got to me, right? I've made a video on this before. I've thought about this so many different times, and it always came down to two people for me, Bethany and Dylan. Now, could they be talking about someone else? Yeah, they could be.
Well, no, but the sister there said they weren't anybody in the immediate circle. So would that include Dylan and Bethany?
Yeah, would it include Dylan and Bethany?
Did I say Dylan?
Yeah, Dylan. Yeah, would it include Dylan and Bethany? No, but somebody keeps saying in chat, Ashland Couch. Like people keep bringing that, and I know somebody that sent me that information a while ago, and it seems like it's being brought up through them. Danny Martin says Ashland Couch is who was being referred to in she had a strong alibi. Now, where is that? Where can you lead me to show me a receipt for that? I want to see that. Because if we have definitive proof of that, Danny, I'd love to take a look at it. Seriously, if there's definitive proof that shows they're talking about Ashland Couch, I'd love to browse at it. I've heard the name plenty of times. I've heard it plenty of times for some reason. I don't know why she's being brought up, but he says both. There are two different. Hold up. He says both. There are two different sentences right after one another. Please play both.
At all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew, or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not. Maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
If you can dismiss
an hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear.
So it goes back right here. Hold up.
We've, fought for.
I don't know what.
Yeah, see, he says, I don't know what would prevent. You know what I'm saying? He talks about that sharing right here.
Would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi. Now, who is he specifically talking about? And I'm glad you said play that. Thank you for whoever said that. I'm glad you said to play that because I needed to play that. She had the strong alibi. Exactly, Jeff. Steve said that because he knows Zayna was the target. She had. I think he was saying Maddie or Kaylee was the target because if not, he didn't have to even go upstairs. Jackie Sue M says. Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah, maybe they told Steve that she had an alibi, but they didn't say what the alibi was. So that's what maybe the frustration is, that maybe he just is unaware. Actually, I just looked up here. It looks like, at least on this one site, they believe that is Ashland Couch the sixth roommate, the one that wasn't living there. Is that
is there speculation on that?
It's on Reddit, so I don't know. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly. If that's what it's just a headline that I'm surmising that from.
Somebody definitely said that. Let me see. Hold up. We got.
But, it makes you go down the rabbit hole of wondering, okay, what about the sixth roommate? Why wasn't the sixth roommate living there? Did they have a fallout? Or, I don't know what to think about that.
Why didn't this guy just put the sheath on his belt, for fuck's sakes? 352. I'm reading a couple text messages. Why didn't this guy just put the sheath on his belt, for fuck's sakes? He went into a house with 6 people with a knife in one hand and a sheath in the other. That just doesn't even seem right. If they can't match the weapon to the sheath, is the sheath still a smoking gun?
What do you think about the sheath not being on a belt?
And also, you know what? What do I think about the sheath not being on the belt? That's a good.
I have a theory.
I'd love to hear it because it actually, but like I don't know. I just feel like he slipped it right in his little pants right here, and it just popped out somehow.
So I don't think he ever intended to have it on him on a belt. If you wear a belt and you're fighting with somebody, a belt is something additional for them to grab onto. And if you're going to strip naked of all your bloody clothes right after, a belt is going to slow you down. It slows me down when I have to go to the bathroom. So I don't think he wanted a belt on his. I think he wanted one zipper, zip it down, disrobe like a surgeon that's just come out of surgery, put it all into a bucket near the trunk of the car, and then I believe possibly wrap that bucket with a shower curtain that was non-existent from his apartment, right? I don't know too many places that don't have a shower curtain in their apartment. So I think he put his stuff in the bucket. I picture like a Home Depot bucket. Disrobed, took the mask off, put the knife, put the shoes, everything into the bucket, and then who knows? He may have even, when he parked the car, he drove there quickly of that last pass, right? And if he's decided it's going to happen right now, I've played it through my mind a billion times. Mm-hmm. I know what I do. I go there, I park behind the house, pop the trunk, pull out the bucket, set it on the ground behind the car, because it's nothing illegal, or it might be weird to somebody walking by to see a shower curtain on the ground with a bucket in the middle of it. Go do the deed, come out, step carefully onto the shower curtain, basically disrobe and put everything in that bucket, step off gently, barefoot, clean bare feet onto the ground outside the shower curtain. Grab that shower curtain and wrap it up tight like it's a bag of Alaskan crab legs coming to you. Tie it up at the top, put it in the car, and okay, the rest of the night now I just got to figure out where I'm going to get rid of this. Is it going to the bottom of a river? Am I going to burn it? Am I going to bury it? What am I going to do with it? So that's my theory, is how he got into the car without any blood in the passenger compartment, because he basically took everything off just like a surgeon does after surgery. I mean, I one time had the opportunity when I was younger, real young. It was cool. I got a video camera on my shoulder. I'm in a surgery, and they're cutting the carotid artery open of this older guy, and they're scraping the fat off. And I'm there with my video camera. I couldn't believe it. They're wearing tennis shoes in surgery. They got rock music playing. I was like, this is not how I imagined surgery. But then afterwards, I'm filming them as well, and they take the gloves off carefully. They go backwards. They don't get any, so basically they throw all their stuff that's all bloody, and now they're clean. The stuff is bloody, but they're clean. It's a matter of just containing the stuff and not getting it in the passenger. If you got one drop of blood from his hand or something on the steering wheel, that's all it was. I mean, you can clean that off. But yeah, they probably didn't even need to take like the brake pedal and test all that. And I mean, it doesn't surprise me that there's no blood in the car, because I think doing it that way. I mean, is it just crazy? Am I stupid? I don't know.
Nah, you're not stupid. I mean,
like it could happen.
You got thoughts just like all of us. And anybody who has any points that they want to make, also, I just thought of this sitting here. You could text. You can also leave a voicemail. If you leave a voicemail, I can play it. Jeff can hear it as well as I can. So if you guys do call and leave a voicemail or anything, you have any points that you want to make, I will play a voicemail periodically also. And I see a decent amount of text messages. This one says, hold up. Let me read the rest of the one that I was reading. It said, people with a knife. What did it say? Why didn't this guy just put the sheath on a belt, for F's sakes? He went into a house with 6 people with a knife in one hand and a sheath in the other. That just doesn't even seem right. If they can't match the weapon to the sheath, is the sheath still a smoking gun? That's a very good point. I mean, you would have to have that matching knife to match the sheath, right? And then you would have to have some type of DNA or something on there, right? I mean, what's your thoughts on that, Jeff? DNA?
Well, it's interesting. If Dateline is right and he did buy a K-bar knife off of Amazon, then the sheath, even without DNA, I mean, it's I don't know. But I personally think, though, I think that the determination to not wear a belt was intentional, so that he had just one of those one-piece suits with a zipper that just zips down and you step out of it. So you don't want a belt. Also, too, if he's thinking, I don't want to be like having to look down and get the knife into the sheath attached to the belt. You can control it easier, because if he's overconfident and he thinks this is going to be an easy thing to do, he can handle this. He's played it through in his mind. He's just got to do it in real time, in reality, and he just takes it out of the sheath, does his stuff. He can put it right back into the sheath. He's just got two hand motion, just in and out of the sheath. Maybe that was his thought. And I'm sure he was, if he's so concerned about his DNA, I'm sure the last thing he wants to do is accidentally cut himself and leave a drop of his own blood in that place. So I'm sure that Sheath, he's thinking about it a lot for protecting himself from cutting himself.
Somebody sent me a nighttime one too. Kaylee's bedroom. Okay, let's check this one out. Now they sent this. You see a bed in that one? And thank you, Shelly. I think going back over earlier interviews and info is smart, knowing what we know now. Absolutely. Absolutely. Which is why I'd love to do lives going back over certain things, because people are going over the food truck footage a lot still. You notice that?
Yeah, I think it's, I think the food truck has become like Where's Waldo? Where they're just looking at everybody and everybody's a suspect. And, sure. I mean, it's not, I don't see it as like a waste of time, but I also feel like we've been there. Also, too, for anybody that is still looking at it saying that's Enan Harsh. I mean, Enan Harsh himself said that's not him. He wasn't at the food truck. So, I mean, if you're gonna be going back over stuff, at least know the stuff that is semi-confirmed, I guess you could
Somebody
say.
said, I heard today Maddie was 2 months pregnant. I also heard that Xana was pregnant. I also heard that, I call BS until it's confirmed, because I've heard a bunch of different things. I mean, you got that one person out there that sent me an email that said Kaylee's heart was cut out and Xana's hand was cut off and Xana was pregnant. And
well, the best argument against the notion of her being pregnant is that why wouldn't they have said this was not a quadruple homicide, but it was, what is quadruple 4? What's 5?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That would be another death added into this.
Right. They'd say that it would be 5 that were killed there, not just 4. So I don't believe the pregnancy story. I don't know that it's even, unless it was going to take somebody down a rabbit hole where it's like, okay, it's the father of whoever's the father of the child. Maybe that would be the reason somebody would go down that rabbit hole.
Bryan was out Kohberger's door after his arrest. Melissa Grundy, sorry, I'm a little late on this info. Going back to Brian Enton's report, I remember watching News Nation report where it revealed that Brian Enton was outside Kohberger's door after his arrest.
Yeah, he was. There's a recording of that where he was talking to Brian's father. You couldn't really see anything, but you could hear him, I guess, talking to. I don't know if he was talking to him through the door, and I think Brian's father was just saying like, "No comment, just get away, go away."
I don't know if this was Larry or not. Was it Larry? Did you send that picture in, or was this somebody else? A bunch of excellent show. What I don't understand is why Ethan's brother and other people were called before 911. Something is off. Brandy Elise says. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you putting that in. And Ethan,
well, I assume if that's true, don't you think it just means that nobody realized that they were dead, that they just thought that they were passed out or there was an unconscious person and it wasn't. I don't know. I mean, that also says a lot too. Is like maybe it, but you think. Well, here's the thing. I mean, maybe somebody in chat knows how. Like after 8 hours, what does a body that is deceased from stab wounds look like? I mean, do they bloat it after that amount of time? It seems like there would be. Well,
subscribe to Jeff.
What's that saying?
I said, Brian made a good point. He said you were a good co-host. And that Jeff is just always calm and patient. His theories and pure knowledge of the case. A++. So I said, make sure you go subscribe if you're not already. And definitely we'll be having Jeff on more often.
I couldn't help but look at the subscribers. I crossed over 1,700.
That's good. People are going to show love, man. People are going to show love, and that's what I want. I want people to show love.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much.
We got
my YouTube.
We got your name at Nightbot, so if you put ! Jeff in chat, it pulls up your channel and they're able to click and it'll take them directly there and they can subscribe.
Okay.
So that's how I have it set up in chat.
What other kind of things can you do? Are there other kind of shortcuts to find stuff?
All
Like if
types.
they wanted to find your email, they could get it that way too, or
That's all in there.
That's cool.
Exclamation point email, call in. I got like almost 100 commands set up. They can go straight to the new podcast that just dropped. There's a lot of stuff.
Can I do like exclamation point Starbucks coffee, and then it'll be sent to the house?
I mean, if I wanted to make one, I could
set that up, man.
But it wouldn't be sent to the house. Ashley, you said, hold up. So Hollis says Ashlyn Couch was the 6th roommate, living elsewhere but paying rent. Probably moved and had a month or two before lease was up. Daughter of the owner of the home.
Interesting.
Oh my God!
Way to go, Hollis. That's because that makes you wonder if there was like a falling out, or I don't know. Maybe Ashlyn Couch had a boyfriend and just chose to stay somewhere else. I don't know, or girlfriend. Who knows?
Brady said, did he have time to do that all with the bucket? Remember that you made a bucket and it had like I forget what you put on it, but it was funny as hell. Exhibit A.
Well, I mean, if you go to the bucket, I don't know what it was. His head was covered with like a hoodie. Is that, or what was on his head? Hat? I don't know. So I mean, he's got something on his head, goes in the bucket. The mask goes in the bucket. I would imagine you'd probably zip one zipper down, step out of that thing, probably take it as you're taking it off, use it to wrap around your shoes so the shoes stay up in the one piece. Right. Pull your shoes off. Now you're barefoot. The last thing is your gloves, and you take them off, put them in, and then you're possibly naked out behind the house, visible to Bethany. Maybe, who knows, right? And didn't she say some belief she claimed to have seen a naked man at the back of the house?
Right.
Could have been that.
Hold on 1 second.
He could have put that shower curtain and bucket down right there near the back door, because then it wouldn't look as suspicious as being, as sitting behind the back of a car. I don't know. This is speculation. But
my bad. I had a phone call. I'm back though.
No worries.
Yeah, Enan did say that. Let's see. What else do we have here? Kel, thank you. I appreciate you.
But go back over that last comment.
Which one? This one?
Yeah. Shoe covers, gloves, suit mask. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. High five, Charles.
High five, Charles. Kel, do I appreciate you. Thank you. Shout out to Kel's. Pamela says Xana fought him. She must have his DNA in her hand.
Yeah, remember they bagged their hands, right? The victim's hands. So hopefully they found something. Now, if he's wearing like that suit, if they scratched at a suit, I mean, maybe they don't have any DNA, but who knows? Possibly maybe they have some of the plastic or whatever material that suit is made of. And if he's got receipts for buying one of those suits, didn't he have something, a receipt for something from Dickies? Maybe that was the covering.
Oh, somebody that we got a couple one voicemail came through. Let's see what they're talking about. I'm gonna play it live. Here's a voicemail number 1 that came through.
Hello, Rev. Hello, Jeff. This is Charles. For months now, since I knew about the Dickies receipt, because I buy these suits every single year for Halloween. It's the same suit basically that Michael Myers wears in Halloween movies, right? They have no belt loops. They have a zipper that goes right up the front. They sell them right down there at Walmart for around $70, $80. I've been saying it for months, and people have been ridiculing me and everything else, but now all of a sudden, Jen, and for Coffin Depper or whatever, she's now saying it online and on TV. So basically, it's starting to fall into place, good pieces of the puzzle. And as I said, he had nowhere on the suit to hold the sheath. So pretty simple. His only option was to carry it around his weapon, and that's exactly how he dropped it. I'm pretty sure Kaylee walked into the room while he was attacking Maddie, and he freaked out, dropped the sheath, attacks Kaylee or whatever to keep her from screaming and stuff, and it goes from that point. Also, I think he was trying to escape. Ethan responding to DM, saying something, shut the hell up or whatever, I'm trying to sleep. He pops his head out, boom, easy kill, because it was all dark and dude was wearing all black. He goes in the room, but it's all lit up. Xana's room. Xana sees him in the light. He's now got to either kill her for fun or he kills her because she might be able to identify him at that point. All right. Appreciate you guys. Have a great night. You mods are awesome. T-REV, you've been doing a great job. Like I said, I just wanted to say that out, Claire, because in the chat there's a lot going on. So, all right. Peace.
Thank you, I believe that was Charles that left us that voicemail. Shout out to you,
That's
Charles.
good stuff right there, I think.
Yeah, and he's talking about the Dickies receipt and the suit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it has what he was talking about, it having a zipper, and then it goes right at the front. They sell them down at I think he said they sell them at Walmart for $78. What else did he say? He goes in a room. I think he said something about Xana's room being lit up, and then he wasn't going to kill either. He wasn't either. What did he say? He's not going to.
Yeah, he was saying Xana might have been. He could have been just either for the thrill of it,
right?
Did that, or maybe that he felt she was able to identify him, and had to.
Now the Dickies suit part. I mean, that's a great point. A great point on that, because I mean, have you ever wore one?
I'm trying to think. Maybe as like a Halloween costume, I might have worn something like that. Yeah. But yeah, just a zipper right down, just one zipper, and I don't know. I'm trying to think of, if you're trying to imagine yourself, you're in the car, you've just circled the place 3 times, you're just checking it out, you're trying to get your nerve up, trying to decide if the time is right to do this. And then are you I imagine you'd be thinking it's got to be quick, so you're just thinking simplicity. You just want things to be as simple as I walk in, I have one item, I have a knife.
Thank you, Shelly.
And then when I'm using the knife, I have 2 items, 2 hands or have something in them. And then when I'm not doing the deed, I'm putting it back in the sheath. And it gets back to the question. I really sit here and think it's like, maybe he only intended, maybe it was only Maddie that he intended, because he could see her through that window. Maybe that was the only target. And then Kaylee came in, and then now it's 2. And then when he was leaving, I think, Xana must have seen him. Now it's 3. And then Ethan, I wonder if Ethan was asleep on the bed in the same manner that Maddie was. I'm starting to lose my voice. I should have had something to drink.
Alicia, that's why I went and got me some damn water. I was like, I gotta get me some water. Alicia says, I don't think Maddie would be getting drunk if she was pregnant, in my opinion. And then to another great point that Jeff made and others have made is that there would be another charge added to that. If you kill a pregnant woman, you're getting charged with the death of a baby.
Right.
I mean, there it is right there. That takes away the speculation of she was pregnant. Now, does it matter how far along you were? That would be the question for me.
Right. And again, I only see that as worth going down a rabbit hole on if you thought that maybe it's the father of the child that did this. And then does that lead you to thinking like, oh, is Bryan the father? That those kind of things. But I wonder sometimes about the research questions that Bryan was part of. Now I know there were 2 other professors that were part of that research project. Mm-hmm. But I would wonder, and I imagine we would find out in court, because they would probably have those 2 professors testify. But if those professors came into court and testified that, well, yeah, we had this project and it was really Bryan's idea and he kind of came up with all the questions, well, I would find that interesting, because those are some very bizarre questions. But we could just as easily find out, it's like, well, yeah, Bryan kind of helped, but this was our project, and these questions are we've taken them from previous projects that we've done. So then maybe there is no bizarre connection to Bryan with them. But they did seem to be I mean, it's just ironic and eerie questions. How do you choose your target? How do you feel during the crime? What's your escape route? All these kinds of things. They just seem to have a flavor of, teach me how to do this, teach me how to get away with this crime. And again, I mean, can't you just imagine him being in a classroom teaching about the unsolved Idaho 4 case,
Right,
and doing it year after year? It's like, we're going to talk about this Idaho 4 case. I mean, I don't know what kind of rush that does for somebody of a certain mind like that, but I can imagine. I mean, it's like knowing a secret that nobody knows, and you're just talking about it, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe it's
what's your thoughts completely on this, though? Now, I get it. Sorry for the too much information, but this is brought up a lot. The blood in the house for that long, the smell, this, that, and the third. Now, what is your thoughts when it comes to that, when that point's being made by people?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I imagine blood is a very strong smell, but I think you might also forget other things. Like a party house smells like puke and beer, and those smells can be just as strong too. Although this house didn't look like it was, I mean, it looked like it was semi-clean inside, other than the pots and pans, and it looks like they got a pasta colander and stuff there on the table. But again, if the stab wounds are on the front and the bodies fall face down, is it all kind of it's almost like it's sealed into the bed, Xana into the floor, Ethan into the bed. Maybe it's not just all so much like it's open air and all over the place, like you could easily imagine.
What is it? Kitchen. All right, that was what we were just looking at. Kitchen photo. Then you have the latent shoe print, where did people get the size 9 from? I always wanted that. I always wanted to know where did size 9 come from? Because nowhere in this statement do I see size 9. You know what I mean?
I can't remember where that comes from, but I know that is derived from somewhere. Is it that they? Yeah, I mean, what is Bryan's foot size, and what is the shoe print foot size? And is it possible to? I mean, is it possible to explain any problems with that by? I know I can put a bigger shoe on than my foot. I can even put a shoe that's smaller than my foot on, but I don't. Nobody likes to do that.
Exclamation!
Thank you, Linda, join my channel.
A lot of people. I know a lot of people are. A lot of people are joining over there. BK had rage towards the victims. They represented all the women who had ever rejected him and made him feel unwanted, says Mike Applegate.
Yeah, doesn't it seem like that's very possible? I mean, I can, I was
ridiculous ideas. What you mean by that? We all got wandering minds. It's all alleged.
My wife just texted, I'm talking too much.
It's all right. That's what we do. We talk too much.
That's right.
We're talking about the case. It's okay.
What's that old rap song? You talk too much. You never shut up. Who does that? Is that Run DMC? I think it's Run DMC.
Old classic.
Yeah.
There's a hole in the bucket, dear Lisa. There's a hole in the bucket, says Willa Harris. You're
like an old song or something?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. By the way, guys, if you want to leave a voicemail, I am playing voicemail. So if you want to be heard that way or send a text, I'm reading both, but I would prefer you leave a voicemail. Call up, leave a voicemail. Me and Jeff will listen to it. And we'll talk about it.
Kathy Jean, leave a voicemail. What ridiculous ideas are you?
Yeah, we would love to hear about it. Just hit the voicemail. We'll definitely play it. Here's one right here. Let's listen to it.
Hey, T-REV.
Shout out to Pittsburgh. I could tell that voice right out the gate. That's Pittsburgh.
It just popped in my mind. I didn't get a chance to really talk about it, but I keep hearing about the ID not necessarily being any of the victims, and it just popped in my head. Do you think perhaps he was somehow I don't know, sticking up for the ex-roommate. That's why they have the roommate. Maybe they have the ex-roommate's ID. Maybe that's why they seem like when you hear them talking about he has a strong alibi or whatever, like perhaps they just like some things seemed that it might have been her that had done it, but they knew she hadn't done it. So that's how they connected it. It just really popped in my head. I don't know. Let me just sit back and really think about this. But her name seems to come up a couple times. So I just wanted to share that with you. But you guys are spot on, and I love your show, and I love you co-hosting with Jeff. This is just the greatest. Thanks.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. What's your thoughts on that, Jeff?
Man, I was I wasn't quite catching her thought process with the ID that was she saying that she.
Well, she's saying that maybe they have the ex-roommate's ID.
So you're saying that Bryan had the ex-roommate's ID,
mm-hmm.
and then that would mean what? What's the implication there?
She was saying that they had. Now I'm just gonna go based off what I remember. She said maybe that's why they seem like when you hear them talking about he has a strong alibi or shared a strong alibi. Yeah. But I'll buy whatever. Perhaps what is it? Perhaps they just like some things. I don't know. I'm trying to remember what she said exactly, but I know she was talking about the ID. And she said something about I keep hearing about the ID not necessarily being any of the victims. And, it's not the victim's ID. She's basically saying it's tied back to somebody at the residence. That's what she was touching up on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because isn't that what Jennifer Koffendorfer was saying, that the IDs were not connected to anybody that lived in the house, but was connected to someone connected to the house?
Yeah, she said,
it could be the.
Well, she said specifically word for word that somebody contacted Cuomo's team and said that the IDs were connected to the ID was connected to somebody not the victims, but somebody at the residence.
It's kind of an interesting place to put IDs, is in a glove.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
especially if the gloves are associated with, when you're going to do something where you don't want to be leaving fingerprints, they're connected to this kind of nefarious activity. I'm sure everybody thinks, are there some kind of rewards for being like breaking into somebody's house and then trying to find their ID and then building up a collection of stolen IDs? I don't know, I'm sure each of those IDs, either they're going to tell a story that there's something to see here or there's nothing to see here, really,
It's pretty interesting. I see we got another voicemail. I'll play this next. Like I said, guys, if you want to call in, I did put the phone number at the top of the screen. And shout out to Jeff on that graphic, by the way. He said he straightened it out, and I've seen that email. This is the straighter one that you sent. And I like this one a lot. If you want to leave a voicemail, 219-885-9693, I will play some voicemails back, and Jeff and I will touch up on them. Here's one right here coming in from, it looks like, Donna. Let's see.
Hey, Travis, Donna. Hey, look, I'm going to flip the script for a minute on something I've been thinking about, away from the Sheath and all that. The other day when you were showing the video of the police going into Kohberger's apartment, and they found something within the locked room, I've been thinking, what if he took photographs of them and printed them out and had them in his apartment? Would that have to show up on the paperwork, or would that be withheld? That's just something, the way they said, he's going to eat him alive with this or whatever. I was thinking maybe he took pictures to take with him as trophies, souvenirs. Just a thought. All right. Well, love you. And love the Rev Gang family.
Thought. thoughts, Jeff?
Well, I mean, it sure seems like if he did something like that, it'd be definitely game over. But I guess the question is, would they have to put that in the PCA? I think is what she's asking.
If he took photographs?
Yeah. I mean, it seems to me that like the purpose of the PCA is to show the absolute minimum without showing your full hand. Just the absolute minimum to get the process going to get the arrest. And then just, then to start the process. But I don't know. That seems like if they found that,
game over.
Game over. Yeah, that'd be
smoking.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about a smoking gun at that point.
I mean, what's he gonna say to something like that? Like say they were planted. Somebody sent me the pictures, or
she specifically said I was thinking maybe he took pictures to take with him as trophies, as souvenirs. So yeah, I mean, you're looking at a case. I mean, what more do you need? If he had pictures of the murders, I mean,
right. I think myself that if you think about those research questions, and if they did originate from him, and did they reveal a curiosity of what it feels like to do a very heinous crime like this, that was the real goal. I mean, I'm sure they keep trophies because they want to remember it later, but I don't know. He was probably just fine with just having the experience, the whatever rush or adrenaline that was pumping through, fulfilling whatever this thing he was ruminating on for a long time, and just making it become a reality. I don't know.
Been autopsy, catch a charge. Huh? Interesting. I see. The voicemails are coming in now. Let's hear this. Let's hear the next one. Here we go.
Hey T-REV, it's Melissa. I'm watching live right now with you and Jeff, and just wanted to say you always have the best, guests, and you guys are always on point and respectful to the victims' families, and I just wish a lot of other people were. In regards to the link to the ID, whoever it was at the King Road house, what if, not specifically saying whose ID it is, if Bryan had broken into the house one, say maybe they weren't home, or, along those lines, because it wasn't like they were there all the time, because there's parties and things going on when they weren't there. And if you remember the body cam footage, they asked, where are the people that live here? I don't know. So maybe he got a hold of someone's IDs or possessions when they weren't home. And I hope that, the DNA sticks. And to answer your question, the latent shoe print was a size 9 in front of Dylan's door, and Bryan wore a size 13 shoe. Much love, Rev Gang, and keep on keeping on. You guys are awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Melissa. Now, you said the latency was the size 9 in front of Dylan's door. Now, where is the size 9? I want to, if anybody can pull it up to where we know it's a size 9, because I've never seen that in a document, in case I overlook something or it's just not hitting my mind. Jeff, have you ever read the documents and seen size 9 anywhere, or have you just heard it from people?
Yeah, I think I've just heard it from people. I don't know that I remember seeing it in a document. Unless it was like no, so I don't know if she's right about that. Then I mean, maybe that footprint has nothing to do with
the case.
It could just be a footprint that they found.
I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm just saying I've never seen it in paper that it was size 9, and I would love someone to send it in so we could go over it, because I've heard size 9 and seen it in chat, but I have yet to see it in one document on the Idaho page, on the document page. That's all I'm saying. I would, if I overlooked it and somebody knows or has it bookmarked somewhere, let me know. I would love to look at it. You go in, kill 4 people. Is your gun safety on? LOL. I just don't get the sheath. Being he had a gun. I get what you're saying on that. Perfect profiler question, says Whisperer. He was in a knife fight. He needed a second hand to fight off Kaylee. Lex says, but the thing with those questions is BK took it outside of his schoolwork. He put it on social media site, Reddit. Maybe you talk about the questionnaire. And I know that they got records for the Reddit in that do you think that, Jeff, and this is just a personal question to me to you, because I've thought about this myself. What do you think about the questionnaire that he had put out? Do you think that he used tips from criminals?
Yeah, it sure seems possible, right? I mean, it almost seems like now I don't think that those questions are definitely unusual, though. I think I was looking into it, and there might have been some evidence that in this criminology, or in this field of learning, that a questionnaire like this isn't necessarily like unique and out of the ordinary, that it might be something that does happen. But it does seem like it's doesn't it make you think, is it the possibility that, okay, he's been thinking about doing something like this, but he's kept it at bay and is not going to do it, but just to get a taste of it, he would want to meet people that would answer questions like this, and the questionnaire and everything, and so that he would living it out vicariously through other people, hearing about their experiences, and then maybe everything was okay. I wonder sometimes too if his dad has any suspicion. It's like, oh my gosh, I was worried about my son. I thought, just had a sense that he could snap at any point, and I just as long as he kept doing these studies, he lost weight, he was in shape, maybe everything's going to be okay. Is it a possibility that it was that kind of a scenario too, that it was like, and would his dad even reveal thoughts like that if he had them? But I don't know, if you're to believe what the sister, seems like the sister might have been a little suspicious, if we can believe what we've heard about the sister, kind of being concerned about, he's out washing the car with, he's got rubber gloves on, and
yeah,
kind of makes me think about the sister. Remember the sister in the Bryan laundry case? Remember they interviewed her out on the front yard, and she didn't seem to have anything that threw him under the bus or anything, but she seemed to I think she went out there to state, look, if there was anything, I would be concerned as well, and I would be sharing it. But I think that's what she kind of revealed in that press conference she gave.
It was proven to be Dickie jumpsuit or just something Dickie, because they sell casual pants also. I'm not 100% sure to be on that. I know there was a receipt and some stuff that they collected.
But I tell you one thing, a one-piece Dickie suit in a mask, I mean, the only thing that is open to view or to the elements, you got your eyes, you've got, what else? I mean, if you've got gloves on, you're basically sealed. The only part of your skin that you're going to see is really just that face part. Right. Assuming it's long sleeves all the way up. Mm-hmm. I would assume it would be. You wouldn't leave your arms exposed.
Oh, we got some voicemails coming through. I see it. I thought that was a good idea. Leave voicemails. Leave your thoughts on them voicemails. I see.
Well, what Kathy's saying there about it being, wearing all sorts of protective gear. I don't think it's like a fireman going into a fire or something with a one piece is actually quite comfortable. It zips up. It's basically a onesie for an adult, and then you put some gloves on. You're already going to be wearing shoes. And then you're going to put a mask on to conceal your face. You don't want anybody to ID you. So it's not like it's a ton of gear.
Oh, wow. I see. I'm like 20 minutes behind. Let me catch up. Giovanna says, question, Trev and Jeff, do you think BK stabbing his 4 victims, BK wouldn't he cut his hand and leave blood DNA on the floor or victim? And thank you for bringing that back up. I've mentioned that plenty of times, and also thought, is it possible that he cut his hand and blood dripped and they have other DNA? I've thought about that. That's played in my mind also. What about you, Jeff?
Yeah, I think I'm sure there were certain things that he had at the forefront of his mind, like don't do this, don't do that. And I'm sure on that checklist of things to do is like, do not cut yourself. I'm sure that was like the utmost importance thing on his mind. You know, do not cut yourself. Don't stay in that house too long. Get in there, get out. Think about the thrill of it, whatever thrill you got out of it as you're going down the road. Don't be there, you know.
And thank you for the question, Giovanna. We appreciate it. Who said it was a size 9? I still want to see that document where it says size 9 footprint. I just never seen it. I'm not saying that somebody's lying, but I'm just saying in general, I've never once seen that. And I would love to see it. If it's out there, it needs to be seen. It needs to be seen so people can understand that. Needed the IDs to hack. What? Wow. Does it actually say, or is, wow, do it's actually D's footprint? Does it say it's actually D's footprint? No, it doesn't. No size 9 in document. Autumn says, Autumn says, yeah, sizes. I've not heard the footprint nor Brian's shoe size anywhere. Raz Illusion says he could have sent pictures taken of his VIA remote desktop to his computer in his parents' home. I message rather than text. Here's another voicemail. Let's play this one real quick. I see we got 520. You're on the show.
Hey, guys, listening to the live, love the show.
Thank you.
The reason why I kept saying Ashland Couch is, as it's been stated, she was the 6th roommate. Her mom owns the house. Ashland got DM into the house. And then we wonder, why was DM in such a state of frozen fear? Well, they keep talking about alcohol, but here's the deal. Ashland Couch and DM and Emma Bailey were all running mates. Everywhere there's pictures of these 3 girls.
Okay.
Now, Emma Bailey is said to be the #1 known, basically, coke dealer for the students at Idaho. And Emma Bailey and her boyfriend were involved and with Caden Young, the University of Idaho frat student who died of a cocaine overdose. They dropped him off at a hospital in Seattle, picked him back up. They were arrested for this in February.
Seen it.
So this could be part of DM's frozen, her frozen fear. Well, if it's more than just alcohol and it's other drugs, Ashland, DM, and Emma were always together. Emma Bailey's a player in this.
Okay. Thoughts, Jeff? What you think? Emma Bailey dropped off at a hospital in Seattle. What is your thoughts on that? Do you think it's relevant? Are they tied to this?
I don't know. I mean, is that the explanation for the 8-hour gap? Is that I don't want to be calling the authorities over here because of connection to Emma, if that's true about Emma. Yeah, I don't know. I can only speculate on that. I think though, I don't know. At what point do you weigh, like, okay, my involvement with drugs versus my friends are murdered and I should help them? It almost seems like I don't know. I guess it depends on the type of person. But I would think that, like, if I see that somebody, my friend is just been murdered or has been stabbed, I think I don't care what the repercussions about the drug stuff is going to be. I want to get help there for my friend.
Yeah, I just don't see the connection because it hasn't been reported. I mean, people connected these people, but I haven't seen any true receipts that line up that they were there at the night. I mean, I'm sure, did they get any of their phone pings?
But I mean, does that like point back to what Steve was saying about, they cleared, they're talking about they cleared her too quickly. Could they be thinking it's like, man, they cleared her quickly, and gosh, we all know she runs with a rough crowd and is involved in shady drug stuff, and it seems kind of bizarre that they would clear her so quickly. Again, I'm just speculating, but like I said, I'm not. My mind's open to, consider and think of possibilities. But
I've went through all that. I just haven't seen any receipts to line up with them being involved. And not only that, they were released from jail over some overdose or something that I remember looking at it, but it was a while back.
But I mean, I think, but in the end, though, I think if that's part of it, but how does that connect to Bryan? I mean, I seem to feel like if it's Bryan, he's more of it seems to me to be like more of a loner type, awkward around in social type settings and things. I thought I read something else other than not just his dad trying to get the neighbors to be his friend when they moved in, which I think alone is kind of, could be telling. I don't know. Maybe dad's just trying to be friendly and, and is that hearsay? Who knows if that's even completely true?
Yeah, see, it just says snapped of the sheath. It doesn't say inside or anything like that, so it doesn't really give a descriptive feel on that. And to get back to this footprint, which really the only document that I've seen on it is this one from affidavit page 5 that says, during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of the Vans type of shoe sole. Just outside of the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path to travel. So with those last leading words, it leads me to believe that they're thinking that's the suspect's footprint. Right. If you've noticed how they stated it at that last piece, this is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path to travel. That wording leads me to believe they think this is the suspect's footprint. Now, was that ever ruled out after the fact? I don't know. But that's what makes me believe they're talking about the suspect's footprint.
Yeah, if they're talking about the path of travel, it sure would seem like because if it was the wrong path of travel, if it's pointing in completely the wrong direction, or I think they would mention that. I don't see anything about in any of the searches I'm doing about the size of this. I don't know where that even comes from.
It's definitely not in the affidavit page 5, and like I said, it's leaning towards this adds up with the suspect's path of travel, which means to me you're talking about the suspect. That's what I get from the lingo that's used in that. You smell jealous says size 9 shoe of a woman is usually taller, big bone frame. Pandora's box says help me out. Who are Emma and Amanda? Yeah, I mean, I know of Emma, and I know of the other guy. Seen him, seen his Facebook, seen all that. Bit behind here, ID Couch Girl. BB says he's also OCD. Let's see.
Actually, wasn't the story with the Emma and the other guy? I think his last name starts with an R. Was it Robinson or something like that? But didn't
Demetrius, yeah,
the guy that died, didn't they? I think Emma and the other guy took him to the hospital. The guy got out. He went to another party and then started using stuff again. And they were actually trying to save his life. So I don't. If all that's true, I get the sense that they're not like just drug dealers. They don't care if you die. I mean, it sounds like I don't know. The fact that they were trying to actually keep this guy alive, I think, says a little something about their character.
See, I can't find nothing, and I'm looking over here. I can't find nothing with a shoe size 9 in it. And here's another voicemail. We got voicemails coming through. Let's check it out. Here's another one for us, Jeff.
Hey, T-REV. Great show. Watching it now.
Thank you.
Believe if it's Kohberger that did this, he had these girls thoroughly investigated, just like he's being investigated now. And it had to start way back when Maddie worked at didn't she work at the vegan restaurant, her and Dana, and somewhere that attraction picked up. And from the beginning of that time, he had time to follow them home. He had to know where they live. He did a whole investigation, and going way back when all this first started, and I was watching it and hadn't seen it since. But you know, Maddie or Kaylee won the night at the truck that this happened. I think it was Maddie that got into it with somebody and flipped them off. Hadn't seen that since, but there was footage of it that very night of where she was telling somebody off. You know, it just seemed like you know, he messed with these girls long enough that he just got enough of something, and that very night he flipped out, and a lot would depend on. I believe, you know, which I'm sure they've investigated it when he bought that Dickies suit, and they did get receipts and stuff, believe, out of his apartment. So, you know, it just goes way back. And I just believe the night he got ready to do it, he was all set up and ready and had been for some time. So it's just a thought. Anyway, this is Sherry. Thanks for sharing your number.
Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate you. And you can hear her listening to us. Shout out to Sherry. Thank you for the phone call. We appreciate you. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, yeah, that whole connection with the restaurant is kind of an interesting thing to think about. You know, the vegan aspect of Kohberger.
Is he confirmed vegan, though? Let's jump into that also. Is he a confirmed vegan? Is that just something thrown out there as rumor and people have been running with it?
I can't remember. There's a story of him demanding his parents like get new pots and pans.
Yes, I do remember that. I do remember.
And, you know, because he didn't want to eat anything that's had anything. I mean, that seems like, if that's true, that seems kind of an extreme. You know, I mean, wash a pan really good, get it clean. I can't imagine that whatever is left. I mean, but then again, it does, if that's true, I mean, it paints like, okay, he's concerned about minuscule DNA. He's concerned about whatever residue is on a pot or pan that would be unacceptable for a vegan. I don't know. It paints him as a, you know, very interesting and peculiar person. I don't know. I don't know what to think about the vegan aspect of it. And the restaurant thing, I thought about that too a lot. I remember when JLR was walking down by the Mad Greek and he actually saw this dude in the back alley. Did you see that video? It was a guy, I can't remember his name, and I'm sure surely they've cleared him. His name hasn't come up since. I don't even remember it and bring it up. But it was somebody that had been involved with a recent crime, like a robbery at a supermarket or something. And then here's JLR walking behind the back alley of the Mad Greek, and he sees the guy, and you could tell that he was kind of like, I got to get out of here. This is uncomfortable. But he recognized the guy. He said it by name, and then I think it might have been another video that he had talked about. He pulled his picture up in his record of some thing, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
And okay, here's another one. Let's see what we got here. Did we hear this one? Which one is this?
Hey, T-REV, this is Livy Live. So I have two thoughts.
Oops. Okay, here we go.
Hey, T-REV, this is Livy Live. So I have two thoughts about and experiences, my own personal experiences. So it was weird. I'm not sure what type of flooring they had inside the house, but for whatever reason, I think they had maybe like the fake hardwood floors. Well, I had a place that had like the faux hardwood floors, and for instance, my son had an accident. He had his hand cut open and blood was gushing everywhere all over the ground. And anyways, 2 hours later, after the blood dried on the floor, I had somebody clean up I'm like, can you clean up the blood? And basically they swept up the blood into the dustpan. So like the dry blood was able to be swept up off the ground, which was weird. But it was able to clean it up like that. And then two, Have you ever, I don't know, when we're talking about vans, I'm not sure of anybody who goes into a van store. They have like this product where, you know, you can spray your shoes with the spray, and they do like examples of pouring like wine on your shoe, and basically the spray basically deters the liquid so it doesn't stain the shoe. And they show examples like pouring ink or whatever. And then so I was thinking, what if he had something like that where I know they had like men's pants, like dress pants, whatever, where it was made out of substance where it doesn't get stained. Like if someone had wine, whatever, and or coffee, and it was spilled onto their dress pants, that it would just slide right off and it wouldn't stain. So I'm wondering, like, maybe what if he sprayed himself down with this type of spray so that the blood wouldn't stick onto him, it would just slide right off whatever he was wearing. So therefore, he was able to leave the house with basically easy cleanup, just sweep it up, and only the luminol after the fact that would be able to see that evidence of the trails maybe later on, maybe the latent shoe print. It didn't show like it was basically wiped down like with bleach or nothing, but maybe swept up. But you could still see the outline of the footprint. And then 2 is maybe he did have something like that spray or that type of clothing, which was made so that there was no stains to be able to stick on him.
Some good thoughts. You know, it's almost like you ever put Rain-X on your windshield? You know, it's like a kind of a clear wax type stuff that you put on the windshield, and then when it rains, the moment the water hits, it just, as you're driving down the road, it just flies right off. It won't stick. You know, even just the gravity will take the water droplets and they'll just slide right off. So, I mean, that'd be interesting if there was a receipt for some of that, whatever you'd spray on his clothing, that would, any liquid would just kind of slide right off.
Now, there is something that I want to discuss that I feel like is relevant that we've never been able to establish. You know, then that's the location of where Ethan Chapin was located. There's been confusion that he was located in bed, the hallway. I've even heard the stairwell. I mean, we've heard a bunch of different things when it comes to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But where was he really located? And that, I feel like, was never like pinpointed directly. I'm looking through
there was a story where he was blocking the door, right? His body was blocking the door.
I've heard that rumor.
But then what does it say on that Kula, house 3D animation? What are the on the red X? Does that say where Ethan was found?
Yeah, it says Ethan was found in an unknown position and location in bedroom 2B. You know what I'm saying? So that right there throws confusion for me, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, and then it says unknown location.
How can I text T-REV a pic of a latent footprint? Oh, there's easy ways to text that, but I don't know where people. I just still want to know where people are getting the 9 footprint, the 9-inch or whatever you want to put it. Size 9 footprint. I want to know where people are getting that. Are they measuring off of the latent footprint that's in the picture, or what? Like how are people doing that? Because I just think that's a preview.
Yeah, I think anybody that's got that in their theory, that's in their head, like, okay, this is what's what. If you have the size 9 footprint, you should have more of a receipt with it, or that should be like a bookmark on the top of your web browser that takes you right to where that's. I couldn't find anything when I Googled it. I've heard it a bunch of times, but I can't. Couldn't find it. Also, the definition of latent. One of the definitions under the category of biology, it says lying dormant or hidden until circumstances are suitable for development or manifestation, which I mean applies to the footprint. I think it was invisible until they applied chemicals to the area, and then they could see that there was a footprint there. But I think before the chemical application, I think it was probably invisible to the eye.
So
I could be wrong, but that's what I'm surmising.
Looking this up. Okay, so I'm gonna read a couple text messages. It says, "Hey T, first I have to say much love and respect to you. Thank you, I appreciate that. What do you think about BK's alibi and they haven't revealed what it is? I think it's BS. I mean, if you were innocent, your alibi would be out there. Now, I know he had to what today? Was it today to put that alibi through? I can't remember the exact date because I've looked at so many different documents, but." Chat, what was the ending day? Was it the 21st or what? I'm trying to remember that. Let me scroll down. He had a couple days not too long ago. Texted you, Trev, Melissa, friends.
That says he must submit his alibi in writing on July 24th.
And Melissa, we've been looking at the case.
3 more days.
We've been looking at. Me and some members of the Discord team been looking at that case you sent in to me about your friend. And we'll be covering that one live also. So just to let you know, FYI, I didn't forget about you. I believe Ethan was in bed and Xana was in the room blocking the door from being opened. Yes, won't show till they use the Amito Black.
Right.
Mary mom says Ethan may have been attacked first, and Xana come in contact with him, and Ethan ran to help her, and just fell from his injury and fell by the door. Is what I think you're saying. Okay, 24. So 24, BK has to put his alibi through. That's what we have. 24.
Yeah.
24 to get it through. Totally agree. 24. So I mean that alibi should have definitely been out there though. Matter of fact, let's put that up as a vote. I'm curious to what you guys think on that. Do you think his alibi? I mean, is it a red flag to you that there's no alibi put out by now? Red flag that.
You know, I would think too, the later the alibi comes, the less I would trust it, because I would think it's, becomes like the alibi would be based on the evidence and everything that they've received and have considered. An alibi that comes out, a couple days after he's arrested, that I would trust more, because but I don't know. It's a process. I'm no legal expert at all, so.
Let's see what they say about that. Okay. I want to see. I put a poll up. It says specifically, and thank you, by the way. Actually, hold on. Let me see that because I didn't see that before. Lex Luthor said 99% Kaylee's furniture was in her bedroom. Hit the like button. Thank you, Lex. I didn't see that. I had to actually look at YouTube to see what you put there. Thank you for that, and thank you for joining, by the way. And let's go to what we got here. I put it up. Get your votes in. I'm curious to what you think. Is it a red flag that Bryan Kohberger has no alibi as of now? 71% so far out of 50 votes, out of 50 votes is yes, it's been too long. 13%, no, it does not matter. 50-50, he lawyered up at 19%. So the majority is yes, it's been too long so far, but I'll check back with that in a minute. And I do see we got some more voicemails coming through. Let me read there's not this last text, but here's one. Latent footprint example with Amito Black. Let's check that out. Let me save the image. Footprint. Thank you guys for sending us in text message, voicemail. And I think I'll do this when I have guests on. I'll listen to voicemails. I'll check out text messages because it's another way for you guys to get through. Even though, I have the phone lines open directly, we can listen and talk about it, which I think it's a great idea. And we're going to add that into the arsenal, especially when I have 2 to 3 person panels. So here's this. Let's open up the footprint. This was sent in right here, an example. Specifically, they said, latent footprint example with Amito Black, 650. I appreciate you sending this in. What do you think, Jeff? There's an example, and this is great to look at, by the way. Mark,
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That.
That's,
thoughts?
Yeah, so I imagine before they've added that amino black, that it's all you'd see is the white tile that's, you know, with the marble tile on either side of it. And then you apply that chemical and then you can see it. That's I wonder how they what do they, maybe they just sprinkle a little bit here and there until they see a little something happening, and then it's like, okay, there might be something here, so then they just kind of broaden or enlarge the area that they're searching.
Yeah. I think the lawyer, said at the beginning of this whole thing that alibis can be twisted and used against you. Good point. BK alibi. Thumbelina and 4 friends. We got some more voicemails coming in. I emailed you a photo of a pair of men's long sleeve Dickies, Hollis said. I'll check it out, Hollis. And another person said, not all shoe prints will be perfect as the photo, in that everyone has different pressure points in how they stand, walk, like Dr. Scholl's. Give us a shoe insert to how you walk and stand to fit to the comfort level of pressure points. 916 in the mix sent that through.
But I guess the idea of, like, if he had worn like the booties, like that they put over their boots before the investigators before they come in. I mean, so the idea is if he would wear something like that, it would prevent any actually shoe print. You basically just get a one big flat, whatever the material is, the cloth type material that the shoe covering is made of. But it seems like if it's saturated in stuff, would it still leave, like, would the shoe print come through? But I don't know.
Let me take this right here and take a look at that. I got the emails here.
But I guess the footprint can reveal the shoe size of the person, which is good. I don't know that it necessarily, if he happens to have the same kind of shoes, they could just, it seems like they could say, well, maybe a lot of people have that shoe. So what does that prove? But if it did happen to be a match, though, for the shoe size, then that seemed like that would be critical information.
Pull that up there. Okay. So we have, let's see, here's another voicemail coming in. Let's check it out. One right here.
Hey, T-REV, it's Hollis. I emailed you a picture of a pair of long-sleeved male's Dickies. It's probably what he wore, and you can see what it looks like. It's very Michael Myers-ish. Okay, bye.
That was very quick. Now this is it right here. I got it pulled up on the screen. Thank you, Hollis, for sending this in, and thank you for the voicemail. Anybody who wants to get any points or you have any thoughts or anything that you want to point out, make sure you call in 219-885-9693. Leave a voicemail. I will play. Downtown Wonder says, if I was a parent, I would want to know all the details, where body was or did he suffer, etc. Absolutely. I'm sorry, Teresa. I mean, what's your thoughts on this Dickie? Do you think that he could have wore something similar to this?
Yeah, I would imagine so, right? Was it? Can you zoom in? Does it? It doesn't. It has no place for like a belt, right? I mean, if you were to, you could wrap something around yourself, I guess. But yeah, I think my gut feeling has been that he wouldn't want the knife sheath on a belt, because then you get stuck like in one location and it's awkward to get the knife back into it. And plus, two, a belt is something that somebody that's trying to fight you off could grab. Could grab onto, could leave their DNA on you. So, and two, though, the person who called with the idea about the chemical that you could spray on this, it'd be easy, just this one piece, you spray it down and it's ready to go. It wouldn't, stuff would just roll right off of it.
Yeah, but okay, so say there isn't, and let's go hypothetically, there's no DNA from the victims in his vehicle. So that would mean he would literally have to strip everything down, possibly wash anything off before he left, or has some gloves on and fold them out and put them in. You know what I mean? Like, there's something there, right? I mean, that plays in my mind. Because did you take all that off, put it in a bag, get in your vehicle butt ass naked, and take off and burn that stuff, and have a pair of clothes ready in your passenger seat and change into that while you went?
True. Yeah, you could have a extra pair of clothing to change into. He just got to go not that far from the house, change his clothes, and
right.
And if he did that in front of a camera, I'm sure that would be damning, very damning.
Yeah, you see a naked guy running out. There's a camera on the side of the Queen Road building, or maybe he parked behind. Now, you had something pulled up on the video footage that you sent me, 5 passes. Now, I never noticed this, but you had it 407. Now I got to pull it up because it's bad. It's boggling my mind a little bit. We got all 5 passes, right? Now, on the specific footage that I'm talking about, did he drive around at 407 behind the Queen Road apartments?
Right. Yep. The last pass is 407, and he went around behind the apartments. And in my opinion, he's headed right for the back parking lot behind the house.
So from when he came in, pulled out, backed out, and then went around, which would be the front side of the Queen Road apartments, there was another part where he came back down and went behind?
No, it's like the first pass, first, second, third, and fifth were identical routes around the building. It's only that fourth one where he didn't go around the building. He came and he turned around in that parking lot. But he sat there for 10 seconds. So, I mean, was that... was that to get something ready? Was he getting the knife ready? Was he, was he putting his mask on? I don't know what he was doing at that point.
We got 988 in here. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Make sure, if you don't mind. Now, I'm not demanding you, obviously, but I would appreciate if everybody in here smashes the like button. I do appreciate you being here. I appreciate everybody calling in, leaving voicemails, texting, and just joining us in this conversation. Teresa Madden says, "Thank you, everyone. It's been a long time, but I always miss her." Did I miss something? Maybe I missed a comment leading up to that. I'll be looking for it. I'm betting his DNA is all over the house when it comes to BK. I mean, and Jennifer made that point. She said, and I thought it was a great point. Was there DNA in the house other than the Night Sheath DNA? And I thought that was a fabulous point. They never said there was no other DNA in that house. From Bryan Kohberger.
Was it Jennifer that she made the point where they specifically said no DNA in the car, but they didn't mention the house, right? They kind of, sometimes what you don't say is just as important as what you do say.
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Thank you, good one.
I
appreciate that. Gosh.
Oh, damn, the voicemails are rolling in. Here we go. Let's see. Here's another one. Let's hear him. I see 412. Here we go.
Hey, T-REV. I was just calling back to clarify myself. Yes, I was questioning the fact that they have the IDs, and they say that there's an ID that is attached to the house, but it isn't the victim's. Then I was speaking on, because I know that there's 2 shows with 2 different sides of the interview with the Gonzalez family. I know that they were speaking on the roommate about who they were questioning had the great alibi. So I was just thinking that perhaps he was stalking Ashland or something. But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. What I wanted to talk about was, I forgot now. Lord have mercy.
It's okay.
What I wanted to talk about was, I think that people get Ethan and Xana all mixed up when it comes to where they were in the room, because even I do that. Like 1 minute I'll say, no, she was first, because when you read, when you get how the police think they died, they believe that Bryan went upstairs, killed the two upstairs, came down and killed Santa and Ethan. They say where they dropped, but then it gets all mixed up because we're all seeing them as one person. Like it's really a sad situation when you think about it. It's like in death as in life, I guess. But anyway, so there was that. Then about the shoe size, they're only talking about Bryan's shoe being a size 13. We don't even know if the shoe size that they found, the shoe print that they found in the house is the shoe print of Bryan, because they found the shoe print in the house first, and then they found Bryan, but they do know that Bryan wears a size 13 shoe. So there is that. And I think that everybody's saying something about a size 9 because Dylan wears a size 9, as if that's like whatever. So that's just a conspiracy. So
Okay.
I wanted to say that, and thank you. And thank you, Jeff. I just wanted to again say you're doing a great job. I'm loving it. All right, bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you there, Pittsburgh. Shout out to Pittsburgh. Good call.
Let's see one thing though. When you take a voicemail and you say the area code, you still got to do the rhyme. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 412. You fit the shoe. What's going on?
You got it.
412. You fit the shoe. You know.
That's the inner rapper in you, right? That is always rhyming.
Yeah, I just get it. You know, it comes to the head. T-REV and Jeff, thank you both so much for a great show tonight. You have made an outstanding live together. Congratulations, T-REV. Yeah, I will get Jeff on more often. You know, I want to help Jeff create and you know, have his channel go up, because he does wonderful work, and it won't just be my help. It's his work that speaks for itself. So, you know, definitely Jeff will be on with me more. I'll have him on as much as he wants to come on. Besides, you know, when we do our podcast. But yeah, I know you want to. I'd love to have Jeff on more often.
Yeah.
Love to have Jeff on more often. Let's see what else we got.
Yeah, I mean, I got addicted to watching your show, T, a long time ago, and it hasn't stopped. So this is, believe me, this is a thrill for me. So and the reaction that people have, so positive and amazing, and I appreciate all of it. It's just I'm very thankful, very thankful.
Oh, no doubt, brother. So hold on, damn, the voice. Like I said, the voicemails are rolling in. So here's another one. This one. Let's see.
Okay, so
hold on. 336, you're in the mix. I had to add that in there. 336, you're in the mix.
So like Bryan is not playing his hand. You know, he's lawyered up, so they haven't released what his quote unquote alibi is. But it was 4:00 in the morning. They've estimated the times of these deaths. So who really has an alibi at 4:00 in the morning? Being a single man, lives in an apartment by himself, doesn't have any animals that we know about. You know, like, what's your alibi? It's like if somebody was to, you know, say, I've done something like this, it's 3:30 in the morning. I mean, of course, I'd have an alibi now because I just made a phone call to, you know, this number, and they could check that I've been on YouTube. I'm still on YouTube. But you know what I mean? Like, most people are asleep at this time in the morning. Doesn't matter if it's a weeknight. I mean, you know, I guarantee you they were asleep. Or maybe they weren't. But anyway, I believe that Bryan did this. I really do. I really do believe that he thought he was masterminded in this. And he, forgetting all about the cameras that are everywhere, which is probably what's going to get him caught, honestly, or has got him caught. However, the alibi thing, it was 4:00 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
right.
It's kind of hard to prove that you were not there killing people
Right.
When you don't have anybody, you don't live with anybody, you don't have any friends staying overnight. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I was on the phone right now leaving this voicemail, I would be asleep. If I wasn't watching this live, I'd be asleep. And so, no, I wouldn't have an alibi. Nobody else is in this house with me. You know, I'd be like, I was asleep? I mean, I don't know. It's just, I don't think he has an alibi because he did it, but I also don't think he'd have an alibi if he didn't do it and he was asleep at 4 a.m. His phone was turned off. You know? Nah. Anyway, love the show. Love you, love you, love you. I could listen to your voice all night long. And I like the guest tonight as well. So take care. Bye.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
So Brian's got a question on the screen there.
Good points too on the call. Yeah, Brian, you see what he said, right?
Yeah, that you know, I don't know what's up with that guy. Could just be somebody walking. That's it. I don't know that it's anything nefarious in any way. Just a guy walking. I mean, there's also there's a spot where there's a cat walking by. There's life is going on as this stuff is about to happen and is happening, so yeah, I don't think there's anything strange, or I had no desire to even look too much further into it other than to just point out that it was there, or somebody must have pointed it out to me, I think, because I don't know that I found that myself.
Yeah, I seen it, and like you said, is it nefarious? I mean, that's a party area. Were they traveling from somewhere? Were they going to pick up some weed, or were they just walking somewhere? Were they out?
Right. Yeah, that caller she made some great points. I mean, like, what do you say? Why are you there around 4 a.m.? And after you answer that question, why is your phone off? And why is there a bucket and a shower curtain in your trunk?
Oh my God! Go ahead.
That last part I can't.
I want you to. It's some facts.
Yeah. What would I say? What would I say if I was at 4 a.m.? I'm over in that area.
I'd say this.
What's my alibi?
All right.
I'm legally blind. I can see barely.
Well, I mean, we got to put it this way. BK has some explaining to do.
Right.
Simple as that. There's some explaining to do. There's something that we don't know about that's, I feel, earth shattering. There's got to be.
Now, do you think this is the kind of thing where Ann Taylor is like, I got you, Brian, I can get you through this? Or is it kind of like Jodi Arias's lawyer, where I think Jodi Arias's lawyer was at the mercy of Jodi Arias? Jodi Arias was calling shots, telling him what to, he's the lawyer, but she's the one who's trying to control the narrative. And so is Brian in this scenario the one that's trying to control the narrative, and is or is he sitting back and trusting her, that she's got it? I don't know for sure myself. I kind of lean towards Brian probably
calling the shots,
control this situation. Yeah.
Calling the shots. I mean, who wakes up at 4 a.m. and turns their phone off and on? Good point. Great point.
Yeah.
Great point.
I mean, I don't turn my phone off for anything, so I don't. I tell you what, and if there's no pattern of him turning his phone off, if like this is the only time he's ever turned his phone off in his phone history, that's going to look very suspicious.
Constant question come through right here. The prosecution has not shown any prior connection between BK and the victims. Why them? I see this question very often.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to lean towards that Brian picked them just at random. It could be because of the Mad Greek restaurant, maybe, or maybe saw them online. That's a possibility. But I think it can be just as simple as he's driving around the area. Maybe he one night saw them walking towards the house and they caught his eye, and he saw them go in the front of the house. And he went to the back of the house and he's like, I saw them go in the front door, but I saw her through the window in the back. And next thing you know, that's he's chosen he's chosen them.
Man, it just does seem like there's definitely there has to be a motive there. Point blank period. And that goes back to, was it social media stalking? Did he run into him at the Mad Greek?
Mad Greek.
And was he at that location? Did he run into one of them prior? Did he run into him prior? Did he ever go to the Idaho University and run into them? Where did he first see them? Was it social media? Was it, I mean, there's some connection there that we're not getting. And I do feel like that's part of what's sealed. Because I feel like if they shown what was sealed, it'd probably sway a lot of people.
Well, that doesn't seem like in like there are people out there in the world that you're either complete strangers with. If you saw them, you would feel and be certain that this is the first time I've ever seen them. And then there's people that you know, maybe like as a waitress at a restaurant or something you encounter occasionally, you would recognize them. If you were in the supermarket, you both might recognize each other. Like, oh yeah, you came in. I remember I served you. I would wonder for a guy like Bryan, would he want the person that he chose as his victim to not have any connection at all to where they'd like, I recognize you from I served you at the restaurant, or I saw you in the supermarket? Would he want someone that it's like, I have managed to control my identity and existence from this person completely, where they don't even know I'm watching them, and they would never, I could walk right past them and they'd never give it a second thought because I'm just a complete stranger. And I think it's possible to achieve that if he's happened to see one of them, happened to then watch them through the window. Could be as simple as that. Occam's razor, right? I mean, it's just the simplest solution might just be the actual solution.
Is anyone familiar with the What 3 Words app? When I input the Idaho 4 address in bold letters on a portion of the property, it reads tips best herb, but the rest of the identifier. No, I'm not familiar with that. What about you, Jeff?
Yeah, no, I've never heard of that.
He walks back and forth for a long time, then gets picked up by the dumpster after 5 a.m.
It's talking about is that talking about the dumpster video at Linda Lane 1320?
I mean, but you're talking at 1320. You're talking at 12:47 a.m. You know what I mean? When it comes to that footage, it's 12:47 a.m. But I have no idea what that was referring to. Maybe I don't know.
The guy. I didn't really look too far in depth with the guy at the dumpster. I mean, he seemed to be just somebody looking inside the dumpster. I mean, I've looked inside dumpsters before too. Sometimes you find something. You never know.
A bucket in a shower curtain ? Joey says that.
Yeah.
Oh man, don't get us to dive into that damn bucket and shower curtain, man. That's been hot topics on here.
Yeah, no, that's my theory. You still have that picture, the BK's bucket?
It's somewhere. Let me look.
Picture.
Let me look.
I don't know if it's. I could send it to you, but I don't know if it's worth pulling up. It's just a basic. It's that bucket theory that. It's kind of evolved a bit, you know.
It's in here somewhere, man. I've downloaded so much stuff. It's
just. I mean, it's easy and it's easiest enough just to describe it, but.
You'd have to say I got so many files downloaded. It's absolutely insane.
Oh, you know what? You know where you can find it is on my community tab on my YouTube channel. I posted it on there. It's not too far down. If that's not too hard to find.
Let me see what this says too.
T-REV, the latent print with amino black, wouldn't that mean it was a bloody footprint that was cleaned up?
That's a good question. So he said T-REV with the latent print with amino black, wouldn't that mean it was a bloody footprint that was cleaned up? Good question. Thoughts?
Yeah, I wonder. That's either that or was there a kind of a mess of blood there, and it I don't know. I don't know enough about latent footprints.
It's a good question. It's a good question for sure. And we got another one, 228. Let's see what they're saying.
Hey, it's Melissa again. Though, they said that they found that latent shoe print that was the van style. What if, like Jeff was talking about, the thing that puts over the shoes, that way it just shows up with a material print. What if, just like when it's icy outside and you put the ice cleats over your boots, it could be an imprint or tread from those, because there's different grip styles that go over your boots, and there's different makers and brands and manufacturers that have different tread patterns. That might be something else to consider too, just food for thought. But great show, you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you hear?
Yeah. I got to be honest. I did drift off in thought for just a second, and I sent you a link to the in the private chat for the BK's bucket thing.
She said,
"Yes." Tell me what she said again.
It was like, they said they found a latent shoe print that was like the van style. Something about what you said, like Jeff said, talking about the thing that puts
Putting
over
the
the
foot
shoes. I think like booties or something, and it just shows up with the material print. And something about it being icy outside, and you put ice cleats over your boots. It was something. She said something like that, and then. What was it? There's different grip styles that go over your boots, and there's different makers and brands, and something about manufacturing.
Oh, that's a possibility. I know a long time ago I went ice climbing up in New Hampshire, and you can put these things I think they're called crampons, but they hook onto your boots, and they're basically spikes. So, and they have two spikes that stick out in the front, so you can kick your toes into the ice and climb up the wall. But if you had something attached to your shoe that would prevent like the bottom sole of the shoe touching the floor. So
let me see. Let's look at this here. There's another one. We got more. The voicemails are rolling through. T-Rex.
Okay, T-Rev, I hope you play this one and not the other one. So about the blood in his hand and everything. If you notice, they wanted to see his hand. They felt that there was a mark on him somewhere. So if they're looking for that, it's to prove how there's blood other places.
Right.
I always
Indiana,
remember that they said that there were blood mixtures. So they couldn't pinpoint anything by itself. And then there was the knife sheath. This was early on, way when they first arrested him. They were doing different newscasts. So and as far as there was none of the victim's blood in his car, but they didn't say that they didn't have his blood in the car. Okay. All right. I just wanted to say that. Bye bye.
Pittsburgh got a lot of thoughts going on. I see you. What you think, Jeff?
So the thought being that they didn't, not finding the victim's blood in the car, but finding his own. And then what's the situation? Yeah, how do you explain what's up with this blood? I don't know. I really think they have a lot of evidence. A lot. I mean, I believe them when they say. Didn't they say like they this is our guy? We've said something with the, sounded like with confidence that they have the guy.
They put the blood plays, so they collected the song "Trying to Get You," and that booty is in my head.
Oh my God!
Charles stalking, drugs, bingo. The stuff they use to highlight it ends up making it too weak to analyze blood, and it could have been there before that night. We got another voicemail coming in. Let's see what they got going on here.
Hey, T-REV, I think there are a few things that everyone's overlooking, such as there is a spray, like a can of spray paint. You can spray all over your shoes that will make them waterproof, that will make things from sticking, that will keep things from sticking to them. And I think Bryan might have used those on his shoes. I think that Bryan took everything into account to keep blood transfer from getting into his car to where he wouldn't have much cleanup. But also something I wanted to point out to you is from a lawyer's standpoint. It is far better to have any alibi, even if it was committing a more minor offense than homicide, such as it would be acceptable for to a lawyer if Bryan were to tell his attorney, I was out buying drugs. Because anytime you have an offense that you can admit to that is lesser than the offense you're charged with, that is what your lawyer wants to hear, because it is your lawyer's job to keep you alive. So if he was buying drugs and that was his alibi, it would be a far better alibi than no alibi.
Yep.
Of course, buying drugs would be a harder alibi to prove, but I don't think Bryan was buying drugs. I think Bryan was committing these murders. And I know he only has 3 days left for an alibi, and I'm anxious to see what that is. Anyways, Bryan Kohberger committed this crime, you guys. Bryan Kohberger is going to go to prison for these crimes, and if he doesn't face the death penalty, which I is a very, very good likelihood at this point. Also, someone asked me something about a plea deal with Bryan Kohberger. You guys, Bryan Kohberger cannot take a plea deal that is not offered to him. Bye-bye, Bryan. Anyways, Rep Gang for life. Yep, I love you guys. Bye.
Good call. Thank you, Regina.
She's going to get me in trouble because I'm here searching like things to keep blood from sticking to your clothing. I'm trying to find the product, but yeah, my Google searches are going to look suspicious now.
Yeah, it's see, I know about I know people talk about the Linda Lane footage, altered this, that, and the third, but I know that on the just specifically 3 a.m., 4 a.m., I was able to match the sounds from the Banfield body cam to the Linda Lane footage.
Right.
So I did, like I covered that earlier. It's on the video. I was able to line that up and get the sound perfect. But hold up, there's one more. Let's check it out. Let's check out this voicemail. 3 minutes.
Hey, T-REV, this is Sherry again. I'm not trying to hog the show or anything, but, I just totally believe that he come in contact at that restaurant, because there was 12 other times that he has been around that house. I mean, or within the vicinity. So, he connected somewhere. And then there was another time when it was told, that Kaylee was or there was some kind of swim party or something somebody invited him to. So I just believe he had been connected for some time within that and had been following him around. He just, he was probably around them more than any 12 times.
She said 12 times.
Hey, that he got a connection, and he just didn't leave that alone. I mean, I don't believe he went from Washington State just over to that neighborhood every now and then. He had to connect somewhere, and it just had to be in that restaurant. And then I believe he was around that truck quite a few more times than he was probably ever seen. And the night that it was that very night that, Maddie, she flipped somebody the bird and said, F you, Tom. And, that never come back up again, but it was very early on. So I believe that he had time to go through that house, run around, see what was going on in that house. He knew that house inside and out. He didn't take any chances. He just made 1 or 2 mistakes. And the big mistake was leaving that DNA. That DNA probably was caught on the inside of that button, somehow, because pretty sure he probably had that wiped up. Just don't know how he got it in there. But, he made a connection, and he stayed in it. And I think, that sweet little Maddie probably smiled at him. She looked all sweet and everything. And you know, I believe he just got pissed off about something, and that, you know, that was the end of it. Because when he comes in court and things, you know, he looks like he's a young, innocent, scared man, just a young, innocent, scared man. And, you know, it's hard to believe he'd even be guilty or even capable of handling 4 people. But, you know, I believe that Ethan.
Must have been the end.
Well, she ran out of time on the.
Yeah, she ran out of time. It's a 3-minute
Uh,
cutoff. They're going in. They're going in on the voicemail. Shout out to everybody leaving the voicemails. I appreciate you guys. You know, being a part of the show.
At least she didn't hit the end of that 3 minutes by saying like, and I just figured it out. The killer is, and then boom.
Boom. Right after you're like, damn, what did she say?
You know, one thing she was saying though did make me think back to about. Remember they were talking about Kaylee thought she had a stalker, and they interviewed that guy at the vape shop, and one thing they never said is like did anybody ever snap a picture of this guy as he was kind of weirding her out, being a creeper, or did anybody ask her like to describe him? Like, is there any description? I mean, my gut tells me that since we hadn't heard any more about it, maybe, you know, it's a description that is so far from Bryan Kohberger that it's not worth trying to connect. It just doesn't work. But
Psychic says, I would like to hear from the DoorDash driver.
no doubt. Don't you ever stop and think that the DoorDash driver was like this close to being like a hero? I mean, he could have been like, come in there, dropping off the food, heard something, ran in to say, what's going on? Somebody need help? Been there to help.
I mean, but how many times have we heard a he or a she? It was confirmed a she by JLR, then it was confirmed a he by all these other different people. It's like, do we really know if the DoorDash driver was a girl or a boy? You know,
right.
That part gets to me too, because it's been said back and forth.
One thing I don't think there's any connection, or they're involved in any way. I mean, they're too connected with their phone, the job, the app. It's tracking them, the time that things are picked up, the times that things are dropped off over there. You know, they're required to take a picture if they're like Uber Eats. They take a picture of the door where they left the food. And that's the question too. Did they just drop the food and leave it? You know, that was kind of became the norm with COVID. You just no contact, right? Or did they, you know, even there's a couple of places that I order food from. They actually knock on the door, ring the doorbell, and wait, and they hand it directly to you. But the majority of them, they just leave the food by the door, and you know, you get a notification on your phone. Or the dog heard them, and I didn't. You know, and they're coming up.
I think this is going to be an important role in this case. Excuse me. I think this is definitely going to be an important role. This 112 King Road, you know, with the thump or the thud, the loud thud, along with the dog barking.
Right.
For the dog to be barking, it had to be alarmed that something was taking place. You know what I'm saying? That some type of commotion was going on.
And didn't it say something too about the camera? It was a cat or something that triggered the camera to turn on, and it just so happened to catch. Which makes me think this type of camera here, the one that screws into the light bulb, isn't the kind like at 1330 where it's just constantly running. My understanding from what I heard is they have video files that are just constantly running, but then they also have files that are triggered by movement, that are separate files. But this,
Never heard nothing about no cat making it go.
yeah, there was something in one of the documents about. It was connected with the sounds that were heard from the camera, and it made mention of a cat triggering the camera to turn on, and it captured sounds at that point. But did you see the still picture that comes from this camera that somebody released? It's like 1:56 a.m. and
I do want to say this. For rain cams, It says this specifically. Ring cameras do not constantly record or store footage of your property when you are not there. Instead, the camera system is set to record and store footage when any form of motion is detected. If you want continuously monitoring of your home, you must sign up for the company's premium plan.
So you can do it if you
So
want.
let's see right here. Ring cameras and doorbells do not support continuous or 24/7 recording. Your camera will record when motion is detected or when the live view is activated. Okay, so that will rule that out. Does Ring Cam record audio all the time? Most video doorbells do not record or don't record audio continually. So it's all motion. It's all motion activated. It's all motion activated. So maybe it was a cat that something did.
Yeah, I can't remember where I read that, but I thought it was in one of the official documents. Where, you know, it would have been associated with the hearing of the thud, the hearing of, you know, whatever other things. I need to be a little more organized with my documents. The documents aren't as, you know, videos of and pictures I've got plenty of, and even multiple copies, I think.
What is that?
But did you see the still picture that came from that camera that was released? I can send you one. You can put it up.
Still picture. Please do not play.
Yeah, it's 1:56 a.m., which many people are wondering if that's significant that they chose to send a still from 1:56 a.m.
Where's this at?
Yeah, 1112 King Road.
Did I play it? Maybe I did.
I can't believe I hadn't actually grabbed a still frame of this yet.
I see we got another one. Another one came through. Let's hear it. I'll hear it while you're doing that.
Hey, T. Hey, Jeff. Listen, that camera right there. It's that camera right there that I swear I feel like there's an Aiden Fucci video. Like, for them not to be so concerned about the DNA, they don't care about anything. And they're so positive. Nope, we have our guy. At the end of the day, it took them years to ever reveal that they had Aiden Fucci going into the woods with the girl and coming out of the woods without the girl. No one ever really even realized that this video even existed. For years, it took them, a couple of years to say, okay, Aiden, but he went on and pled guilty, so it wasn't made a big deal out of. But that camera is just right there. We do not know. They could literally have him going in and him going out because they're just so confident. The prosecution is like, come on, let's go. And I'm sitting there, and they don't want to answer no questions, no nothing. All they keep saying is, okay, no. And now they're like, we don't want to hold the stay. Let's just get it. Let's get it going. And it's just crazy. So I just wanted to say that. I'm telling you. All right. Bye-bye.
Couple years. Shout out to Pittsburgh. I appreciate you. She said they definitely are confident about something. That's for damn sure. And, I respectfully disagree, but I think that they're confident because of the Papa Rodgers thing. That's just my opinion. I could be dead wrong, but I'm speculating on it. And I allegedly think that's one of the things. The Papa Rodgers, maybe he posted the 4chan, Reddit, etc., all those different things, and was chiming in. And maybe they have them caught on all platforms. That's, like I said, again, that's me speculating. But also, I wonder why were they grabbing Snapchat for protocol? Also, another thing was the whole, what was that tracker thing, Jeff, that tracks how many miles you run? I forget the name of it off the top right now, but
yeah.
What the heck is the name of it? I can't think of the name of the exact wording of the program, but it tracks your how far you go or whatever like that.
Yeah.
Strava maybe? I'm just guessing off the top. Strava. I feel like Jeff knows what I'm saying, says Hannah. Barry Journal says, I went to WSU and seen BJN himself in his office. Some prison guards have also said he was seen blowing himself as well. That sounds like a phone call I got before, and I feel like it's
Stop the cap.
that's bugging. I don't know what I just read, but yeah.
If he could do that, he wouldn't need anybody else. He wouldn't have done this, right?
Oh my God!
That's one of those. Think you might already have the pick. Jeff is looking forward to. I sent it to your Insta when it came out. I have so many picks, man. Like I get you guys sending a lot.
I sent you in a private chat a picture from that camera.
Okay. Okay.
Many believe that this is the still picture that's, being released before they might release or leak the actual video. I don't know. That's just speculation.
We're gonna pull this up. Here it is, right here, guys. 11:13 at 1:56 a.m.
Yeah. So some people are wondering if that's significant that it's 1:56. I don't know. 1:56 apparently is the time where I think Kaylee's sister had said something about that's the time Kaylee and Maddie got home. I mean, could be complete coincidence that they chose 1:56, but maybe not. But it clearly looks like, it gives you an idea of like the type of shot they probably got of the Elantra. The Elantra's got to go through and if it's doing a 3-point turn right in that intersection, it's got a nice spotlight right on it. So I imagine we get a really good view of the car doing its turn right there. And I think too, it's like, the thing is like, so Bryan's car wasn't required to have a front license plate, right? Because his tags were from Pennsylvania.
Okay, so it says 22, 11, 13, 156. This is when the girls got home. Yeah, it is. And what set this off then? Are they setting this up to be leaked out? I have no idea, but damn.
But I tell you what, it gives you
when did this come out?
This was just very, very recently. Yesterday maybe, or today?
This is my first time seeing it.
Yeah, people have been talking about it and speculating on if the 156 is significant. And they, and you can go look at like the morning where all the police cars were there, and they're just investigating the crime scene. You can see you can put it against the daytime footage and you can see all those vehicles parked just like they are. You can see the 5 little pumpkins on the railing. I believe that this is an actual photo from that time. But you can line up like that white pickup truck and all the other cars and stuff.
Black truck and white Elantra have been seen in this driveway, like they are seen in the Linda Lane footage. I believe it's BK anymore. I don't believe it's BK anymore. Sorry. Okay, I get you. Fun.
Now, there was a white vehicle that you can see on Google Earth that was in the front of the house there, and I actually that's also on my community page. We debunked that as it's a hold on. It's a Kia. I don't know if this for sure is what they were referring to right then, but here I'll send you a link to. Yeah, it was a.
This is an interesting one. Let's see what I told you. The footprint was cleaned up. Dylan has to be involved. No other way around.
I told you the footprint was cleaned up. Dylan has to be involved. No other way around it.
Oh my God! Bing bong.
What is that bing bong from?
That's from Gorilla Nims, a rapper.
Oh, okay.
But he does a lot of man. Don't ever disrespect me coming in chat trying to victim blame you. He said he makes up a bunch of jokes. Like he'll joke a bunch of people walking by a shop. It's funny.
Huh.
Pretty sure that pic came out Wednesday morning is when I sent it to you. See, damn, I didn't even see it, Brian. My shit's clogged up from all the DMs. It's Idaho. There's trucks every other house. Shake my head. Libby Live says yes. And one girl neighbor short snippet interview saying she was leaving early for holidays since the school. Okay, early release. You heard? Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Let's see. Olivia did say News Nation, the video. Charles says, please stop attacking victims without any proof. LMS says, don't you ever say BK got nothing to do with it. You heard? I'm dead. DM would be arrested if she was involved. Yeah, that's my thoughts at this point. If she was involved, I feel like she'd be cuffed up. But somebody said Dylan was in a relationship with Bryan? ? Yeah, people should look at the roommates. You all think this guy is the killer. I doubt it after all this information. Huh.
I mean, if Dylan and Bryan were involved in any way, Dylan's phone would have text messages to him, and she would have text messages to her, and
Jeff, welcome to the digital era. I mean, you got people's search histories on Google. Just look at the Long Island serial killer. Did you see what that guy searched?
No, what did he search?
Blow your mind if you've seen what he searched.
Wow.
It would blow your mind if you seen what that guy was looking up. I'm pretty sure I have it in my phone. It's absolutely disgusting. The stuff that dude was looking up, bro. I'm pretty sure I have it saved in here. I don't think I want to read all of it, but I could definitely.
You would think, Bryan being a criminology PhD student, I mean, he'd just have the knowledge of the trail. Yeah, that's the bucket.
BK's bucket: glove, mask, shoes, knife, concrete. Weigh it to sink it all down. Shower curtain lining in the trunk? ? That was a good one. Jeff made that.
Wait, if I send it to you in the private chat, can you pull it up there?
Yeah, I could also.
Is it easier than going from the phone?
I could do it this way too. Hold on. It's
yeah. I just texted you the link to it if you want.
Bucket. Hold on, I'll pull this up because this is the one you made. But this picture right here is. I don't know. It definitely looks like that location.
Yeah. I have no reason to. I mean, yeah, it looks exactly like the location.
100%.
I think even the building that's straight across from the camera.
Mm-hmm.
I think Melissa was looking, discussing that building and whether it might have a camera on it as well, but I think that's been debunked because I don't.
A lot of text messages come through. Hey, I emailed you about the voicemail. Okay, I see that. I think the reason they searched that area due to DM saying she saw him outside her door. Image, another.
See, the thing is, if he did a 3-point U-turn in that intersection, there's going to be no doubt it's an Elantra. It's, the doubt I could see from anybody that had first looked at that, if that's where he does the 3-point turn, like they say, might be like what exact year the car is. But I think it's going to be quite clear that it's an Elantra.
There it is right there. BK's bucket. It's like, the roommates are in some form of protective custody. They are lawyered and not allowed to leave the country. Short lease on them. Well, yeah, they're going to be involved in this trial big time. Without a shadow of a doubt. And possibly the people, well, not possibly, the people that showed up to the scene and maybe have walked in, we heard rumors that one of them went in and checked somebody's pulse. We've heard a bunch of different little rumors that come out. Is there some weight to the truth in that? I have no idea. But, we've heard a lot. What info? I'm curious and open-minded, but only seen one channel that factually somewhat had me stuff about the house ownership and stuff. Fun times with Heather. I've seen all that information came across my email and from a member that I had that sent me a bunch of different things saying Christy Gonsalves was a money launderer and this, that, and the third. I've seen a bunch of stuff on it. Melissa says, I truly hope we find out what really happened and by the hands of all involved. Huh. But yeah, this picture right here, Jeff put together. Shower curtain. BK's bucket. Glove, mask, shoes, knife, concrete. Way to sink it all down. Shower curtain lining the trunk.
Yeah, sink it all down. The idea was that it would, if it was thrown into the river, to get rid of it. But
say somebody else. Buried journal on campus. I've seen Bethany in Brian's office before. I don't know why I don't believe that, but people say a bunch of crazy shit. Shout out to, I mean, if you want to pay to put that through, I just don't know if I believe that.
Stop the cap.
I love that clear, organized photo, says Mama Callie.
Thank you, Callie.
Stop the cap. Hold up, the house nearby. I want to get back to that pic because that one's crazy. That's wild. I haven't seen this, so people have already been discussing this. Is that the rain camera that the house had for the light bulb? Need one.
Yeah, that appears to be the light bulb camera. I mean, yeah, based on the way it looks, where it looks like it's located.
It's definitely that neighborhood. It's definitely right there. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's definitely it. I'm not sure if body cams are still out there to see. Which body cams? There's decent amount of them out there. He has a damn kill kit. People say he's innocent. They get Mama Callie. Miss Wells says, don't forget the kitchen sink in that bucket as well.
Right, yeah, throw in the kitchen sink.
Thank you, Jeff. I have always been a visual learner, and your composition with the bucket is fantastic.
Thank you. I mean, yeah, that's me exactly. I'm a visual learner.
Jim McGitta said that.
I'm just doing what I do. Actually, Regina played a part in that BK's bucket because she came up with the idea of the shower curtain that got added to the graphic because of Regina. I remember that.
I thought it was Hollis.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Regina.
Because Hollis is the one that's always bringing up that damn shower curtain. And
Yeah.
I know I've heard Regina say something about it, but I thought Hollis.
I think at the time that graphic was coming together, because it like went through many different versions and I kept building on it and but yeah, the shower curtain, I can remember going looking for it. I think after Regina had said had mentioned it, like that ought to be part of it too. And it's like, yeah, you're right. That
Well, have you seen the pictures of Bethany being at baseball games lately and stuff like that? Yeah, I've seen pictures where she's out enjoying her life at baseball games and stuff like that. And I'm sure if she looks at the internet, man, she just probably will be back in that mind frame, because I'm sure there's been a time and she's dealt with depression and this, that, and the third. And I know that they gave services to the officers that had to see that scene, allegedly, from what I was reading. Did you see that also? That little... They offered them some type of therapy.
What, kind of like a PTSD kind of a therapy from that kind of. Yeah, I mean that tells you the severity of
the crime scene,
how troubling that is to experience. It makes me, it makes it hard for me to believe that a bunch of other students were running around in there like, "Hey guys, hey, come over here, look at this. Hey, check this out. Oh my gosh, look." I think that, Makes me think that the crime scene wasn't necessarily contaminated by a bunch of people in there. I'm sure it was just something that's like, first person that saw it is like, you do not want to see this. It is awful. Scar you for life.
Danielle Bouillon, she says, hey all maybe. I don't think nor believe for a minute that Dylan didn't thank the guy was a threat because she went into a shock phase for 8 hours, but we know it was a lot less with people being around. Since the gag order, everyone wants to be a detective. Somebody said, Joey said, so I'm guessing Detective John wasn't successful bringing Jeff H. along with him. I don't know where you heard that at, but I remember somebody saying it in the chat.
There's a lot of people talking about stuff.
Yeah, people talk about stuff all the time. They do that all the time. Yes, Chief Fry said they brought in counselors for law enforcement and their families. All the videos of Dylan I've seen, she looks like a straight sweetheart and even loving and affectionate with Madison especially. Thank you, Autumn. And Just Larry 2 says that scene was bad, no doubt. I think it was somewhat limited to the rooms, though, hence the blood seeping outside. It was horrific. Yeah, I've never seen it confirmed to be blood, but a lot of people seem to think it was. And there's been some so-called experts that called in and chimed in on it. And other people, too, on the news stations. Blood on the outside of the walls. I mean, what's your thoughts on that? You think it is?
Those the dripping that's on the outside.
Yeah.
People are saying I showed that picture to a friend of mine who's a plumber and he does house construction and he was leaning more towards it being blood than like rust or. Although I gotta say, I got a water heater that needs to be replaced and it has a similar brownish red stuff dripping on the front of it. Which I think is kind of like a rusty, watery material substance. So I'm not 100% sure.
There's a lot going on in here. I think you said, can the chat explain the gap between the 8 hours before they called 911? Very good question. Can the chat explain that? I don't even think I can explain that.
Right. I was going to say they could probably do a better job than I could.
Yeah, they probably do a better job than me too. Can you explain that? Can you explain the gap in the 8 hours? People say they were getting rid of drugs. I mean, it doesn't take 8 hours to get rid of couple bongs and a few bags of some weed, if that was the case, or whatever you want to say. I mean, it definitely don't take 8 hours.
And even then, if that was the case, I mean, I would think like, okay, what's a bigger crime that I'm going to encounter? That I've got some drugs, or that I waited 8 hours, and I knew what is happened right in front of me. I mean, I don't know. I would think that's So my leaning is towards like, is there some way that the two of them didn't know that that their roommates are deceased? Is there some way that they didn't know the severity of what they were standing in the midst of for 8 hours? I mean, is there any explanation where it's like they just misread what they saw or experienced and went to bed? I don't know. It seems like impossible to me, but
if you look deeply into it, but that's just my own graphic designer eyeballs analyzing. They had no idea there'd been a murder. They locked their doors and slept. Bryan walked away from Dylan. He wasn't a threat to her. She didn't think he had killed his roommates. Giovanna, yeah, I don't care. Homie realized that he's getting tainted by that. It happened here. Channel came to a standstill. Had to move on. Sorry, not buying the gap on this. I felt the same way for a while myself. How could I seen you, Chris? He said, how could they have known if Bethany was sleeping downstairs and Dylan didn't leave her room? Yeah, her peek out, figure clad in all black. Did she see a knife? That was never put in there. That was never put in there that she seen a knife, but they could be holding that back. Maybe she did. Maybe that's why she was in a frozen shock phase, locked the door. Maybe she did see a knife and was scared as hell. But to lock in there for that long, I don't know.
Well, you know, I wonder too, like, so he's walking from Xana's room to exit. If he's holding the knife out, just out there in the open, it's going to be dripping all over everything, which he probably doesn't want. I would imagine he just holds it up next to his body, you know, or next to his legs, so that anything that drips off of it is going to stay on his clothing. Because, you know, because if he's planning on throwing his clothing in a bucket, my theory is, he wants to keep it not on the floor dripping everywhere, you know. So could explain why she didn't see a knife if she didn't see a knife.
Ooh, I see some things coming through. What was this? 270. Let's see what you got.
Hey, I wish you two would go over and explain how Dylan did see him pass her, but then Bethany saw a naked man. So we're in between.
Yeah, but the naked man report came from, what was it, Daily Mail? So I just don't know how true that possibly is.
So we're in between. Would he have shedded his clothes? Because that was said that Bethany saw a naked man. Wonder how she identified him. Somebody explain how they think that would have moved from Dylan to Bethany, because he must have shedded his clothes somewhere for her to say she's seen a naked man. Thanks.
And he was leaning more towards seeing blood than like.
I can hear Jeff talking about it.
I love the way she says naked. That's the way my grandmother would say
naked.
I love that. Yeah, you know, I mean, yeah, I don't know if you can trust that's true. What the Dylan or the Bethany said she saw a naked man there. But if that's the case, is it possible that Bryan went to the back of the house, laid out the shower curtain and the bucket, set it right there just to the left of the door, or to the right of the door if you're looking at the sliding door, and went in and then came out and stripped down right there outside the sliding glass door, put the stuff in a bucket? I mean, it'd be interesting if she saw a naked man, did she also see a naked man running with a bucket? That would I might have an answer for that if that's what she witnessed.
They were out partying. The majority of the college students don't get up on the weekends or holidays until noon.
Hey, I found the picture of that black camera screwed into the light bulb. I just sent you in private chat.
What's going on, Random at Large? Let me see. I'll pull it up real quick. Which one? This little.
It's the last link I just sent you.
Yeah.
It should take you right to the image.
Yeah, I see it right here. I just gotta. Always got to .jpg it because it shows up as a web file.
Oh, does that work to change it to JPG?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Yeah, I've noticed that it comes up, WEBP, but it seems to open up fine in Photoshop. So
type JPG and it turns it right to it.
Let me try that.
No excuse for it. None. They should have called for help to 911. First, we don't know what Bethany. So that's the thing. We don't know what Bethany heard, but I agree with the Dylan calling 911. I agree with that 100%. So but I still want to hear the story for sure.
And that works, T. I've never done that. Change it to JPG.
Yeah. Been tasered and then unalived. I still can't get. You said I still can't get my head around that. Nothing was heard. Could they have been tasered and then unalived? Then murdered? Yeah, I mean.
I wonder if they'd be able to detect if that happened though. If a taser was used. But it's a good thought. You know, in the beginning of this whole thing, when we didn't know who the person was, a suspect or anything, I actually thought that the house was, pitch dark because, they said that they were all sleeping. I often, at the beginning, I was thinking they had like night vision goggles with like a light that would blind them, but he could see them, but. That was my initial theory in the beginning.
Got back to PA, hence the gloves and trash. BK was hiding his DNA because he realized he left the sheath. He was tripping when he got back to PA, hence gloves and trash. Sounds logical.
Mm-hmm.
For
Yeah.
sure. Sounds logical.
I mean, why else would he be so meticulously careful 2,500 miles away from the murder scene?
Did he have a feeling he was being tailed though, Jeff?
Yeah, I would think so. You know, the traffic stops in Indiana too. You know, one of the officers said, like, what'd he say? He's like, "Hey, you were right on the back of that van, man." Just the way he says that, I almost picture like some movie character, like Cheech and Chong, that cop. But you know, I was wondering if he's like, was he tailgating big vehicles like a van or a truck, so that any cop sitting on the side of the road, just looking in the rearview mirror, you wouldn't see him because he'd be kind of tucked behind a, you know, kind of like Smoking the Bandit. You know, he'd hide the what is that? The Trans Am behind the big rig truck.
I appreciate you, Random at Large. Keep moving strong, straight from Southern Cali. Love the show per usual. Shout out to you. I appreciate you, my man. She must have known something, instinct, gut feelings for her to look her door 3 times, then go into a shock phase, contact roommates, no response, then contact friends apparently, so we know. 9:14.
It's kind of a question is like, was you know, how much did she know, or how much was she just like irritated at noisy roommates? And like, maybe was this a normal thing? It's like, this is a party house, and she's probably thinking, this is like the first night we don't have 100 people in here in the house. Can't we just be quiet? I get like just the roommates are here, and yet you're being noisy. I can't sleep. You know, so was she irritated? Was that a factor? You know, with her, I don't know.
Somebody sent the text in and goes, let's see. I think it was someone who lived close and knew their every movement and knew when to go in the neighbors, who had the light bulb camera, looked pretty weird in the picture. And the spokesman also, when they interviewed her on KVTB, she acted like she didn't know them and was kind of smiling, saying that everybody went home early and they decided to stay one more night. Why? And then said they were scared of every noise they heard. Bullshit. The whole MPD was next door. And remember, she said she didn't know them, but there is a video of Xana standing at 1112, their house, throwing a watermelon, and a girl sitting on porch with a machete ready to slice it. Also, there is a picture of Xana standing in their kitchen. Did she live there and maybe stepped up to the crowd, leaving them behind? There are some fucked up, jealous bitches in this world. Video is Happy Times, Idaho students. You will see Xana at that house. Maybe that's the girl Steve was thinking about. Also in the KVTB video, you will see a background, the door open, then closed. They hesitated to come out there. Also is a black pickup parked at their house, and also the car there looks more like the one in the videos, and the 4 runners going right to the house. I think she's talking about the Banfield. 3:17 into the video, Xana on the porch. 3:56, her standing in the kitchen. Go to Zillow and look at the 1112 Queen Road, and it's the same kitchen. It says, really think about it. If it was Bryan, how did he know who he was? Or how did he know who was in that house? Or if they owned a gun, it was someone close to them that knew a could watch when it would be the perfect time to go in. I think they look at their surroundings, which they never did. Why? Because they were college students in Moscow. In that picture I sent you, look at the girl who looks like she is holding back something and the guy is staring at her. They should take some luminol, that's what they said. They should take some luminol in that house. Oh my God, there was no blood in his car because he didn't do it. They should have brought the dogs in after the murder, and they didn't. How stupid is that? He's correct. They run off motion. That was the motion. Or did they turn it on themselves? There was no cat. and that camera was gone after. That's why would you take it down? Hold up. That's why after that, why would you take it down when there is a killer on the loose? They need to check these people out. Don't you think? Pretty weird they let that pick out. It's
Oh,
one.
she said why would they take the camera out? You meaning the light bulb camera?
Yeah.
There definitely appears to be pictures where it's there and then it's gone. And I mean, my understanding is that the files, the video files, aren't stored in the camera, so they don't need to take the camera to get the files. Because I mean, I'm in trouble. But I'm going to decline it. She's going to kill me. But the camera, because think about it, if the camera files are stored in the camera, if you do something, a burglary, and you see the camera and you take the camera and now you don't have to worry about the files. No, the files are definitely going to be stored in the cloud somewhere or on your computer. But I think they took the camera just because so they can show it in court, so the jury can handle it or see it. I think that's the reason that the camera was taken by police. Not for any reason that the files are inside it, but just to have a record, because clearly that's probably the best camera view that caught the Elantra there at that intersection. I imagine they probably looked at it right then and there. They said, I noticed, cops probably came up, I noticed you got a camera. Can I take a look at the video from last night? Boom. Okay. Yes, this is the camera. This is the camera that got the best shot.
You don't need to buy the Gap, that's for sure. Or the cops are sure, says Christy.
Oh, but one thing too, if it truly was like the document says, it was a cat that triggered the camera to come on, it's going to be easy to see because the cat will be in the shot that the camera recorded. So if I'm a predicting man or betting man, if they release this footage and we see it soon, I bet you're going to see a cat at the beginning of the video clip.
There's tons of text messages coming through, tons of voicemails coming through. Let's see.
Dylan was busy cleaning up blood. That's why no blood was dripped anywhere or taken outside the house. The killers had time to clean up. That's why there's no blood anywhere outside the house. She's not a victim. She's a suspect.
Oh my God!
What time's he going to be there? 5? Oh, okay. T, I got to get my stepson to work.
Okay.
I can't believe it's 4:40 here. What was it? Did somebody just say you got 900 people viewing and it's 4 a.m.?
Yeah, no, we had about 1,000. It's down to like 924.
You got some fans that are vampires or night owls, or it's just damn dedicated, right?
Yeah, I know, Larry. I definitely do, no doubt. Well, yeah, we could edit that coming up on that 5-hour mark. That man said, Dylan. I agree. Dylan is guilty. They are innocent. No victim shaming. It's so gross. This is not 2956. Smoking weed doesn't necessarily make you a bad witness. It certainly doesn't make you a bad person. They're wilding out. It's only 1:40 a.m. in California, they're saying.
Right. They got it easy. Well, I better sign off, T-REV. Man, I appreciate this. I appreciate all you all that have said so many nice things. Plan on keeping. I got ideas. T-REV's I know has got ideas of visual stuff that will be coming.
Most definitely. We'll save the last you'll see it, Jeff. We'll have him on again very soon.
And it's like I said, I'm very passionate about the subject. You can ask my wife. I won't shut up about it. So, my gears are always turning.
Ain't no doubt about that. Well, I appreciate you, Jeff. And
all right, brother.
Be safe. I think I'm gonna be right behind you. We're capping out at about 5 hours.
Yeah. Wow.
Capping out. It seems like 5 minutes.
What's the longest you've ever done? Did you go like 10 or something or
20 hours? I think
20 hours.
Yeah, 20 hours.
Man,
20 hours. I mean, even more than that. I fell asleep on stream at like the 22-hour mark.
You just passed out while you're still on?
I was snoring and woke up and seen chat. They're like, I hear him snoring. I turned my camera off, had videos running, and they were like, I hear T snoring.
Is that live stream still posted?
It didn't register because it caps off at like the 12-hour mark.
Oh, okay.
I did it on air though. Thanks, Jeff. You were
Man.
great. Definitely have him on again. T-REV. Absolutely, Jeff. You'll see more of Jeff.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Jerry. All right,
More of Jeff.
I'm going to sign off. I know I could go on for another 6 hours, but I got to get up. I got to go. got stuff to do.
This is the best panel ever. Well, I appreciate y'all. And thank you for voting. Let's see what the votes are. Let's top them off real quick with 314 votes only on that, but we'll take it. Let's see what it said. Is it a red flag that BK has no alibi as of now? Yes, it's been too long. 54%. 50-50. He lawyered up. 25%. No, it doesn't matter. 19%. Well, Jeff, I appreciate you coming by, brother, and I will holler at you.
Sounds good, T.
I'm right behind you.
All right. Take care, brother. Have a good night.
You too. Shout out to Jeff. I appreciate Jeff coming by. Shout out to everybody that was in the building. Truth and Justice Matters. Callie, I appreciate you as always. Kevin Gooney says, I'll rewind it, my boy. Definitely run it back. There was some great discussions during this. I'm just glad someone is up. LOL. Well, I'm up all the time, but I may not be live at this specific time as of lately, but it looks like I need to be. Arlene says, T-REV, yes, we are dedicated to you. I appreciate you. Love you guys. Let's listen to this real quick, and I'll end it off with this.
You know, something else I was thinking about was that it could be that the one that was downstairs, that I think was Bethany, or, the lower level, that she never came up. Okay, so Dylan's the one that's been questioned. She claims she saw him, which I have no doubt she did. And maybe I could kind of see, in a way, her shutting the door back and being like, who is that? Okay. But they had people in and out of that place so much, and
thank you.
I don't think anybody would
Josie West.
think of hearing all those sounds and stuff would think, oh my God, somebody's in here, killing people. However, I can see maybe that Dylan never even came out of her room after she woke up, and she texted
Thank you, Arlene.
a couple friends and said,
Shout out to Jennifer.
I don't know, something's not sitting, like, I'm scared to come out of my room. I heard a lot of noises last night. It was a weird night, and some creepy dude walking through I've never seen before, and I'm kind of scared to come out of my room. I mean, because I don't want to victim blame these people. I mean, they're lucky they're alive, honestly.
Thank you.
And that's how all these people started showing up. But how did their door? It's because the front door was open. Well, how did that happen? So I don't know. Just to me, it's like there was so much time before 911 was called, and it feels like to me, neither one of those girls are the ones that called. It was one of the people that came over there.
Right.
Is the one that called from one of those girls' phones. So I'm thinking maybe they didn't even come out of the room, and that's how come they didn't know how bad the situation was. They just didn't have a clue. I don't know. But anyway, I'm going to quit calling now. I need to go to bed, but I'm not going to until you go off the air. I'm going to keep watching. Yeah. It's been a great show, honestly. Thanks. Bye. You need to shout out to 336 too, not just Pittsburgh.
Shout out to the 336 in the mix, you heard? I appreciate you. Shout out to the great show tonight. I appreciate you guys, everybody that came through. It was a fantastic show. Great discussions. Good to bounce ideas off somebody. Jeff was a great guest. We will be having Jeff back on. Make sure you go subscribe to his channel also, as he is part of the Rev Game family. We appreciate Jeff. I'm going to listen to Rewind. Appreciate you, Josie West, Just Larry, Regina Wright, Kimberly Baxter, Low 12. Thank you. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate all of you that's been here tonight. And you know how we are going to end this live, right? We are going to end it with this. And you guys know what time it is.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one making a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. fell Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you want it coming up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town, you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad.
At the time.
There's so many people that care. Rev Gang family, I'm out.
I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. There is no tapping now, that's not what I'm about. I'm down to ride, always high, head above the clouds. I'm on my grind, try to stop me, I'ma knock you out. Praised in the streets, little boys, you are not allowed. Claiming you're the best, now I'm coming for your neck. I came out the pussy with the mic as a vet. I've been on the grind, they see me as a threat. I ain't here to sign deals and run off for the check. I just got a lot of passion and a heart in my chest. I love making music, when I do it, it's the best. I've been working non-stop, serving beats like a chef. I'm here to take over, separate me from the rest. Cause I see a lot of separation from people that wanna go and help, but they never go and do it. They claim they really about that life like 6ix9ine, but in court look foolish. I've been all around the block, streets flooded with the cops, doing time in a cell life, looking at the box with my mind on my dreams, now reaching for the top. If they say that I can't, I prove them wrong on the spot. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. They got you tapping out. Let's go. What's all that rap about? You got bars, but your music ain't a cap and gown. You try to make a song, your hooks lack the sound. The fact you think you're good has got me laughing out. Step hand to the belly of the beast, you're all food on my table and I'm ready for the feast. Stomping on the field like an old paraclete, you better hang it up now, cause I got you by your feet. Walk you like a dog, cause I got you by the leash. Labels got you on the paper, signing deals like a lease. But you do what they say and you say what they preach. If that's being real, I'd rather hang from a tree. People don't know the term of being real. They'll be anyone just to go and make a meal. They act all hard to the gangsters in the grill, and they hit a hammer cock on the spot, you get killed. Little sucker, you don't want that beef. Claim you got hands till I catch you in the streets. Run up on a pussy like a steak, you get beat. I've been about that life, different gazy to the peeps. I'm with it, motherfucker. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now. I'm always revved up, I'm never turning down. I smoke a blunt to the face to calm my nerves down. I'm reaching up, got my head right above the clouds. I can feel the calm before the storm, there is no tapping now.
Wake up. Yo, if I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me regardless. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me. Yeah, they gon' fuck with me. I'm posted in the cut, you see. I got some bitches with me. They riding regardless of the scene. I've been around the block more than once, a couple of times. I mean, but homie, I ain't snitching. You want it, go spin the block. can see I've been about my money. These bitches can't even touch the green. I got a new track for these hoes, I'm calling it fuck with me. These hoes broke, sitting at home, don't know if they making means. I'm clocking in and cashing out, I'm watching them numbers flow and go. If I hop out on them, I'ma let them know. I get that money, hit the road, I gotta go. I keep it hot, I make it rain, I make it snow. Ain't no relation to the bitch you used to know. Let's get it go. If I pull up on them, I'ma let them know. I get that money, hit the road, I gotta go. I keep it hot, I make it rain, I make it snow. Ain't no relation to these hoes, cause what's a gangster to a. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me regardless. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me.
Push the gas and I be on it, I ain't pushing on no brakes. You a rattlesnake, step into an earthquake. All these rappers in the game, been some cornflakes. On the radio, sounding like a running sink. Hold my YouTube, homie, starting to turn fake. Get a taste of fame and all of a sudden wanna hit the bank. Every song I heard from you belongs in a septic tank. Now I'm launching missiles at your camp like a Russian tank. You voted for body, then now we playing puppet. Got the brain of a deep fried chicken nugget. The cops letting these kids die, so I scream, you should've did something with me with that gun, I would've been dumped. 1 hour goes by and y'all did nothing. If a cop won't shoot, then taking guns means nothing. You wanna take the world's full of hate, all these leaders show corruption. Fucking new world order, I bet I go out bustin'.
If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me regardless. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me.
I am ready to compete if you really want to see. You claim you make music, but you're always into beef. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the speeds. Cause I'm here to stay forever and create my own scene. I am ready to compete if you really want to see. You claim you make music, but you're always into beef. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the speeds. Cause I'm here to stay forever and create my own scene.
Give a shit about a fucking hater. Let's get up on the sheet, you know I'm all about my baby. Eat a motherfucking rapper like I am an alligator. Leave his body in the river, they can find it hours later. If you wanna come and mess with the beast, you better be ready, cause I'm a veteran when I go on a hop on the beat. You artists are weak, I'm putting you to sleep anyway, any day, any time of the week. I'm always on my grind, you ain't stopping my shine. I'm a dragon spitting fire, you're a burger to a fly line. Going over heads like the cloud in the sky. People always talk shit, that's getting out of line. I'm about to put the hammer to your head, cause I see a couple wrinkles and they need to get straight. Shells flying out the window when I'm aiming for your neck, and I'm digging to your flesh like a dog in a vet. Removing every stitch in your skin with a stick, cause you claim you're the best, but they make you no hits. I'm a god, I'm a gift, your life is a bitch, and I smack her around with the tip of my dick. They know that I'm potent, I'm not for the joking, I'm keeping it lit like the dust that I'm smoking. I'm having you cough like a plum full of roaches. These rappers are rookies, so I have to close.
I am ready to compete if you really want to see. You claim you make music, but you're always into beef. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the speeds. Cause I'm here to stay forever and create my own scene. I am ready to compete if you really want to see. You claim you make music, but you're always into beef. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the speeds. Cause I'm here to stay forever and create my own scene.
Got a bitch like tic-tac-toe, I'm here forever, steady slinging that dope. When you hear me rapping like you took a lot of coke, cause I'm getting so hyped, here to shut down the show. Pass me a mic, put me in a booth, I'm going so crazy on the motherfucking truth. If you don't believe me, ass up church too. He will take it to your face, you're a stupid little fool. I get it going, wanna hit the ground. It's kinda like a pitch of baseballs off the mound. When I swing that bat, I'ma knock it out of town. Putting all these rappers in the fucking lost and bound. I'm sick of these rappers that think that they're hot. They step on the mic and they're begging for props. They roll with the gang cause they're not from the block, and they wonder why people go snitch to the cops. Pussy, I'm about to ride on my enemies without bringing negative energy. But there was something that I was meant to be. I don't give a shit if you ain't a friend of me. You motherfuckers can sit in the seats and watch what I'm doing physically. I've been that man and I'm here to make history. Killing all beats with a filthy delivery. I do it for a living, there is no getting rid of me. Wrapping up these rappers like a gift.
I am ready to compete if you really want to see. You claim you make music, but you're always into beef. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the speeds. Cause I'm here to stay forever and create my own scene. I am ready to compete if you really want to see. You claim you make music, but you're always into beef. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the speeds. Cause I'm here to stay forever and create my own scene. Hell no.
them boys. What is up? We them boys. What is up? We them boys. What is up? What is up? Rev gang, use crews, riding tough. Keep it lit up in this bitch, smoking blunts. Pop shit, catch a bullet when I pull it out the trunk. Gang riding deep like my name was Donald Trump. Keep the party on fire, raise the roof on these chumps. They know I like to stay crunk. We go by them boys, always staying turned up. Baby boy, stay saying he a gangster. The only time you raised your arm was in class during English. Teacher, please. That shit's funny to me, cause I've been turning shit up past 500 degrees. 500 no Lil Wayne. I'm here to bring the pain. I'm talking smack down, homie. Here comes the pain. When you walk up in the building, they start laughing major pain. And you look me in the eyes and understand it ain't a game. It ain't a game. I raised the roof. No Luther Campbell. Got you looking super. You took a dab, then you scrambled. Looking like a quarterback, but always getting fucking sacked. Weed looking like horse shit when you brought it out the bag. I heard your best friend played with Reggie Miller. Well, I got LeBron James. Come and see me for the killer. We them boys turning up, going crazy like gorillas. Yo, come getting crazy, cause them boys will fucking kill you. We them boys. What is up? What is up? Rev gang, use crews, riding tough. Keep it lit up in this bitch, smoking blunts. Pop shit, catch a bullet when I pull it out the trunk. Gang riding deep like my name was Donald Trump. Keep the party on fire, raise the roof on these chumps. Hey, look, you know, sometimes we're all at our breaking point, and sometimes we want to take our life. You know what I mean? Like, I was at that stage this summer, and I happened to find Upchurch's music, and it lifted me through my dark stage and what I was going through in my mind. If I can find peace, you can. And I'm making this song for you. Yeah, you. The one going through it, the one struggling, the one feeling like this is the last day, the last piece of air that you're gonna take into your lungs. This is for y'all, man. I love you. I have a lot I need to say to you. I don't know what's in my mind, but is it really the truth? I be going crazy like I'm trapped in a prison. I'm about to take pills. Now I'm looking like a fool. Every day I wake up, I'm sitting here depressed. Nobody wants to listen. I got a lot on my chest. All these thoughts that are running through my head won't get out my mind. Now I'm laying here in bed. I'm about to lose control. This is taking a toll on my body. I feel lonely in my mind like nobody can find me. Now I'm lost in a maze, heart full of pain. Every single day I become more afraid. I look at myself and I hate what's displayed. I wish I could rearrange the thoughts in my brain. I'ma be a voice for everybody struggling, going through life, wishing that they were never made. I'm sitting here talking to you, would you please listen? My mind isn't capable, the walls are like a prison. I feel like everything is falling, nobody gets it. And when I talk to God, I just don't think he listens. Where were you when I was looking up to you for help? Where's my mom? The drugs got her stuck in a cell. But I can't help but feel like I'm the one that fails. Is this what it feels like when you burn in hell? Everything feels like a knife in the heart. No, why does every thought I had gotta be so dark? It's so dark. Everyone around me always tells me that I'm smart, but then I take a look in the mirror and the past always sparks. It sparks, man. I spill my heart when it comes to making music. I put my all my life, everything's been so abusive, and I can't get away from it. That's why I'm always losing. Every decision that I make always shows it's proven. I don't really know, but I'm going with the flow. Every day I wake, I just keep my eyes closed, cause I can't go through this anymore. The pain in my heart drives me to the floor when I'm losing it. I don't know what to do with this. Everything is so ludicrous. I feel it when it moves within. The walls are closing on me and I really wanna change, cause every day I wake I'm going through this fucking pain. My body feels numb, that's when the thoughts enter my brain. I just wanna shut them off and let the picture paint. Look, I'm getting sick of it. Every day gets ignorant. I move one step, but then it's like I went and pitched a tent. No, I'm stuck in the mud and I can't move a bit. Every day is misery, but I'ma speak to my kids. I need to talk to y'all. Daddy loves you. I know that I ain't been the best. I love you. I feel like I failed, so now I wanna lay and rest. I gotta go. Maybe I need help, but now I'm thinking death. I gotta die. Nobody loves you till you're hanging up by your neck. Why do we have to die to be the best? Why can't God call us back or even answer text? Please answer I spent many nights on my knees praying that Jesus would come take us to the light so we can go and rest. Look, man, if you ever think you're gonna kill yourself and you feel like you're falling down, don't ever hesitate to reach out to get help, because you can be that person. I was that person, and if I can do it, you can. I love y'all, man. Rev Gang 2020.